Chapter 66 Plundering. Bang. At this moment, Jiangli had already raised the pistol in his hand and pointed it at Dugu Luo. He pulled the trigger and a bullet shot out with powerful kinetic energy and penetrating force. PFFF. The bullet pierced through Dugu Luo's forehead mercilessly. The beauty passed away. Buzz. Very quickly, a black light spot flew out of Dugu Luo's body like a firefly and flew into Jiangli's body. Acquired a Stage 2 Soul Tinder. A notification appeared. Oh. A Level 2 Soul Tinder. Jiangli raised his eyebrows and looked at Dugu Luo's body. I'm quite lucky. Ta-ta-ta-da. The sound of horse hooves rang out. The cavalryman from the Black Dragon County entered the battlefield slowly. The middle-aged man at the front looked around. He frowned when he saw the bodies of Dugu Huangcheng and Dugu Luo, but he didn't say anything. After that, the middle-aged man's eyes fell on Jiangli, then moved down and stopped on the blood-refining bead in Jiangli's left hand. His pupils contracted slightly. Hong Qianqi, the head instructor of the city guard of Yonggan City, greats general. Hong Qianqi walked over and bowed to the middle-aged man. His tone and attitude were extremely respectful. Yes. The middle-aged man was Fang Ziyi, the commander of the Black Dragon County Cavalry. He nodded and said slowly, the Commandu Prince has received a secret order from Yang Zik. He said that someone from the Half-Monster Alliance is planning to get the blood-refining bead. It seems like I've come too late. The blood refinement bead has already been refined. Hong Qianqi did not say anything. Clean up the battlefield, we should retreat. Let's go. Jiangli didn't pay too much attention to Fang Ziyi and the others. He waved his hand and gave an order to leave. In this battle, Jiangli had gained a lot. Although both the Mechs and the Sirius gang had suffered heavy losses, Jiangli got 100 level 1 Soul Tinders and 1 level 2 Soul Tinder. He even upgraded 2 level 2 Mechs. Plus, since Dugu Huangcheng was dead, Jiangli wouldn't let go of the wealth of the City Lord Mansion and the spirit herbs from the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. He wanted to go back to Yonggan City immediately. Yes, gang leader. The surviving members of the Sirius gang responded loudly. Out of nearly 2,000 gang members, only less than 500 were left. They had lost 3/4 of their members, but those who survived were the elites of the elites. Half an hour later, the battlefield had been cleaned up. Everything in the barbarian camp had been collected, including some valuable weapons and equipment. There were quite a few of them. Of course, Jiangli didn't take all the spoils. He let Hua Qian and Yu Shulan have a share. After all, the Heavenly Gate gang and Tingyu Tower did a lot of work and many people died. It was the same for the reserve city guards and the Dingding City Army, they more or less had some gains. At this moment, Fang Ziyi asked Hong Qianqi about the details of what happened. Oh. Fang Ziyi raised his eyebrows. Stop there. Wait. Fang Ziyi shouted as soon as Jiangli left. Is there something? Jiangli stopped and turned around. You can't leave now. Fang Ziyi said. Why? Jiangli asked. The refined blood bead is the evidence of the Half-Monster Alliance's crime. You can't take it away. You have to give it to me and I'll bring it back to the king for him to make a decision. Also, Fang Ziyi said matter-of-factly, we need you to cooperate with our investigation on the alliance between the Red-Browed Yarra Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. They are trying to attack the Black Dragon County. We also need to verify the betrayal of Dugu Huangcheng and Yang Zik. You killed Dugu Huangcheng. You can't get away with it. Jiangli smiled and glanced at him. Interesting. I didn't see you help me when I was fighting the Barbarian, Monster and Half-Monster Alliance. Now that the war is over, I've taken care of the Monsters, Barbarians and the Half-Monster Alliance, but you suddenly jumped out. Not only did you not say a word of thanks, but you also want to take away the spoils that originally belonged to me. You even want to investigate and question me. This is your reasoning. This is just a routine. Fang Ziyi frowned and said in a deep voice, also, I'd like to give you a piece of advice. Don't make a mistake. Don't think that you can ignore the orders of the Black Dragon County just because you're powerful enough to solve this problem. You must hand over the blood refinement bead. Let's go back to the city. Jiangli glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently and ignored him. He turned around and left with hundreds of mech following him. Yes, gang leader. Let's go, time to go back. We are back in the city. The rest of the Sirius gang followed closely behind. We should go too. Hua Qian also left with the rest of the Heavenly Gate gang. General, we will take our leave. Yu Shulan bowed slightly to Fang Zi and left. Fang Zi looked at Jiangli's back with a gloomy face. General, should we make a move? At this moment, the adjutant rode over and whispered in Fang Zi's ear. No. No. Fang Zi shook his head. Although Jiangli isn't very strong, he has 2 level 2 masters. We won't be able to gain any advantage if we fight. Let's go back and report this to the Zhengwan and let him make a decision. However, according to the 3 laws of the human race, Jiangli killed the monsters of Greenscale City and the barbarians of Barren City. He also took care of the rebellious Dugu Huangchen. Such merits are enough for him to be the lord of Yonggan City. I'm afraid it won't be that simple when the time comes. Forget it. Let the regional king have a headache over this matter. Withdraw the army. The cavalrymen of Black Dragon County left Qingshan Valley. Hong Qianqi also returned to Yonggan City with the rest of the reserve city guards. Donlin led the remaining soldiers back to Pingding City. Qingshan Valley. Corpses were everywhere and wild beasts were roaming about. Because of the blood-refining formation, most of the corpses in the forest had become mummies. These mummies would soon be eaten by the wild beasts in the forest. Until the morning of the next day, Jiangli and the others returned to Yonggan City first. After entering the city, Jiangli immediately led the mechs and the members of the Sirius gang to the Castellan Mansion and the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. For the entire morning. Let's go. Jiangli ordered his men to empty the City Lord Mansion and the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs. They had gained a lot, not to mention the herbs and spirit herbs from the Chamber of Commerce. Just the silver alone was worth more than 10 million taels. Other than that, there was also more than 10,000 taels of gold. Jiangli moved all the gold, silver, jewelry, herbs, weapons, and martial arts techniques to the headquarters of the Sirius gang. In the afternoon, as promised, Jiangli gave 100 taels of silver to each member who came back alive. There were 493 members in total. That was 49,300 taels of silver. It was just a drop in the bucket. Other than that, each of them also received a level 1 mid-grade internal cultivation method and a level 1 mid-grade martial arts skill. All of them could practice internal strength. Long live the gang leader, long live the gang leader, long live the gang leader. In the courtyard of the Sirius gang's headquarters, all the gang members received their rewards and were extremely excited. With the cultivation technique and money, they had the chance to become martial artists and stand above the rest. They all cheered and shouted. Of course, they also knew that compared to the things they had plundered from the City Lord's Mansion and the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs, what they had obtained was very little. But they knew better. If it wasn't for Jiangli, they would just be ordinary members of a gang forever. It would be extremely difficult for them to get the internal strength technique. One must learn to be content. These 400 or so gang members were able to survive that war, so they were naturally not fools. They could understand this logic. Chapter 67 All Sides. The night had come. The Sirius gang. At Jiangli's place. He was leaning back in his chair, holding several square pieces of paper in his hand which had been arranged into a book. Jiangli was reading it carefully. It was a list of what he got during the day. The lonely imperial city was indeed a city lord. Over the years, they had accumulated a great amount of wealth. They had also opened a chamber of commerce of spirit herbs and colluded with the demon clan. Naturally, they were rich. Xu Wei and the others spent most of the day and still couldn't sort out these gains. Forget it. I'll wait until they've sorted out all the gains tomorrow. Half Monster Alliance, Greenscale City, Barren City, and Black Dragon County. Jiang Li put down the book and murmured, deep in thought. None of these four forces are easy to deal with. Although I won the battle at Qingshan Valley and gained a lot, it's not over yet. It's just the beginning. First of all, I've taken the blood refining bead. The half-monster alliance won't let it go easily. The king of the Black Dragon County seems to be interested in the blood refining bead too. After all, it's a treasure that can help someone break through from level 2 to level 3. It's normal to be greedy. There's also the monster race's grain scale city. Qing Wenling's only daughter, Qing Yue, died in my hands. I don't think this matter can be kept a secret for long. The barbarian race from Barren City has massacred over 10,000 of their troops in Green Mountain Valley. I think the barbarian race will also find a way to take revenge. My God, why do I suddenly feel like I'm surrounded by enemies? Jiang Li was speechless. After that, he opened the Dominator panel. There were not many energy points, but there was still a large number of herbs that he had plundered from the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit herbs that had not been converted. These herbs were all stored in the guild's warehouse. In order to maximize the benefits, Jiang Li didn't convert all the herbs and elixirs blindly. Instead, he sent people to divide them into different types. First, he separated the herbs that were not of much use and converted them into energy points. Those that were very useful for cultivation or had high value could be kept. Let's sleep first. It's getting late. I haven't had a good rest these past 2 days. I'm tired. Jiang Li stretched. He was really tired. After all, he hadn't had a good rest since yesterday, so he went to bed. At this moment, Pinding City. Donlin had already led the rest of his men back to Pinding City. He didn't have time to rest. He rushed to the City Lord's mansion to meet with the City Lord of Pinding City, Chan Pingwan. City Lord's mansion. The main hall. City Lord. Donlin knelt down on one knee and cupped his hands in salutation. General Dong, there's no need for such a bow. Right in front. The City Lord of Pinding City, Chan Pingwan, had a delicate and pretty face. He stood up from his seat and quickly walked down. He personally helped Donglin up. General Dong, you've really worked hard this time. City Lord is too kind, this is this subordinate's duty. Donglin shook his head, took a deep breath, and said, however, I didn't expect that Dugu Huangchen, the City Lord of Yonggan City, would collude with the monster race of Greenscale City to set up an ambush in Qingshan Valley in order to recover from his internal injuries. This caused Pingding City to suffer heavy losses. There's actually such a thing. Chan Pingwan's brows were tightly locked together as he said in a deep voice, it's my fault. Dugu Huangqing's daughter, Dugu Luo, came to talk to me in person and even promised me a lot of benefits. Plus, her plan seemed flawless. That's why I agreed. General Dong, what's the specific situation? Castellan, I'd like to thank Jiang Li, the leader of the serious gang in Yonggan City, for coming back alive. Donglin said slowly. Jiang Li. Chan Pingwan was stunned. He had no impression of this name at all. He didn't know it at all. Yes. Donglin nodded. It's like this, Wanwan. Half an hour later. I see. Chan Pingwan's eyes widened in shock. He sighed repeatedly, heroes really come from young people. The small serious gang has such a flood dragon. Amazing. He single-handedly turned the situation around and annihilated the monster race in Greenscale City and the barbarian race in Barren City. He even killed the 3 level 2 masters of the half-monster alliance. Yin Luo. Of course. Chan Ping laughed in vain. I really want to meet this gang leader Jiang Li now. City Lord, Jiang Li took the blood refining bead. I remember that the county king has been in the perfected stage of level 2 for many years. I'm afraid he's too weak. Donglin paused. Don't worry. Chan Pingwan waved his hand and said, General Dong, have you forgotten the 3 great laws of the human race? With Jiang Li's contribution, he'll definitely become the Lord of Yonggan City. Even if the Commandu Prince wants the blood refinement bead, he can't just take it by force. Moreover, with Jiang Li's power and influence, the county king will think about the consequences before he tries to rob us. As long as there's any chaos in the Black Dragon County, the Red-Browed Empire and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom won't let go of the opportunity. Yes. Donglin nodded. In the Red Eyebrows Yarrow Kingdom. Greenscale City. The City Lord's Mansion. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from within the mansion. Green mist spread out and gradually enveloped the entire mansion. It gradually condensed into a lifelike giant green snake, circling in the air. Yongan City, Jiangli, the Half-Monster Alliance, you all deserve to die. Qing Wenling's furious roars reverberated throughout the entire City Lord's estate. The City Lord is completely enraged. I heard that Lord Heizong and the others were all dead. They were all annihilated. Even Miss Qing Wei is missing. I'm afraid they are all dead. I. In the surroundings. The monsters looked at the City Lord's mansion with lingering fear and then whispered to each other. Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. Barren City. In the City Lord's Hall. City Lord, Manjom is dead. The 10,000 barbarian warriors he brought with him were all killed. I heard that the Half-Monster Alliance set up a blood-refining formation, but a human named Jiangli killed them all. The military advisor of the barbarian race, Yi Luihe, had a head full of white hair and was holding a strange walking stick. His face was covered in totem patterns and he was wearing all kinds of headdress. Human Jiangli of the Half-Monster Alliance. The City Lord of the Barren City, Huang Wuqian, muttered, I didn't expect such a flood dragon to appear in Yongan City. It completely disrupted all the original plans and even the Half-Monster Alliance suffered a great loss. However, after this incident, the Black Dragon County will definitely be on guard. It won't be easy for us to do anything else. Let's just wait and see. Qing Wenling should be more anxious than us. After all, his only daughter is missing and he might be dead. The sad thing is, he doesn't even know who killed his daughter. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. Ha 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 Yin Luo. Wuzhu Plain. The area of the Wuzhu Plain was not small and it was located at the border of the Great Qian Dynasty, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red-Browed Yarrow Kingdom. It was a triangular terrain. The most important thing was, the Half-Monster Alliance's headquarters was in the central area of the Wuzhu Plain. Chapter 68 The Contribution Pavilion. The central region of the Wuzhu Plain. It was a basin. In the middle of the plain, 4 tall peaks suddenly appeared, surrounding each other, forming a huge deep valley. There was a thick fog all year round and the humidity was extremely high. It enveloped the entire basin to the point where one could not even see their own fingers. He looked closer. In the valley, there were many buildings scattered all over the place. On the surface, there seemed to be no order to them, but in reality, they were built according to some kind of formation. 4 mountain peaks. It was the westernmost one. On the peak, there was a pavilion. The words on the board were Silver Eagle Pavilion. Elder Inging, something has happened. Sure. It was a man in a black cloak. He ran up along the mountain road and stopped in front of the Silver Eagle Pavilion. He immediately knelt down and shouted. What is it? Did Zhongling bring back the blood-refining beads? On the top floor of the Silver Eagle Pavilion stood a silver-haired young man. He had a handsome face and his hands were behind his back. He looked down at the man in a black cloak. He took a closer look. His eyes were sharp like an eagle's and there seemed to be a silver light in the center of his pupils. Long-bearded Elder Kai Kai. The man in the black cloak swallowed his saliva. Deacon Zhongling is dead. The 2 pawns of the alliance in Yongan City, Zhongling and Dugu Luo, are also dead. Huh. The silver-haired young man's voice was nasal and there was no expression on his face. There was a silver light flashing around his body, forming an extremely terrifying aura. What did you just say? Ji Qianqian's plan has failed. No, the man in the black cloak said in a trembling voice, things were going well for me, but a guy named Jiangli suddenly appeared. This Jiangli was the leader of an unranked gang, but he rose up in a short time and became a third-rate gang in Yongan City. At the last moment, Jiangli turned the tide and killed the monsters and barbarians. Even Deacon Zhong and the others died in his hands. The blood refinement bead was also taken by him. Jiangli. The silver-haired young man's eyes flickered with a cold luster. What is it? A mere third-rate gang, a force that can't even get on the stage, dares to take my things. I'm afraid you don't know how the word death is written. Hee, Elder Yinin, your plan doesn't seem to be going well. Do you need my help? Sure. Suddenly, a bell-like laughter rang out. It came from a petite girl with smooth skin and a delicate and beautiful face. She leaped and stood on the top of a big tree not far away. He took a closer look. There was a pair of small black horns on the girl's head, but they were not obvious because of her hair. The silver-haired youth's expression was indifferent. He glanced at the girl with the bull horns and said indifferently, "There's no need for Elder Homling to worry. I'll personally settle this matter." After saying that, the silver-haired young man turned around and entered the Silver Eagle Pavilion, closing the door behind him. He no longer paid attention to the girl with the bull horns. Jiang Li of the human race. Interesting. I'd like to see what Jiang Li can do to make the cunning Silver Eagle suffer. The girl with the bullhorn chuckled. With a leap, she disappeared into the thick fog. The next day arrived. It was noon. Xu Wei and the others finally sorted out the loot and divided it into different categories. They recorded it and sent it to Jiang Li. "Gang leader, this is all we've got this time." "Thank you." Xu Wei handed the book to Jiang Li respectfully. "Please have a look." "Yes, sure." "Okay." Jiang Li nodded, took it, and started reading. Among them, there was a total of 12.3 million taels of silver, 11,000 taels of gold, 11,220 ordinary medicinal herbs, 3,210 inferior-grade first-grade spiritual herbs, 2,100 medium-grade first-grade spiritual herbs, 1050 superior-grade first-grade spiritual herbs, and 500 superior-grade first-grade spiritual herbs. 10 low-grade spirit herbs of the second tier, 1 medium-grade spirit herb of the second tier. There weren't any second-grade spirit herbs. It was the blood spirit ginseng, a top-tier level 2 spiritual medicine. Dugu Huangcheng got it from the monster race to heal his internal injuries. Jiang Li got it in the end. Blood spirit ginseng. This was a rare and precious spiritual medicine. Although it was a second-grade spiritual medicine, its price was not lower than some third-grade spiritual medicine. It was even higher. One had to know. Spirit herbs of the third grade could no longer be bought with gold and silver. They were of a whole new level. Other than that, there were also enough force cultivation techniques. 20 low-grade level 1 martial arts, 10 mid-grade level 1 martial arts, 3 high-grade level 1 martial arts, 2 supreme-grade level 1 martial arts, and 1 high-grade level 2 martial arts. The level 2 high-grade internal cultivation method was called the Thunder Origin Technique, was the internal cultivation technique that Dugu Huangcheng had cultivated himself. It was quite powerful, and after reaching level 2, he could cultivate thunder-based internal force. Of course, rank 2 in a force cultivation techniques could only be cultivated after reaching rank 2, so the Thunder Essence technique had a prerequisite cultivation technique, which was the rank 1 top quality Thunder Chi technique. Before practicing the Thunder Origin technique, he needed to practice the Thunder Chi technique to the Great Circle of the first stage. The Thunder Origin chant was indeed a good technique. At least, it was much better than the incomplete 5 poison scripture. Jiang Li had already decided to change his internal energy technique to the Thunder Chi technique. After all, the internal breath technique was only level 1 high grade, and there was no subsequent cultivation method. A martial arts manual. There were 30 level 1 low grade, 20 level 1 mid grade, 10 level 1 high grade, 5 level 1 supreme grade, 3 level 2 low grade, and the highest level was level 2 low grade. The 3 level 2 low grade martial arts manuals were Thundersnake Fist, Protective Dipper Energy, Thunderous Movement Technique. Pills. There were 13,000 unranked pills, 3,100 low-grade first-grade pills, 2,200 middle-class first-grade pills, 1110 high-class first-grade pills, 400 top-grade first-grade pills, and 10 low-grade second-grade pills. The low-grade second-grade medicinal pill was the Lightning Origin pill. It was a medicinal pill that was used to cultivate the Lightning Origin technique. Other than that, 400 first-grade Thunder Chi pills. This was a supplementary pill that was used to complement the Thunder Chi cultivation. Finally, it was to equip weapons. There were many of them. A certain number of weapons. Jiang Li didn't take a closer look at the weapons and equipment, but he did notice a level 2 low-grade golden soft armor. Golden soft armor. It could withstand the attack of an early-stage Tier 2 martial artist. This was obviously a good life-saving item. Okay. Jiang Li put on the golden soft armor without hesitation. He immediately felt much safer. Xu Wei sent someone to move all these herbs to the backyard first. Store the rest in the warehouse. Jiang Li drew circles on the book. Also, from today on, the Sirius gang will set up a contribution pavilion. Put all the pills, weapons, internal strength, and martial arts in the contribution pavilion. All members of the sect can obtain contribution points by contributing to the sect. They can use the points to exchange for anything in the contribution pavilion. For the time being, you will be the leader of the contribution pavilion. As for how to earn contribution points, as well as how many contribution points are needed to exchange for pills, weapons, equipment, internal arts, and martial arts, you can discuss it with someone and let me know when you have a specific plan. Yes, gang leader. Xu Wei was stunned for a moment. She was overjoyed and immediately nodded in response. I will definitely not let you down, Sect Master. Chapter 69, Unlocking the Biochemical Mech. If the contribution pavilion was officially established, it would quickly become the core of the Sirius gang. At that time, he would also have a lot of power. If Xu Yajin could secure her position as the leader of the contribution pavilion, her status in the Sirius gang would be greatly improved. Of course, Jiang Li mainly saw that Xu Wei was quite capable. She was qualified to be the leader of the contribution pavilion. Furthermore, from the beginning to the end, the Sirius gang wasn't Jiang Li's focus. All the forces he controlled were for the creation of the mech army. As long as he had enough power and benefits, his men wouldn't betray him easily. There was another thing. The mechanical army did not engage in production, so they needed an organization like the Sirius gang to serve them. Gang leader. Outside the door. Mahan knocked on the door and a voice was heard. Heavenly Gate Gang's Huaqian gang leader and Tinyu House's house leader Yu Shulan are here. They want to see Lord Gang leader. Oh. Bring them here. Jiang Li looked up and said, bring them here. Yes, gang leader. Mahan nodded. Xu Wei, you can go back to your work. Go. Jiang Li waved his hand. Yes. Xu Wei nodded. Right, make the plan as soon as possible. Jiang Li said. Yes, Sect Master. I will complete it in the shortest time possible. Xu Wei said. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. This subordinate will take his leave. Xu Wei left. A few minutes later, Mahan arrived with Huaqian and Yu Shulan. Gang leader. Mahan stood outside and knocked on the door. Huaqian gang leader and landlord Yu Shulan are here. Come in. Jiang Li said. The door was pushed open. Mahan, Huaqian, and Yu Shulan entered the house. Gang leader. Mahan bowed. Chief Jiang. Huaqian had a flattering smile on his face. He cupped his hands and bowed. His tone was quite respectful. Greetings, Chief Jiang. Yu Shulan bowed slightly. Mahan, you can leave first. Go. Jiang Li waved his hand. Yes. Mahan nodded respectfully and left the room, closing the door behind him. Is there something you two need for making a special trip here? Jiang Li asked directly. Huaqian and Yu Shulan looked at each other before Yu Shulan spoke. Chief Jiang, we've thought about it for a long time. After what happened last time, both the Heavenly Gate Gang and Tinyu House lost a lot of people and their strength dropped. The city guards of Yonggan City suffered even more losses. So, we've decided to join the Sirius gang. We hope Chief Jiang can help us. Are you sure? What? Jiang Li asked. I'm sure. Yes. Huaqian nodded sullenly. Chief Jiang is very powerful. The Sirius gang is destined to rise. It's our honor to join the Sirius gang at this time. Chief Jiang, this is a token of our appreciation. We hope you can accept it. Yu Shulan took out a wooden box and opened it. There was a stack of silver notes inside, each of them worth 100,000 taels of silver. There were 20 in total. That would be 2 million taels of silver. Ha ha. Jiang Li smiled and walked over. If you want to join the Sirius gang, I'll naturally welcome you. You don't need to spend so much money. You're welcome, you're welcome. I'll take it. Jiang Li said, but he didn't slow down. He already took the 2 million taels of silver and put it in his pocket. Another 2 million taels had entered his account. It's what I should do, it's what I should do. Hua Qian's mouth twitched. We heard that Chief Jiang needs spirit herbs and medicinal herbs, so we've brought all the remaining spirit herbs and medicinal herbs in the gang to give to you. The Heavenly Gate gang and Tingyu Tower are already part of the Sirius gang, so these herbs and spirit herbs naturally belong to them, Yu Shulan said. Well said, well said. Ha ha. Jiang Li laughed again. From now on, the Heavenly Gate gang and Tingyu Tower are part of the Sirius gang. You two are my good brothers and friends. Recently, I plan to build a contribution pavilion, and the pavilion leader is Shuwei. Go to Shuwei and tell her that I said that you can choose any top-tier level 1 internal cultivation technique or martial arts manual. Top grade rank 1. Yu Shulan's eyes lit up. Sect Master, is this true? Hua Qian's tone was excited. Really? Okay. Jiang Li smiled. Thank you, leader. Hua Qian bowed. Thank you for your kindness, Chief. Yu Shulan chimed in. Soon after, Hua Qian and Yu Shulan left to find Shuwei. Jiang Li asked someone to bring the herbs and spirit herbs that Hua Qian and Yu Shulan had sent over. There were quite a lot of them. There were 2,000 ordinary medicinal herbs, 1,100 low-grade Tier 1 medicinal herbs, 500 medium-grade Tier 1 medicinal herbs, 200 high-grade Tier 1 medicinal herbs, and 50 top-grade Tier 1 medicinal herbs. Of course, compared to what Jiang Li got from the Mayor's Mansion and the Chamber of Commerce of Spirit Herbs, these herbs weren't much, but they weren't little either. Plus the ones he got last time, the Heavenly Gate gang and Tingyu House must have taken all the herbs and spirit herbs. Sure. Jiang Li opened the Dominator panel. Master panel. Master, Jiang Li. Gain, Super Mechanical Army. Interface, Army Type. Mechanical Army Type, can be expanded. Mechanical Navy Type, cannot be expanded. Mechanical Air Force Type, cannot be expanded. Mechanical Interstellar Type, cannot be expanded. Special Mechanical Army Type, cannot be expanded. Energy Points, 1102. Soul Tinder, 100 level 1 Soul Tinder, 1 level 2 Soul Tinder. I only have 1102 energy points left. Mechanical Army. Jiang Li murmured, open the interface of the Mechanical Army. Interface, Mechanical Army Type. Level 1 Mech Types, Combat Mech, unlocked. Cold Weapon Mech, unlocked. Firearm Mech, unlocked. Intel Mech, unlocked. Biochemical Mech, 108 can be unlocked. Unlock the Biochemical Mech. Jiang Li used 8 level 1 Soul Tinders and unlocked the last type of level 1 Mechanical Army, Biochemical Mech. The Biochemical Mech has been unlocked. Sure. Prompt, congratulations, Lord. You have fully unlocked the Stage 1 Mechanical Army and successfully obtained the authority to activate the Stage 2 Mechanical Army. Please collect 9 Stage 2 Soul Tinders and 10,000 energy points as soon as possible to open the Stage 2 Mechanical Army interface. Jiang Li received a notification. Fuse the first stage Soul Tinder. Jiang Li used the Soul Tinder fusion function. There were 92 level 1 Soul Tinders left, so he could fuse them 9 times in total. If he was lucky and he could fuse all 9 times, he might be able to gather enough Soul Tinders to activate level 2 troops. Merging in progress. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. Fusion failed. Fusion failed. Fusion failed. Fusion successful. A few minutes later, the 9 fusions had all ended, but the success rate was only 1/3. 6 out of 9 fusions had failed, and he had only succeeded 3 times. In other words, Jiang Li only got 3 level 2 Soul Tinders. In addition to the one he already had, he had 4 in total. 9 were required to open the interface of level 2 troop classes. Jiangli still needed 5 more. It's still too early, I haven't even gathered half of it. I'm not. Jiangli shook his head. He wasn't discouraged. He had already expected this result. He knew very well how low the success rate of fusing the tinder was. To be able to succeed 3 times the success rate of 1/3 was already not bad. Create a biomech. Jiangli used 10 energy points and only made 1 biomech. Chapter 70 Skyrocketing Energy Points. On the manufacturing interface, an illusionary human figure appeared. There were countless light spots around the figure, which gradually filled the illusionary figure and slowly solidified. A minute later, biochemical mech construction completed. Buzz. What's going on? The illusionary figure enlarged and showed up in front of Jiangli. It was a 2-meter tall, muscular, bald, middle-aged man in black leather armor. Biochemical mech SH-01 greets my lord. Biochemical mech SH-01 saluted to Jiangli. He was a few heads taller than Jiangli, so Jiangli had to look up. Yes. Okay. Jiangli nodded and looked at it carefully. For example, the biochemical mech was tall and muscular. It was wearing black leather armor and gave off a strong sense of oppression. It was somewhat similar to the Tyrant T-103 from the Resident Evil series. The Tyrant T-103 was also known as the Leather Tyrant. The two of them had an 80% similarity in appearance. Sure. Unit type, biochemical mech. Rank, early stage of rank 1. No, SH-01. Skill, level 1 low-grade biochemical poison. Biochemical machinery, a half-biological, half-mechanical creation. It is not afraid of death or pain. It is infinitely loyal and can transform its body to a certain extent. It will only be truly scrapped when its mechanical heart is destroyed or 90% of its body is destroyed. It can be recycled after it dies in battle for half of the energy points of the cost. Advancement requirement, 20 energy points. Jiangli finished reading the information about the biochemical mech. In general, the abilities of the biochemical mechs were the same as when Jiangli was playing the game. In fact, the abilities of the other units were the same. First of all, biochemical poison. The biochemical mechs contained extremely toxic biochemical toxins. They could control the biochemical toxins freely and could even infect and control living creatures, turning them into puppet zombies. Of course, although the biochemical poison was powerful, it was not as powerful as the T-virus. If it had the power of the T-virus, it would not be a low-level rank 1 soldier. Even so, that was still quite powerful. A level 1 biomech could infect and control 3 walking puppets of the same level. The middle stage of the first level could infect and control 5 walking corpse puppets of the same level. At the late stage of the first rank, he could infect and control 7 walking corpse puppets of the same price. The completion of the first stage could infect and control 9 walking corpse puppets of the same price. Other than that, since the biochemical mechs were half biological and half mechanical objects, they had strong defense and could be used as meat shields. They could also transform to a certain extent, so their combat power was very strong. It could be said that the biochemical mech was considered a more perfect type of soldier. Upgrade. Jiangli waved his hand and used 140 energy points to upgrade biochemical mech SH-01 to the perfected stage of level 1. Sure. Sure. Biochemical mech SH-01's body glowed several times. In a few seconds, it had completed the upgrade and reached the perfected level 1. There was no change in his appearance, but the epaulet on his shoulder had been upgraded from private to sergeant, and the information had also changed. His abilities had also improved significantly. Unit type, biochemical mech. Rank, grand completion of rank 1. No, SH-01. Skill, level 1 ultimate biochemical poison. Biochemical machinery, Kai omitted. Advancement condition, 1 stage 2 Sol Tinder, 100 energy points. Yes. Good. Jiangli nodded with satisfaction. The defense of the biochemical mech is very strong. It's perfect as a meat shield. Plus, it's tall. I can keep it with me to protect me. At this moment, in the backyard, the chests were already filled with 13,220 ordinary medicinal herbs, and they were so densely packed that it was almost to the point of being unable to fit them all. Convert them all into energy points. Yes, Giangali confirmed. Buzz. After that, the entire backyard lit up with a white flash of light. All 13220 stalks of ordinary medicinal herbs had disappeared and were converted into energy points. Sure. Conversion successful. 35,100 energy points obtained. A notification appeared. Ordinary herbs. A 10-year-old one could be converted into 1 energy point, and a 20-year-old one could be converted into 2 energy points. For every 10 years, an additional energy point would be converted. Among the 13,220 stalks of ordinary medicinal herbs, many of them were medicinal herbs that were over 10 years old. So, in the end, he obtained 35,100 energy points. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. The number of energy points had increased from 952 to 36,052 points. Giangali now had a real 10,000 income. One had to know. Giangali still had a lot of spiritual herbs that he hadn't converted yet. Of course, Giangali didn't convert the spiritual herbs. Because a low-grade spirit herb could only be converted to 10 energy points, but its price was 100 times that of an ordinary spirit herb. If he sold the spirit herb and used all the money he earned from selling the spirit herb to buy ordinary herbs, he would be able to buy them. Then, the energy points that Giangali could get would be greatly increased. It was much more profitable than directly converting them into spirit herbs. This debt, Giangali knew what was going on. However, I've already run out of ordinary herbs in Yongan City. Most of the wealth is in my hands, Giangali said. The best way to get more common herbs is to trade with other cities, such as Pingding City, which is the closest to Yongan City. We can transport the spiritual herbs to Pingding City for sale and then buy ordinary medicinal herbs from Pingding City. Giangali had made up his mind. Of course, Giangali didn't need to do this in person. After all, he had so many people under him. He had to let them do something. Just pass down the order and let the people under you do it. Before that, I can take advantage of the surge in energy points and send another wave of troops. Sure. Giangali opened the troop type interface. After the battle at Qingshan Valley, Giangali had lost more than half of his mechs. The original 820 mechs had been reduced to 406. Among them, 50 firearm mechs at the perfected stage of level 1, 44 combat mechs at the perfected stage of level 1, 46 cold weapon mechs at the perfected stage of level 1, 6 information mechs at the perfected stage of level 1, 80 level 1 firearm mechs, 90 combat mechs at the early stage of level 1, 90 cold weapon mechs at the early stage of level 1. Wen Gang has been promoted to Sniper Mech JJ01. After the battle in Qingshan Valley, Giangali fully realized the importance of the combat power of the higher level. One had to know. More than 100 mechs at the perfected stage of level 1 attacked Manjorn. Domlin had to heavily injure Manjorn to win. Early stage tier 2 was much stronger than perfected tier 1. Of course, it didn't mean that more than 100 perfected stage level 1 mechs couldn't defeat Manjorn, who was at the early stage of level 2. After all, they killed Manjorn while 2 combat mechs were disabled. Even without Dormlin's help, they could still kill Manjorn after a few more mechs were destroyed. The second rank was strong. But there was a limit to how strong it was. Chapter 71A Breakthrough. Sure. Wengang and Sniper Mech JJ01's bodies started to flash. It took Giangali 26,000 energy points to upgrade Wengang and Sniper Mech JJ01 to the perfected stage of level 2. Among them, it required 2,000 energy points to upgrade from the early stage of Tier 2 to the middle stage of Tier 2, 4,000 energy points to upgrade from the middle stage of Tier 2 to the late stage of Tier 2, and 8,000 energy points to upgrade from the late stage of Tier 2 to the perfected stage. It only took a few seconds. The light on Wengang and Sniper Mech JJ-01 disappeared. They had completed their upgrade and reached the perfected stage of level 2. Wengang's appearance didn't change much. His rank was promoted from first lieutenant to first lieutenant. His information bar also changed and his intelligence was improved to a certain extent. Troop type, combat mech. Rank, grand completion of rank 2. No, GD-01, Wengang. Skill 1, level 1 ultimate fighting technique. Skill 2, rank 2 premium vibration. Equipment, tier 2 exquisite combat gloves. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirements, 1 stage 3 Soltinder, 10,000 energy points. Combat mech Wengang, greetings, ruler. Wengang saluted. Yes. Okay. Jiandli nodded in satisfaction and continued to read the messages. Unit type, sniper mech. Rank, grand completion of rank 2. No, JJ-01. Skill 1, rank 1 gun fighting technique. Skill 2, rank 2 superior eagle eye. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirements, 1 stage 3 Soltinder, 10,000 energy points. Sniper Mech JJ-01 had also reached the perfected stage of level 2 and his abilities had improved significantly. The original sniper rifle had become a large caliber sniper cannon. The power was extremely terrifying. With the power of the sniper cannon, it was enough to kill Deacon Jom in one shot. He didn't even need to use armor-piercing bullets. In terms of ammunition, among them, it was equipped with 1,000 normal rounds, 500 armor-piercing rounds, 300 armor-piercing rounds, 200 armor-piercing burning rounds, and 100 energy rounds. It was obvious that there were 2 more types of bullets: armor-piercing incendiary rounds and energy rounds. These 2 types of bullets were naturally more powerful and they could also be used to deal with some special situations. Very good, very good. Jiandli was naturally very satisfied. One had to know. After all, he had used up a total of 26,000 energy points. Create 99 biomechs. Jiandli used 990 energy points and started to increase the number of mechs. Sure. The virtual manufacturing interface appeared, showing an illusionary figure. Beside the illusionary figure was the X99 symbol. Countless light spots filled the illusionary figure, gradually solidifying. A minute later, the production was completed. Sure. 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 Let's go. The illusionary figures turned real. 99 biomechs appeared out of thin air and stood in front of Jiangli in a neat row. Greetings, Chief Sovereign. They saluted at the same time. Yes. Okay. Jiangli nodded again. Upgrade 49 biomechs. Buzz. Jiandli used another 6,860 energy points to upgrade the 49 biomechs to the perfected level of level 1. There were a total of 50 perfected stage level 1 biomechs. Biochemical mech no. SH-01 upgraded. Jiandli thought for a while and used a level 2 Soltinder to upgrade the biochemical mech SH-01 to the early stage of level 2. Sure. The biochemical mech SH-01 glowed. He merged the level 2 Soltinder into it and used 100 energy points to modify it. A few seconds passed. The biochemical mech had completed its upgrade. It became a level 2 troop class. It could be seen. After being upgraded to level 2, the biochemical mech had a huge bazooka launcher on its right arm and a heavy rotating Gatling cannon on its left arm. Its appearance was similar to the Chaser from the Resident Evil series. It was the embodiment of violence. Unit type, biochemical mech. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No, SH-01. Skill 1, level 1 ultimate biochemical poison. Skill 2, level 2 low-quality biochemical physique. Biochemical machinery, Kai omitted. Advancement requirement, 2,000 energy points. Very good, he said. I'm sorry. Jiandli finished reading the information of the level 2 biomech and walked around the biomech with the serial number SH-01. The energy points are almost used up again. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. After a series of upgrades, Jiangli only had 2,102 energy points left from his original 36052. He had used up 33,950 energy points. Although it's painful to use up so many energy points, I've gained a lot. I have 2 more perfected stage level 2 mechs. With the biochemical poison of the biochemical mechs, if there's a war, I can create a large group of walking corpse puppets that are not afraid of death. Jiangli thought, also, a perfected level 2 sniper mech has super long-range lethality. If used properly, I can kill the enemy's leader without anyone knowing. Time passed. 3 days later. Buzz. 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 In the courtyard. Jiangli was practicing the Thunder Chi skill. He was holding a blood-red bead in his hand. It was the blood refinement bead. He used the Thunder Chi skill to absorb the pure Chi and blood in the blood refinement bead and refine it. From head to toe, the blood was surging and the faint sound of running water could be heard. Condense. Boom. Condense. Jiangli shouted. The Chi and blood in his body gathered in his dantian in his abdomen, forming a huge pressure that was being compressed and condensed. A bang was heard. His Chi and blood scattered, creating turbulence, forming an air wave that swept in all directions. I failed again. I've tried a few times, but I'm always a bit off. I've wasted a lot of energy in the blood refining bead. In these 3 days, Jiangli didn't go out. He didn't care about the serious gang's affairs either. Instead, he was working hard to improve his cultivation and strengthen his ability to protect himself. It was just that his talent for martial arts was a little poor, which resulted in him not being able to condense inner force even with the help of the blood refinement bead. The contribution pavilion had been built recently and Jiangli had gone through the specific plan. It was pretty good, so he agreed. At the same time, because of Long Chengzhen's death, the White Dragon Gang finally merged with the Sirius Gang. The Lord of Yongan City and the State Lord were dead. Now, the Sirius Gang was the most powerful gang, and Jiangli had the final say. So, as a result, many people in Yongan City wanted to join the Sirius Gang. After a series of general selections, they recruited 1,000 ordinary members to manage the various businesses of the gang. Everything was developing in a good direction. There was another thing. Let's go. Jiangli sent Hua Qian to Pingding City to open up trade with them. Hua Qian had been there before and was familiar with the city. Besides, Jiangli had saved Dong Lin's life, and Dong Lin was the general of Pingding City. Therefore, Jiangli thought it wouldn't be too difficult to open up trade with Pingding City. Again. Buzz. Jiangli took a deep breath and didn't give up. He continued to practice the Thunder Chi skill, absorbing the blood essence in the blood refining bead and refining it. Boom. Finally, after failing so many times, Jiangli had accumulated a lot of experience. This time, he finally succeeded in condensing internal force. All the Chi in his body merged into one, and he successfully condensed a trace of internal force. He entered the early stage of level 1 and opened up his dantian. Chapter 72 Appointment. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Jiangli laughed happily. I've failed so many times, but I've finally succeeded this time. Although I've used up a lot of energy from the blood refining bead, I've finally condensed internal force. From today on, I'm also considered a true martial artist. Buzz. In his dantian, the Chi and blood in his body condensed into a thread of internal energy, like a thin snake, circling in his dantian. However, the internal energy was too thin. Forget about opening up his meridians, he could only use it once or twice at most before his internal energy was exhausted. After cultivating internal force, the next step of cultivation was to open up the 12 principal meridians. Opening up 3 or less of the principal meridians would allow one to be at the early stage of level 1. Those who broke through less than 6 proper meridians were in the middle of the first level, those who broke through 9 meridians were in the late stage of level 1, those who broke through 12 meridians were at the great circle of level 1. After all 12 meridians were connected, the inner force would flow through the whole body and reach a complete state. Finally, after opening the 8 extraordinary meridians, he would be able to reach grade 2. Jiang Li had just cultivated internal force and was far from level 2. The path of cultivation. Jiang Li had just started. Congratulations on your breakthrough, young master. Du Xiaohua congratulated him in a cheerful tone. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. After the joy, he calmed down. After getting used to his increased strength, Jiang Li stopped practicing Thunder Chi. Thunderous movement technique. Shua. Shua. Very quickly. Martial arts. Jiang Li began to practice his body techniques. He did not expect himself to master any powerful martial arts. With a mechanical army, the most important thing was to learn how to protect himself. So, movement technique and speed were the most important. The faster one's speed was, the faster one could run. The more agile one's body technique was, the more one could avoid the enemy's attacks. Of course, it wasn't easy to master a movement technique. Jiang Li wasn't a martial arts genius. It was impossible for him to master a body movement in 1 or 2 days, not to mention that the thunder body movement was a high-grade level 1. It was still all right. The thunderous movement technique was very compatible with the thunder chi technique, so it was twice the result with half the effort. It could save a lot of time. He finished practicing his movement technique. Jiang Li started to practice the violent bear paw. The Thunder Snake Fist was a level 2 martial art, but Jiang Li had just reached level 1. He couldn't practice it without elemental internal force. Furthermore, Jiang Li had already mastered the violent bear palm. During this period of time, Jiang Li had prepared quite a lot of bear strength pills and he had almost mastered the violent bear paw. Every martial art was also divided into different levels. From low to high, entry, small success, large success, and perfection. For martial arts of the same rank, the higher the realm of cultivation, the stronger the power exerted. It was noon. Violent bear paw. Raw. Bear force. Jiang Li shouted. His internal force gushed out and turned into bear force. When his palm landed, a bear's roar could be heard and he punched forward. Boom. There was a loud sound. A fake mountain in front of him was smashed into pieces by Jiang Li's palm. Who tilde tilde who tilde who tilde. Jiang Li retracted his palm and was overjoyed. A bear's roar comes from my palm. I've made some progress in violent bear paw. Jiang Li murmured. Not bad. Okay. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. Gang leader, it's time for lunch. Du Xiaohua reminded him in a low voice. All right, he said. Okay, Jiang Li stopped and nodded, let's go eat. In the afternoon, there were 2 guests at the headquarters of the Sirius gang. They were an ambassador from the Qian dynasty and an ambassador from the Black Dragon County. Jiang Li asked someone to take them to the hall. Chief Jiang. In the main hall, Jiang Li sat on the leader's seat and looked at the 2 people standing below. The one on the left came from the Qian dynasty and was holding the imperial edict of the king. He was an imperial envoy. Another person. It was a messenger from the Black Dragon County who led the way for this imperial envoy. Yes. Okay, Jiang Li nodded, please get to the point. Jiang Li, Lord Hanliki has the Emperor's imperial edict. He's an imperial envoy and has a high status. You're just the leader of a third-rate gang, but you don't even greet him. Jiang Donglai, the envoy of the Black Dragon County, immediately rebuked him in an unfriendly tone, trying to stir up trouble. I think you have no respect for the imperial envoy and the great Qian dynasty. Such an act should be punished. Jiang Li narrowed his eyes, waved his right hand and said coldly, directly slap his mouth. Yes. Sure. Wen Gan, who was standing on Jiang Li's right side, immediately moved. He disappeared and reappeared next to Jiang Donglai. Pa. A slap landed on Jiang Donglai's left cheek. Ah. Jiang Donglai let out a blood-curdling screech. His teeth were all knocked out and half of his face was swollen. He was sent flying and slammed into the wall, looking rather miserable. You. Jiang Li. Jiang Donglai pointed at Jiang Li with a trembling finger. If you dare to talk nonsense again, do you believe that this gang master will kill you immediately? You're right, Jiang Li said coldly. Jiang Donglai's pupils contracted and he shut his mouth in fear. Jiang Li is too brutal. He attacked me without any hesitation. I'm an emissary of the Black Dragon County, after all. I represent the county. He actually made a move. Jiang Donglai's heart could not help but tremble. Speaking of this, Jiang Dongshan promised the Duke that he would ask for the blood-refining bead from Jiang Li, but it didn't seem like it would be that easy. What a fast speed! Han Liki's pupils contracted slightly and his expression was one of shock. Just now, when Wen Gang made his move, Han Liki couldn't even see Wen Gang's figure clearly. His speed was too fast and his eyes couldn't keep up. One had to know. Han Liki himself was an early-stage rank 2 martial artist. In other words, Jiang Li's subordinate was a powerful martial artist who had surpassed the early stage of level 2. After coming to his senses, the Imperial Envoy Han Liki smiled and slowly took out the Imperial Edict hidden in his sleeve. He opened the Imperial Edict and said, "To be honest, before I came here, I didn't believe it. But after seeing gang leader Jiang's men, I'm 90% convinced." The leader of the serious gang, Jiang Li, found out about Dugu Huanqing's rebellion because he knew about the conspiracy of the Red-Browed Monster Kingdom's Green Scale City and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's Barren City. They also successfully destroyed the plans of the Red-Browed Yao Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. They even wiped out the troops of the monster race and the barbarian race. In the end, they even stopped the plan of the Half-Monster Alliance and saved the entire Yongan City. I've contributed a lot. According to the second of the 3 laws of the human race, from today on, Jiang Li, the leader of the Series Gan, will take over the position of the City Lord of Yongan City. He has the right to expand the territory. I hope you can do your part to strengthen the human race. It is everyone's responsibility to protect the human race. Chief Jiang, oh no, City Lord Jiang, please accept the decree. Han Liki closed the Imperial Edict and handed it to Jiang Li with a smile. Oh, what's the meaning of this? Huh? Jiang Li was also stunned. He looked at Han Liki suspiciously. So, I'm a city lord now. Also, what's with the 3 laws of the human race you mentioned? City lord, you don't know the 3 great laws of the human race. Han Liki was also stunned. Jiang Li shrugged. I see. Han Liki returned to his senses and smiled. Then let me explain the 3 great laws of the human race to you, City Lord. After all, this is a very important matter. Please speak. I'm all ears. Jiang Li nodded. Chapter 73, Internal Worries. First of all, City Lord Jiang, you need to know that the 3 laws of the human race isn't set by a single human dynasty, Imperial Dynasty, or Imperial Dynasty. Instead, it was initiated by the Martial Immortal Court, and then, after experiencing the test of time, all the dynasties, Imperial Dynasties, and so on, jointly set and passed the highest rules. Therefore, as long as you are a member of the human race, you must abide by the 3 laws of the human race, Han Liki said slowly. Oh. Jiang Li nodded. I can understand that. Go on. What's the specific? The first of the 3 great laws of the human race is that marriage with any other race is forbidden. The second one is that all human beings have the absolute right to expand their territories, and all non-humankind cities they conquer will belong to them, without any interference from any other human forces. As long as the territory they conquer is large enough, they can even establish dynasties, supreme dynasties, or even supreme dynasties. Third, it is everyone's responsibility to protect the human race. Just these 3? Jiang Li asked. Yes. Han Liki nodded. I think we should add one more. Jiang Li said. This Bayan, why do you say that? Han Liki looked suspicious. You can add a 4th one, study hard and improve every day. It's my responsibility. Jiang Li smiled. It's the 3rd rule, it's everyone's responsibility to protect the human race. City Lord Jiang. Han Liki's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, we can't joke about this. The 3 laws of the human race are related to the rise and fall of the entire human race. We can't be careless. So please don't make such jokes in the future to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thank you for the reminder, sir. Jiang Li shrugged. I've noted it down. City Lord Jiang, please accept the decree. Han Liki gave the imperial edict to Jiang Li again. Yes. Jiang Li thought about it and took the imperial edict. Oh, that's right. Han Liki smiled. I forgot to tell City Lord Jiang something. From today onwards, I will take over Yang Zix's position and take charge of the Yongan City County government. I'll be taking office today. Oh, greetings, County Lord Han. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows and greeted with a smile. City Lord Jiang is too polite. Han Liki returned a smile. I hope that the two of us can work together sincerely in the future and be honest with each other. We can build Yongan City together. Well said, well said. Of course. Jiang Li smiled. Of course. Farewell. Han Liki cupped his hands. Mahan, go see County Lord Hanoff. Jiang Li shouted. No need. Han Liki waved his hand. I know the way to the county government office. Han Liki. Jiang Li watched Han Liki leave the hall. Jiang Jiyu, City Lord Jiang, the regional king has asked me to pass you a message. At this moment, Jiang Donglai got up from the ground and touched the swollen half of his face. He was very angry in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. His tone was particularly nervous, and his expression was even more respectful. Speak, he said. Jiang Li just glanced at it. The Commandery Prince said that the blood refining bead is of great importance. So, please hand it over to the Black Dragon Commandery, City Lord Jiang. Jiang Donglai said. Jiang Li said indifferently, I risked my life to get this. This king wants to take it away. There's no such good thing in this world. Governor Jiang, although you are the governor, Yongan City is under the jurisdiction of the Black Dragon County. I'm kindly advising you to think twice before you act, Jiang Donglai said. After all, the blood refinement bead was made by the evil formation of the Half-Monster Alliance. This isn't anything good, it's an evil thing. It was obvious. The Commandery Prince of the Black Dragon County just wanted the blood refining beads. As for the important matter and the evil thing of the Half-Monster Alliance, he didn't care. They were all excuses. One had to know. The blood refinement bead was made from the lives of tens of thousands of living beings, including a few Stage 2 living beings. It was a treasure that could help one break through to Stage 3. The most important thing was, the Commandery Prince of the Black Dragon County was a warrior at the peak of the second stage. He had been at the peak of the second stage for a long time. When he heard the news about the blood refining bead, he was like a cat that had smelled fish. He couldn't hold back anymore. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to care about his reputation, he would have personally joined the battle long ago. Wen Gang, throw him out. Jiang Li waved his hand. He wasn't interested in talking anymore. Yes, Chief Sovereign. Sure. Yes, Wen Gang replied. His figure flickered and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared beside Jiang Donglai and grabbed his collar. Yin Luo, what are you doing? Jiang Donglai's voice trembled. Ah. Wen Gang swung his right hand and Jiang Donglai was sent flying out of the hall, screaming. He crashed through the door and fell to the ground. And it was face first, rubbing against the ground and rolling a few meters. It hurt just looking at it. Jiang Li Jiji. Jiang Li. Jiang Donglai pointed at Jiang Li with trembling fingers. If you don't get lost, do you believe I'll make you stay here forever? Jiang Li said in a deep voice. Jiang Donglai was shocked. He didn't even dare to say a word and turned to run out. Ha 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 ha. In the surroundings, many members of the Sirius gang burst into laughter when they saw this. You've really thrown away all the face of the Black Dragon. Han Liki also turned around and shook his head. In the main hall, Wang Pinyuan, Jiang Li said. Your subordinate is here. Wang Pinyuan bowed respectfully. Sent someone to follow Jiang Donglai, but don't alert the enemy. Let's see what he's up to. Keep an eye on Han Liki too, Jiang Li said. Send someone to keep an eye on him too. As you wish, Sect Master. Oh no, I mean Lord City Master. Wang Pingyuan said. Go on. Go. Jiang Li waved his hand. Yes. Wang Pingyuan turned around and walked out of the hall. I haven't heard anything from Qinglin City and the Baron City recently. The half-monster alliance seems to have disappeared. But the Black Dragon County showed up first. Jiang Li tapped the armrest with his right index finger and murmured, Black Dragon County's king, I'd like to see what kind of tricks you're going to play. Mahan. Jiang Li shouted. Your subordinate has arrived. Mahan immediately ran in. Go and call Hong Qianche. Jiang Li said. Yes. Mahan nodded and left with the order. In the afternoon, Hong Qianche arrived. Hong Qianche, head instructor of the Reserve City Guards, greets the city lord. Hong Qianche knelt down and saluted. Instructor Hong, you don't have to be so polite. Get up. Jiang Li looked up. Get up. Thank you, city lord. Hong Qianche stood up. Although the city hadn't been informed that Jiang Li had become the new city lord yet, there was no ceremony. However, as the head instructor of the city guards, Hong Qianche had received the news in advance. In reality, after the battle in Qingshan Valley, Hong Qianche was lucky enough to touch the barrier of level 2. He would probably break through to level 2 soon. Plus, Hong Qianche was knowledgeable, so he could be a good help. What's the situation with the city guards? What is it? Jiang Li asked. Thank you for your concern, city lord. Because of the last war, the city guard army suffered heavy losses and only less than 1,000 of the original 5,000 soldiers are left. Hong Qianche sounded depressed. 1,000 people? Jiang Li frowned. That's too little. For now. Jiang Li didn't have enough mechs to form an army, mainly because he didn't have enough energy points. If he had enough energy points, he could have thousands of mechs. But now, he also needed the strength of the city guards and the gang members. Chapter 74 Ambition. One had to know. Jiang Li was now the lord of a city. He was no longer the leader of a small gang. He had a city and his own territory. Now, if he wanted to protect his territory and interests, he needed the support of a powerful force. Without an army to protect the city, the barbarian race and the demon race would be doomed if they were to attack. The city might even fall into their hands. Furthermore, Jiang Li's ambition wasn't only limited to Yongan City, the second of the 3 great laws of the human race. As long as Jiang Li could take down the cities of the monsters and barbarians, these cities and territories would belong to him. No one would be able to interfere. At that time, he would continue to expand the size and strength of his mechanical army. Jiang Li could even establish a dynasty, Imperial Dynasty, or Imperial Dynasty. There was another thing. Creating a mechanical army required a massive amount of resources and elixirs, and unlocking powerful troops also required a soul tinder, which came from the souls of living creatures. This required killing. Attacking the monster race and barbarian race was a good choice. They could also plunder resources. That was all. Only a powerful and rich country could afford to raise a powerful army. They used war to sustain war and plundered resources. The most important thing was, the Greenscale City and Baron City had already formed an irreconcilable hatred with Jiang Li. They would fight sooner or later, so Jiang Li had already made up his mind. That was to find a way to take down the Greenscale City and the Baron City. Before this, they still needed to settle the internal problems. Instructor Hong, I'll give you the authority to conduct a citywide recruitment. Anyone from the Sirius gang who wants to join the city guards can join. Jiang Li said. My lord, recruiting soldiers is a good thing. This subordinate is naturally willing to do it. Yes. Hong Qianchen nodded and said, but what about the salary? Military pay. Cough, cough. Jiang Li coughed. Instructor Hong, you have to understand my difficulties. It's hard to earn money these days. I'm tight on money too. City Lord, how do we recruit soldiers without pay? Hong Qianche said. How about this? Last time, didn't we get a lot of spoils from Qingshan Valley? I'm going to hand them all over to you. You can think of a way to sell them or distribute them to the new recruits. It's up to you. Let's go. Jiang Li waved his hand and said, "But City Lord, this is too much." Hong Qianqi opened his mouth. "Let's do this for now. We'll think of another way if it really doesn't work. Go." Jiang Li waved his hand. "You can go now." "Yes, City Lord." Hong Qianqi could only accept the order helplessly. In reality, Jiang Li asked Hong Qianqi to recruit soldiers as a temporary measure. He never really planned to use the city guards as his main force. Recruiting soldiers was only a small matter. XX01, contact XX04 immediately and ask them about their progress in Pingding City. Jiang Li waved his hand. "Yes. Yes." XX01 nodded and walked to Jiang Li. He raised his right hand and projected a light screen to contact XX04. "Intel Mech XX04 greets my lord." On the screen, XX04 showed up and saluted Jiang Li. "Yes. Yes." Jiang Li nodded. "How's the situation? Have you sold out all the spirit herbs I asked you to bring?" How many ordinary herbs had he bought? When will you be able to return? "My lord, the spirit herb market in Pingding City is much larger than the one in Yonggan City. However, we've sold a large amount of spirit herbs in a short time, which has caused a huge impact on the spirit herb market in Pingding City, causing the price of spirit herbs to drop." XX04 replied, "Moreover, we're purchasing ordinary medicinal herbs in large quantities, so the price of ordinary medicinal herbs has increased. Of course, this is still within the acceptable range. It's just that the impact of the spirit herb market has affected the Chamber of Commerce in Pingding City and caused them to lose a lot of money. Therefore, during this period of time, there have been people from the Chamber of Commerce who have come to cause trouble. It's just a mere Chamber of Commerce, there's no need to pay attention to it." "I only want herbs," Jiang Li said in a deep voice. "Chief Sovereign, we can't just ignore him," XX04 said, "because most of the herbs are in the hands of these Chambers of Commerce. If they don't sell them or insist on raising the price, it's not a good thing for us." Jiang Li frowned. "Tell Hua Qian to buy as many herbs as he can and send them back to Yonggan City immediately. Tell him to ask Donglen for help. Let's see if he can find a way to solve the Chamber of Commerce's problem." "Yes, Chief Sovereign." "Yes," XX04 nodded. Buzz. The screen went out. Jiang Li told XX01 to turn off the communication. At night, Jiang Donglai's residence. Shua. Jiang Donglai tied the letter to the pigeon's leg and released it. The white pigeon flew into the sky and disappeared into the night. He flew toward the Black Dragon County. Jiang Li, you asked for it." Jiang Donglai sneered. The next day. "Let's go." Jiang Li officially moved into the city lord's mansion and held a ceremony. He informed the whole city and all the people came to watch. From today on, Jiang Li was officially the lord of Yonggan City. At the same time, Jiang Li changed the name of Yonggan City to Great Xia City. On the same day, at the city gate, the words Yonggan City were removed and replaced with the Great Xia City, which was very eye-catching. At the county office, Hanliki also officially took office on this day. On the day he took office, he began to recruit bailiffs from the entire city, and the treatment he received was quite good. The monthly allowance was very high. One had to know. There were only so many young people in the Great Xia City, and their numbers were limited. The city guards and the county government were recruiting at the same time. Compared to the city guards' poor pay, the treatment of the county government was even more attractive. So, as a result, Hong Qianqi didn't recruit many new soldiers in the end. However, the county government quickly recruited all the people and began to operate normally. These things, Hanliki. Jiang Li knew that, but he didn't care. After all, Hanliki represented the Qian dynasty. He had to give Hanliki some face. If Hanliki wanted to recruit, he could just let him. In the end, Hong Qianqi's city guards only had 2,000 people. 3 days later, there was good news from Hua Qian. They had completed the first transaction and sent people to escort the first batch of medicinal herbs from Pingding City back to Yongan City. "All right," he said. Jiang Li was overjoyed when he got the news. In the afternoon, City Lord's mansion. Buzz. Buzz. Jiang Li was practicing martial arts. He used the Thunder Chi skill to absorb the energy of the blood refinement bead in his right hand. He refined it and merged it with his body to refine his internal force. These days, as long as Jiang Li had time, he would cultivate and strengthen his internal force. His internal force storage was almost enough to open the first meridian. "You can't go in." Wen Chao and Ma Han's anxious voices came from outside. Boom. Jiang Li looked up and saw the door of his yard being kicked open. Several people rushed in. They looked around and immediately fixed their eyes on Jiang Li. "How do you, Jiang Li? How do you use the evil blood refinement bead to cultivate?" Among these people, the leader was a middle-aged man with a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He had a strong body and a fierce aura. He glared at them and pulled out the long knife at his waist with a clang. The tip of the knife was pointed at Jiang Li. Chapter 75 One Shot to Death. Whoosh! Jiang Li stopped. The internal force in his danqian and the qi and blood around him calmed down. After that, Jiang Li looked at the middle-aged man who rushed into the mansion and pointed at him with a knife. Then he looked behind him. Wang Chao and Ma Han ran in hurriedly. "City Lord, I'm sorry, we didn't manage to stop him," Ma Han said while panting. "I'm fine." Jiang Li just smiled and didn't care. In reality, if Jiang Li didn't stop them, the mechs hiding around would have attacked the moment they rushed in. "City Lord Jiang, I'm very sorry to tell you that you've made it big." Jiang Donglai sneered and smiled smugly. He walked out from behind, pointed at Jiang Li, and shouted, "The blood refinement bead is an evil item. It's an evil item that was refined with life. But Jiang Li, you used an evil object to cultivate. You must have killed countless people to make this blood refinement bead. You've committed a terrible crime. According to the laws of the Great Chen dynasty, you should be killed." "You're talking nonsense." "No." Wang Chao immediately shouted. "This blood refinement bead is clearly a trophy that the Castellan snatched from the Half-Monster Alliance. He didn't make it at all." "Hee, what evidence do you have for your words?" "Humph," Jiang Donglai snorted. "The blood refining bead is in Jiang Li's hand now. I just saw Jiang Li using the blood refining bead to practice. This is the evidence. Chief Constable Wang, please do it. Capture Jiang Li first, then bring him back to the Black Dragon County. The County King will try him himself. I believe the truth will be out soon." "Well, that's good." Chief Wang, the middle-aged man with a square face and a knife in his right hand, nodded. His expression was cold, as if he was impartial and incorruptible. "Regardless of whether this is true or false, we'll capture him first and interrogate him slowly." "No, you can't." At this moment, the Hanli notice was the first to receive the news, so he rushed over. He ran in from the outside with a few newly recruited constables and subordinates. "Jiang Donglai, what are you all doing? Are you trying to abuse your power?" Han Liki scolded. Wang Ling pays his respects to the county lord. Chief Constable Wang cupped his hands and saluted Han Liki. "Your Excellency." Jiang Donglai cupped his hands and saluted. "You're smiling. How could we abuse our authority? No matter what, Jiang Li is the lord of a city. You can't take him away just like that." Han Liki shouted. "Your Excellency, you can't say that." Jiang Donglai smiled. Jiang Li made evil things and used them to cultivate. I'm afraid he's killed many people in secret. He's really guilty. What evidence do you have? Han Liki asked with a frown. The blood refinement bead in Jiang Li's hand is the evidence. We just saw Jiang Li practicing with the blood refinement bead again. Jiang Donglai said. This blood refining bead is Jiang Li's trophy. Han Liki said. No. No. Jiang Donglai shook his head. Jiang Li made this at the cost of tens of thousands of lives. It's not his trophy at all. You're distorting the truth. Wang Chao shouted. Jian Donglai shook his head with a smile. No, no, no. You were all tricked by Jiang Li. If you don't believe me, I have a witness. Zhu Qianzhong, come in and reveal Jiang Li's true face to the State Lord. Yes. At the door, a familiar figure slowly walked in with his head slightly lowered. Elder Zhu Qianzhong of the Serious Gang greets my lords. Zhu Qianzhong bowed. Elder Zhu, what are you doing? Wang Chao and Ma Han were stunned. They did not expect Zhu Qianzhong to betray them. Han Liki frowned. Tell me what you know. Jian Donglai smiled. Yes. Zhu Qianzhong didn't dare to look at Jiang Li. He swallowed and said slowly, Jiang Li made the blood refining beads himself. I saw it with my own eyes. He killed several villagers. They are not his spoils at all. Also, in Qingshan Valley, Zhongling, Dugu Lua, and the cloaked man in black weren't from the Half-Monster Alliance. They are all Jiang Li's men. The blood refining formation is fake too. He's already made the blood refining beads. It's all Jiang Li's skein. He's just acting for us. Jiang Li is the real culprit. Don't be fooled by him. He's a devil. Ha 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 Yin Luo, everyone, did you hear that? Did you hear me? Jian Donglai laughed. Zhu Qianzhong is not one of my men. He's a senior member of the Serious Gang. I don't think he's lying. That's why I said Jiang Li is guilty. He should be killed. County Lord, there are witnesses and physical evidence. If you stop us from arresting him, I'll have to suspect if you're with Jiang Li. You're so silly. Han Liki did not know how to refute. It had to be said. Jian Donglai had already planned this and bribed Zhu Qianzhong. Most importantly, Zhu Qianzhong's status was neither high nor low. To distort black and white, to confuse right and wrong. One ring after another. Zhu Qianzhong, what benefits did they give you to make you say such words that go against your conscience? The city lord has treated you well. Wang Chao shouted. Shut up. Who are you? Do you think you are qualified to speak? Zhu Qianzhong berated, furthermore, everything I said is true. Kill him. No. Jiang Li waved his hand. I'm an eyesore. Bang. 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 Suddenly, rapid gunshots sounded. The firearm mechs hiding around raised their submachine guns and fired at Zhu Qianzhong. The bullets landed on his body. Fut. 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 Blood splattered everywhere. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. Zhu Qianzhong's body was turned into a cork. Blood spurted out from all over his body, and bullet holes appeared all over his body. His eyes widened as he fell down stiffly. He was dead. You lost your witness. Jiang Li shrugged with a smile and looked at Jian Donglai. What should we do? You. Jian Donglai shivered instinctively and immediately hid behind Wen Wenzi. He glared at Jiang Li and yelled, Good, good. Jiang Li, you finally revealed your true colors. Now that they know that they can't hide it anymore, they are finally going to kill us all. He, but it's a pity. We've long guessed that you'd be desperate, so we've invited Chief Wang from the Black Dragon County. He's a warrior at the late stage of the second rank. Furthermore, he even brought 3 subordinates at the early stage of the second rank. Jiang Li, you can't escape this. Sure. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 bailiffs behind Wen Ling rushed to Jiang Li from 3 different directions, trying to capture him. Be careful, City Lord. Wen Chao exclaimed. Boon. A burly figure jumped up from behind Jiang Li and stood in front of him. He was 2 meters tall and raised the rocket launcher in his right hand. Early stage level 2 biomech. Sh-01. There was a loud bang. The bazooka fired and a huge cannonball was fired, bringing out a fire-like smoke. It was extremely fast and directly exploded on one of the people. Boom. Boom. The bomb exploded and a dazzling flame burst out. The shockwave spread out and the temperature was extremely high. Ah! With a scream, the bailiff, who had reached the early stage of level 2, had his protective dipper energy shattered and his body was blown into pieces. A martial artist at the early stage of the second rank. He was blasted to death by a cannon just like that. The power of the bazooka of the early stage level 2 biomech was extremely brutal. Even an early stage level 2 martial artist would not be able to resist it. He was directly blasted to death. Hurry up and retreat. What? The two constables at the early stage of level 2 were so scared that their faces turned pale. They retreated in fear and looked at the burly figure standing in front of Jiang Li in horror. Chapter 76 Transformation for the Alliance Masters God of Calligraphy. It had to be said. The appearance of biochemical mech SH-01 shocked everyone present. The power it showed was too strong and made them tremble. What was that? Hanliki's pupils constricted and his mouth was wide open. He was shocked. He looked at the burly figure standing in front of Jiang Li and the special weapons in the hands of the biomech. Jiang Li, how do you kill the constables of the Black Dragon County? Jian Donglai swallowed his saliva and then shouted, Chief Constable Wang, you can't let him go. This man is too cruel and vicious. Enough, shut up. Wang Ling's face darkened as he berated her. Wang Lingzi was naturally furious that an early-stage second-rank subordinate had died for nothing. Jian Donglai jumped in shock and quickly shut his mouth, not daring to say anything more. I'm a little disappointed. No. Jiang Li shook his head. He waved his right hand and mechs walked out from the corners. Each mech was at the perfected stage of level 1. Jiang Li Wengan, who was at the perfected stage of level 2, walked to Jiang Li's side. As the commandery prince of a commandery, I thought he would come in person. In the end, he only played some tricks and framed me. Reversing black and white. To buy people's hearts. Jiang Li sneered, what's the use of this? It's just a joke. Jiang Li, you're just lucky. You're just a new city lord. You don't deserve the commandery prince's attention. Jiang Donglai shouted in disdain. I'm really not interested in playing these little games with you guys. It's a waste of my time. Kill them all. Jiang Li shrugged, then waved his hand and gave an order. Kill them all. Impudent. Boom. Wang Ling's internal strength exploded, and the might of a late-stage second-rank expert surged out, forming an extremely strong pressure. Sharp metal attribute internal strength fused into the long saber in his hand. Slash. Wang Ling swung his saber, and the golden blade light slashed at Jiang Li. Boom. The biochemical mech SH-01 fired again. The rocket launcher was fired, and the huge shell head collided with the golden sword light in the air. The cannonball exploded, and the deafening sound of the explosion was deafening. With a loud bang, the rocket launcher's shell was split in half by the blade. The power of the golden blade was extremely strong, and it split the shell. Phut. The remaining power of the blade landed and left a wound on the chest of biochemical mech SH-01, revealing the alloy bone armor and flesh. Asterisk rub asterisk. The biochemical mech SH-01 took 2 steps back. It was 5% damaged, which was only a light injury. He was forced to retreat. Wang Chao couldn't help but exclaim. This is the strength of a martial artist in the late stage of the second rank. His 8 extraordinary meridians are almost all opened, and his attribute inner force is extremely strong, almost solid. Hanliki said in a low voice. Jiang Li, Chief Constable Wang has already made his move. I advise you to give up and stop resisting. Jian Donglai laughed. I'll deal with this guy with the strange weapon. You guys go and capture Jiang Li. Wang Ling turned his head and instructed his 2 remaining subordinates. Yes, Chief. The 2 early-stage rank 2 constables quickly nodded. Sure. Sure. Soon after, they looked at each other and used their footwork. They approached Jiang Li as fast as they could and tried to capture him. Da. Biochemical mech SH-01 raised its right and left hands at the same time, and the rocket launcher and the rotary Gatling gun were aimed at Wang Wenzi. He opened fire. The flames were blazing. 13 whirlwind blades. Wen Lingqing's pupils contracted, and with a loud roar, his internal energy exploded once again as he executed some kind of saber martial arts technique, which formed a field of saber light. The blade light was like a whirlwind, blocking all the attacks. At this moment, thump! Wen Gang, who was protecting Jiang Li, raised his head and punched out. The air shook violently, creating a strong vibration. Phut! Blood splattered everywhere. One punch. It was just a punch. One of the early-stage level 2 bailiffs was killed. His head was crushed by a punch, and blood and flesh flew everywhere like blood-colored fireworks. This attack was so easy. It was as if he had crushed an ant. Little 5. The other bailiff shouted in fear. Shua. Wen Gang jumped and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of the last level 2 bailiff, and his fist landed directly. The bailiff's eyes were wide open in fear. He couldn't dodge at all and could only watch as death descended on him. His heart was filled with regret. If they knew Jiang Li was so powerful and had such a powerful subordinate, they wouldn't have come to cause Jiang Li trouble. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret it now. Phut! Wen Gang's punch pierced through the bailiff's chest and shattered his heart. The bailiff spat out blood and fell to the ground. He twitched for a while and died. Boom! At this moment, Wen Ling closed in on biochemical mech SH-01, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he fixed his gaze on it. I don't care if you're human or not, or if you're a demon or a ghost, I'll cut you in half with one strike. Wen Ling shouted loudly, and his metal-attributed internal strength gathered and fused into the blade, golden light blade technique, die. Shua. A dazzling golden blade ray descended from the sky and came for the kill. Catcher! Catcher! The biochemical mech SH-01 had run out of ammunition. He threw away the rocket launcher and the rotary Gatling cannon from his arms. PFFF. After that, his arms began to change shape. Alloy mechanical bone armor was numbered, and his muscles grew and twisted. His arms turned into a pair of huge flesh sickles. It was extremely ferocious. Everyone's pupils contracted. What is this? Clang! SH-01 roared, brandishing its 2 sabers and slashing down. It collided with Wen Ling's golden light saber art with a deafening sound. Phut! Phut! Blood and flesh flew everywhere. A bang was heard. SH-01 was sent flying backward, crashing into the courtyard wall. The scythe-shaped arms were almost cut off, and the damage was up to 30%. Wen Ling steadied himself, his face pale. He had used up a lot of internal energy, and his eyes were grave. It was only then that he realized that all 3 of his men had been killed. Jiang Li, you're too weak. Looking at the 3 bodies on the ground, Wen Ling was furious. He raised his head and glared at Jiang Li. You killed them all. Don't worry, you'll be going down to accompany them soon. Jiang Li smiled back. Die. Die. Wen Ling roared and charged at Jiang Li. He swung his long knife at Jiang Li's neck, trying to cut his head off. Shake. Boom. Wen Gang stood in front of Jiang Li and punched out with both fists, creating a violent vibration. The air trembled and formed waves of ripples, which collided with Wen Ling's long saber. Ah! Wen Ling cried out in alarm as he felt a terrifying power flow through the long saber in his hand, and it was directly sent flying. The powerful vibration force broke through his internal force defense and injured his internal organs. Phut! Wen Ling vomited blood as he stumbled back, clutching his chest. Second tier Swen Ni perfected stage 2. Wen Ling raised his head, his tone extremely aghast. Chapter 77. I did not do this. Fear. Wen Ling was already terrified. Tier 2 perfection. The other party was actually a powerful martial artist at the perfected stage of Tier 2. One had to know. The king of the Black Dragon County, Yi Hailum, was only at the peak of level 2. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set his eyes on the blood refinement bead in Jiang Li's hands. And now, Jiang Li's subordinate was an expert who had reached the perfected stage of level 2. Aghast. Fear. Unbelievable. All kinds of emotions welled up in Wen Ling's heart, and he was directly dumbfounded and unable to suppress himself. What, this Ying Luo? Han Liki was also dumbfounded. He looked at Wen Gang, then at Jiang Li and said in shock, Jiang Li's subordinate is an expert at the perfected stage of level 2. In reality, Han Liki had always thought that Jiang Li's subordinate was not weak, but he was at most at the mid-stage of level 2 and at most at the late stage. Who would have thought? He was at the perfected stage of Tier 2. He was actually at the Great Circle of Stage 2. With just one move, he had injured Wang Lingzi, who was at the late stage of 2nd rank, and his internal organs had suffered severe injuries. Such injuries were not light. Who is this Jiang Li? Was he really the leader of a third-rate gang? To be able to make a peak 2nd rank expert willingly become his subordinate? Han Liki found it hard to understand. Or is there another reason? No, this is impossible. Jiang Donglai was shrieking. His whole body was trembling and his face was pale and bloodless. His heart was filled with fear. This is impossible. How can he be at the perfected stage of Tier 2? In reality, Jiang Li asked the biomech to stop Wang Lingzi and Wen Gang to kill the 2 level 2 constables. After all, the biochemical mech, Shi-01, was only at the early stage of level 2. It might not be able to stop 2 martial artists at the early stage of level 2. However, with Wen Gang's strength, he could kill an early stage rank 2 with one move. If a level 2 constable got close to Jiang Li, he would be in big trouble. After all, Jiang Li was only at the early stage of level 1. He probably couldn't block one move from a level 2 martial artist. Boom. Wen Gang attacked again with all his strength. With a leap, he was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Wang Lingzi. When his fist fell, the powerful force caused an explosion in the air. In an instant, he punched out hundreds of times, forming fist shadows that filled the sky. 13 whirlwind blades. Clang, 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 clang. Wang Ling roared. He dodged to the side with all his strength, picked up the long saber that had been sent flying, and displayed his saber technique. With bursts of saber light like a whirlwind, he blocked Wen Gang's swift and violent attack with great difficulty. Shake. Thump. Wen Gang's full-force punch produced a powerful force that formed circles of air waves that swept in all directions, completely crushing Wang Ling's saber momentum. PFFF. Ah. Wang Ling let out a blood-curdling screech as this powerful force sent him flying again. He spat out blood as the shockwaves invaded his internal organs and damaged them. Kill him. Stop. Jiang Li shouted coldly. City Lord Jiang, you can't. Han Liki's pupils shrank and he shouted, Wen Ling is the chief of detectives of the Black Dragon County. You can't kill him. If you do, you'll be challenging the laws of the Great Shen dynasty. County Magistrate Han, you're mistaken. I didn't kill Wen Ling, he was killed by the demon race, and we saw it with our own eyes. Jiang Li glanced at Han Liki and said, isn't that so? You Chen. Han Liki was stunned. Phut. Wen Gang's fist fell with an indomitable momentum, completely crushing Wang Ling's defense and shattering his heart with the power of the shock. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. Wang Ling coughed up blood non-stop. His eyes widened and he clutched his chest as he fell straight down. His head tilted to the left and he was completely dead. He was dead. Buzz. Suddenly, a black light spot flew out of Wang Ling's body like a firefly and into Jiang Li's forehead. Acquired a Stage 2 Soul Tinder. A notification appeared. Soul Fire Seed. Jiang Li's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. I'm lucky. I got a level 2 Soul Tinder after killing 4 level 2 Soul Tinders. Now I have 4 level 2 Soul Tinders. Now, Wang Ling, who was at the late stage of 2nd rank, and 3 bailiffs, who were at the early stage of 2nd rank. All of them had been killed. Including Zhu Qianzhan's body, there were a total of 5 bodies lying on the ground. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Plop. Jiang Donglai was so frightened that he knelt down. Jiang Zhiji, City Lord Jiang, spare me, Qianqian. Jiang Donglai was completely panicking. Wang Lingzi had been killed, and the other party was the chief of detectives, who belonged to the Great Shen dynasty. Jiang Li didn't even dare to attack him without hesitation. That was even more so for him. He would definitely be killed. So, Jiang Donglai immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. City Lord Jiang Zhizhi, I, Qianqian, can testify for you. The death of Wang Lingzi and these 3 constables had nothing to do with City Lord Jiang. They were all killed by the demons. Jiang Donglai said loudly, City Lord Jiang, with me as a witness, it's more credible. I'm still useful, I'm still useful. Please spare my life. All of this was done by He Long. He wanted me to frame him, to turn black into white, to bribe Zhu Qianzhong, to frame you, City Lord Jiang, for refining the blood refinement bead. All of these schemes and intrigues were done by He Long. They had nothing to do with me. Really, they really had nothing to do with me. I was just an errand boy. Jiang Donglai cried. He, now you know how to beg for mercy. You really deserve it. Wen Chao laughed coldly and said in a mocking tone, the City Lord is wise and powerful, both intelligent and brave. He's invincible in the world. He's not someone you villains can frame. Ma Han sneered and obviously flattered Jiang Li. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Jiang Li pulled the trigger and the bullet shot out of the gun. Jiang Donglai didn't even have time to react before his forehead was pierced. Phut! Blood splattered everywhere. A bullet hole appeared between Jiang Donglai's brows. Blood oozed out and he lost all signs of life. He died immediately and fell to the ground. You overestimate your own value. Jiang Li looked at Jiang Donglai's body and said, compared to you, the one who can convince the great Shen dynasty is still the Han County Lord. Don't you think so, County Lord Han? Jiang Li looked at Han Liki with a smile while playing with the gun mech's pistol. Who tilde tilde who tilde who tilde? Han Liki took a deep breath and looked at the 6 bodies on the ground with a complicated expression. He then looked at the weapon in Jiang Li's hand and Wen Gan, who was standing next to Jiang Li. Forget it. As the chief of detectives of the prefecture, Wen Ling assisted the prefecture king in framing City Lord Jiang. This in itself is a violation of the laws of the great Shen dynasty. He deserves to die, Han Liki said in a deep voice. Wang Ling, 3 bailiffs, and Jiang Donglai were all killed by demons. It's been confirmed. In a few days, I'll report this to the Great Gan dynasty and have it directly confirmed. City Lord Jiang, you can rest assured. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Li laughed and took out a bottle of internal energy pills and gave it to Han Liki. County Lord Han, you're so righteous. This is an internal energy pill, a level 2 low-grade pill. It's suitable for the cultivation of level 2 martial artists. You must take it. It would be impolite if I don't accept a gift from City Lord Jiang. Han Liki smiled and kept the pill. City Lord Jiang, there's something I have to remind you. For Black Dragon Yin to be able to become a king, he's not a good person. You have to be careful. Thank you for the reminder, County Lord Han. I've already kept it in mind. Jiang Li smiled back. Farewell. Han Liki cupped his hands and turned to leave. County Magistrate Han, do you want to bring these corpses back? Jiang Li asked. There's no need for that. Han Liki waved his hand and left without looking back. Chapter 78. The sniping from thousands of meters away. Wen Chao Ma Han, you 2 deal with these corpses and cremate them. Let's go. Jiang Li waved his hand and ordered. Yes, City Lord. Wang Chao nodded immediately. Yes, sir. Ma Han's tone was flattering. A few minutes later, Wang Ling scolded them and their bodies were carried away by Wen Chao and Ma Han. They found a place outside the courtyard and directly burned them to ashes with firewood, destroying all evidence. Jiang Li returned to his room. Intel Mech XX01, contact Intel Mech XX05 immediately. Let's go, Jiang Li ordered after sitting down. Yes, Chief Sovereign. Buzz. XX01 walked to Jiang Li's right side and started the video communication function to contact XX05. Sure. XX01 raised his right hand. A beam of light shot out from his wrist and formed a virtual screen in front of Jiang Li. Intel Mech XX05 greets my lord. On the screen, Sir Jiang Li, XX05 saluted Jiang Li. Yes. Jiang Li nodded. Where are you now? How about I give you the mission? Is the progress smooth? Have you locked onto the target? What's the probability of killing the target? My lord, we arrived at Black Dragon County 3 hours ago and have determined a suitable sniping spot, the peak of Black Dragon Mountain. Although we haven't locked onto the target yet, it's already within our surveillance range. Yes. XX05 replied, based on the current situation, our success rate is 60%. Yes. Okay, Jiangli nodded. Turn the camera to the Black Dragon County. Yes. XX05 nodded and changed the camera. Sure. In the projection, what came into Jiangli's sight was a huge city. It was like a giant beast lying on the ground. It was about a few thousand meters away. XX01 and the others were on the top of a mountain. From their position, they could see the entire Black Dragon County. Black Dragon County. Halum, Jiangli narrowed his eyes and sneered. Halum, hee, I'd like to see if you can survive a sniper mech at the perfected stage of level 2. Only after I get rid of you can I go and deal with the Green Scale City and Barren City. Otherwise, I can't be at ease if there is an enemy watching me all the time in my own territory. It was obvious. Jiangli had already made up a plan to deal with the Black Dragon. In reality, Jiang Donglai didn't know that Jiangli was watching him. After Jiang Donglai sent out the pigeon, Jiangli immediately sent a mech to follow the pigeon to the Black Dragon County. Jiang Donglai's messenger pigeon flew to the mansion of the Black Dragon County's king. In the end, Yin Halem received the letter and Jiangli confirmed where Yin Halem lived and his target. Immediately, Jiangli sent Sniper Mech JJ01, 3 cold weapon mechs at the perfected stage of level 1 and Intel Mech XX05 to the Black Dragon County as fast as possible. One had to know. The Sniper Mech's powerful ability was to snipe the target from a long distance. Yin Halem was in the Black Dragon County's County King's mansion. He was an expert at the perfected stage of the 2nd level and he had many powerful subordinates by his side. He held a large number of troops. It was not advisable to send troops to assassinate. It was even more impossible to directly bring troops to attack. With Jiangli's power, the best way to kill Chu Halem was to use the sniper mech at the perfected stage of level 2 to kill him from a long distance. Time passed. Half an hour later, in the projected image, the target had appeared. Chu Halem was dressed in a black flood dragon robe and his black hair was tied behind him. He walked out of the mansion with a black messenger pigeon in his hand. He took the letter from the pigeon's leg and read it carefully. His face darkened. Trash. The black dragon squeezed the letter in his hand and turned it into ashes under the fire internal strength. He raised his head and his eyes revealed a cold killing intent. Phut. He waved his right hand. His internal force burst forth and the black messenger pigeon exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. It's just a matter of dealing with the newly appointed city lord, but we've actually lost a subordinate at the late stage of the 2nd level. Now, I have to take action personally. Humph. Yin Haleng snorted. Fine. For the blood refinement bead, to break through to level 3, to break the celestial bridge, and to gather the innate true chi, I'll go and meet Jiangli in person. I'd like to see what kind of ability he has. Men, prepare the horses. The black dragon raised his head and shouted. Yes, Your Highness. A subordinate responded loudly from outside. Outside the Black Dragon County. On the peak of the Black Dragon Mountain. Catcher! Catcher! Sniper Mech JJ01 immediately turned the head of the gun. The scope of the sniper locked onto the Black Dragon in the mansion of the Commander Prince of Black Dragon County thousands of meters away. Master, target locked. Please give your orders. What's wrong? XX05 asked. Do it. Use the energy bomb. You must kill him in one shot. Jiangli ordered. Yes. Catcher. Sniper Mech JJ01 took out his original clip and replaced it with an energy bullet. Then, he aimed at Mir Halem with his scope. At the same time, Shroud Halem's pupils constricted. The moment he was locked on by the sniper mech, he instinctively felt a chill run from his feet to his head. It was dangerous. There was a fatal danger. However, it was a little awkward. Where did the danger come from? Obviously. Heilong Qian was a martial artist at the perfected stage of the second tier. He was powerful and had sharp senses. He had naturally experienced countless battles, big and small, to be able to sit in the position of the commandery prince. He was extremely sensitive to danger. So, the moment he was locked on, his instinct for danger warned him. Where is it? However, Qiu Heilong released all his senses and his internal strength surged, forming a crimson protective energy barrier. A powerful aura spread out, forming an extremely powerful pressure. He looked around. However, he did not find anything. The sniper mech was thousands of meters away from him. No matter how alert he was, he couldn't find the sniper mech hiding on the peak. Shoot! Stop! Jiang Li shouted. Through video chat, he had seen the Black Dragon's performance. He muttered, "The Black Dragon is indeed harder to deal with than I thought." It was just locked on by the sniper mech and it immediately sensed the danger and was prepared. Catcher! Bang! Sniper mech JJ-01 locked onto Qiu Heilong and pulled the trigger. A deafening gunshot sounded and a white energy bullet shot out of the muzzle. There was a dormice sound. The powerful recoil made sniper mech JJ-01 tremble and move back 1 centimeter. One had to know. Sniper mech JJ-01 was at the perfected stage of level 2, so his physical fitness was equivalent to the weakest martial artist at the perfected stage of level 2. Even so, the recoil force still made him move back 1 centimeter. One could see how strong he was. Chapter 79: The Commander of the Battlefield. Sci-Fi. The platinum-colored energy bomb contained an extremely strong metal attribute power. It had a sharp penetrating power, tearing the air apart and forming a vortex-like airflow. It was just a blink of an eye. He crossed a distance of several thousand meters. The Black Dragon raised its head and its pupils contracted as it stared at the white energy bullet that had already broken the sound barrier. The shadow of death enveloped it and it felt its entire body tremble. Ah! Boom! The Black Dragon roared and the fire internal strength in its body exploded. Catcher! His protective dipper energy was directly shattered by the energy bomb. It exploded. Fire Dragon Fist. Bang! At this moment, all the internal strength in his body gathered together and a qualitative change was produced. The internal strength seemed to be corporeal and a red light shone. He punched out with both fists at the same time, creating a terrifying chi explosion. Roar! It faintly condensed into a fist print that looked like a dragon's head. It was extremely powerful. PFFF. Ah! Arg! Qiu Heilong screamed as his fist exploded. The energy bomb and the fire dragon's fist collided, creating a violent explosion. The shockwave spread out and sent Qiu Heilong flying. It could be seen. The black gloves on Qiu Heilong's hands were blown to pieces. His hands were covered in blood and a layer of flesh was blown away. One could even see the white bones of his hands. Fresh blood dripped down. He actually blocked it. What? Jiang Li was surprised. As expected of a martial artist at the perfected stage of level 2. He's really strong. I didn't expect him to block my attack. Who is it? Who is it? Get out here! Get out here! The Black Phoenix Dragon roared. Ta-ta-ta-da! The sound of concentrated footsteps came. A large number of soldiers rushed into the mansion. Bang! The sniper mech JJ-01 fired again. The metal energy bullet shot out and tore the air with a sharp sound. He activated both his top-tier gunfighting technique and Eagle Eye. It locked onto the Black Owl Dragon. Where is it? The Black Dragon roared. He had already vaguely determined the enemy's location through the trajectory of the bullet, but he was still unable to determine it. Phut! Blood splattered everywhere. Black Dragon paid the price of an arm to block the second shot. He was severely injured and his face was as pale as paper. Everyone immediately stand in front of this king. The Black Dragon reacted and roared. Yes. In the surroundings. All the soldiers formed a circle, protecting the Black Dragon behind them. However, it was too late. Bang 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 bang. The sniper mech JJ-01 fired 3 shots. Each shot used an energy bullet. It tore through the air and crossed a few thousand meters. Bang. A soldier who was standing in front of the Black Dragon felt as if he had been hit by a cannon. Even though he was wearing armor, it was useless. He was pierced through and his body exploded into broken limbs. Everyone was shocked. What is this? Where are the enemies? Where are the enemies? Sigh. The surrounding soldiers were all terrified. It wasn't that they didn't have the guts. It was because they didn't even know where the enemy was and the attack was too strange. Such an enemy was too terrifying. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. The remaining 2 energy bombs completely tore through the defensive circle formed by the soldiers and hit the Black Dragon who was hiding in the back. The chest of the Black Dragon was pierced through, leaving a transparent hole. Fresh blood flowed out, forming a pool of blood under Black Dragon Shen's feet. How could this be? How could this be? No. No. The Black Dragon opened its mouth and lowered its head. Its right hand, which was covered in blood, trembled as it placed it in front of its chest, as if it was trying to fill up the hole in its chest. Phut. He spat out blood and looked miserable. Chu Hailun had never thought that he would be able to dominate the Black Dragon County for so many years, conquer such a large territory, and be considered a famous figure. He was actually going to die today. The most important thing was, from the beginning to the end, he didn't even get to see the enemy's face. Aggrieved. It was really too aggrieved. He was unwilling. His heart was filled with unwillingness. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die, Yingluo. The Black Dragon let out a final cry, I still want to break through to the 3rd rank and become a Xianqian warrior. My ambition, my ambition. Phut. Finally. The Black Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood and lost its life completely. Its corpse fell backward. My king. My lord. The soldiers and generals cried out in grief. The enemy is there. Suddenly, Matthew, the commander-in-chief of the Black Dragon County, followed the trajectory of the bullet and looked into the distance. He could vaguely see several figures hiding on the top of a mountain thousands of meters away. That's the Black Dragon Mountain. How is that possible? The Black Dragon Mountain is more than a few thousand meters away from our Black Dragon County, and there are so many buildings between us. How did they do it? What kind of method is this? We can't care about that now. Send soldiers to surround the Black Dragon Mountain immediately. We can't let the enemy escape. Act immediately. All the generals gave their orders. On the peak of the Black Dragon Mountain. Reporting to the ruler, the target has been killed. Sniper Mech JJ-01 put away his gun and saluted to Jiang Li, please give me your next order. Good, you've done well. Clean up the surroundings and don't leave any traces. Then come back immediately. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Yes, Chief Sovereign. Sniper Mech JJ-01 nodded. Buzz. The communication was shut down. The virtual projection in front of Jiang Li disappeared. XX-01 put down his right hand and stood straight beside Jiang Li. The Black Nightmare Dragon is dead. This internal problem is temporarily resolved. Okay. Jiang Li sighed in relief. I'll wait for Hua Qian and the others to send the herbs here. Then, I'll have enough mech to take Greenscale City and Barren City. But before we start, we have to figure out the situation in Greenscale City and Barren City. We can't attack blindly. Only by knowing ourselves and our enemies can we win. In the Battle of Qingshan Valley, both Greenscale City and Barren City lost nearly 10,000 soldiers. They should be at their weakest, and it is the best time to attack. I haven't heard anything about the Harfeng Alliance, so I have to be careful. Maybe they'll hide behind the scenes and launch a sneak attack after the war. Also, if I really attack Greenscale City and Barren City, I'll have to be on guard against reinforcements from the Red Eyebrowed and Black Snake Kingdoms. Who tilde. There are too many things to consider when it comes to fighting a war. When can I unlock the Battlefield Commander in the Mechanical Special Military Service? Then I won't have to do everything myself. I'll just leave it to the battlefield commander. If the rules of the game is Super Mech Army haven't changed, and if I'm not wrong, there are 2 conditions to unlock a battlefield commander. One of them is to have an entire army, which is 1,500 mechs. The other is to have a level 3 Soul Tinder. It's easy to gather 1,500 mechs. I can send 1,500 early stage level 1 mechs. The key is the level 3 Soul Tinder. The level 3 Soul Fire Seed is the most difficult thing to do. I only have 2 level 1 Soul Fire Seeds and 4 level 2 Soul Fire Seeds. I'm still far from that. Battlefield Commander. Jiang Li had to give up the idea of unlocking the Battlefield Commander for now. Chapter 80 Medicinal Herbs in Hand. At this moment, Black Dragon Mountain. When the troops of the Black Dragon County arrived, Sniper Mech JJ-01, Intel Mech XX-05, and the 3 cold weapon mechs at the perfected stage of level 1 had already left. All traces were cleaned up. After Matthew and the others arrived, they didn't find any clues. It was as if the enemy had appeared out of thin air and then disappeared into thin air. There were no clues or clues. Detestable. Withdraw the army. He was helpless. Matthew had no choice but to retreat and find a way to block the news. However, the news of the Black Dragon's death was too big and it caused quite a stir. The news couldn't be sealed for long, and the next day, the news of the Black Dragon's death spread. It spread throughout the entire Black Dragon County. Within the Black Dragon County's jurisdiction, there were 5 cities in total. They were the Great Shear City, Pingding City, Five Lake City, Hope City, and Qianshui City. The news of Chu Hailung's death had reached the ears of the castellans of the other 4 cities. The news naturally shocked the entire Black Dragon County. Since the murderer could not be confirmed, there were all kinds of rumors which even caused turmoil in the Black Dragon County. The news also spread to the Red-Browed Demon Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. The Great Gun Lord dynasty also found out very quickly. The Black Owl Dragon actually died. Pingding City. Chanping looked at the letter in his hand with an expression of disbelief. He said in shock, "Who did this? Who would have the ability to kill Chu Hailung in the Juan-Wan's mansion?" He didn't even leave any clues behind. The Black Dragon County is heavily guarded and sealed. Even if it's an assassination, it'll require a level 3 inborn warrior at the very least. What kind of force can send a level 3 inborn warrior? Could it be the Red Eyebrows Yoa Kingdom? Or the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom? Are they going to make a move? Five Lake City. The city was built in the middle of 5 huge lakes. Around the city, there were 5 huge lakes. After they were connected, they formed the city moat. It's been an eventful year. City Lord's Mansion. Luo Yanping, the city lord of Five Lake City, had a thin face and a deep gaze. He put down the letter in his hand and muttered, "First, there was the Qinshan Valley incident. The Half-Monster Alliance was behind it. Now, the Commandery Prince was killed. I'm afraid the Black Dragon County won't be safe for a while. I should be prepared in case I'm caught off guard." Hope City. This city was the furthest away from Jiangli's Great Shear City. Its territory was close to another big county of the Great Qian Dynasty, Jinwang County. Even if something were to happen in Black Dragon County, Hope City would be the safest place for them. They could retreat into Jinwang County. Haha, it's good to die. The city lord of Hope City, Guo Yi, laughed out loud. He did not even bother to hide the smile on his face. "Oh, Black Dragon Chu, you're here today too. If it weren't for you, I, Guo Yi, would have been the Black Dragon County's county king long ago. I might have even broken through the barrier of the Celestial Bridge and stepped into the Third Order Inborn Realm. But who did it? Hailung Qian's abilities are not small and is very strong. Even I'm not his match. To be able to kill Hailung in the Juan-Wan's mansion is definitely not some unknown person." Guo Yi lowered his head and pondered. Could this really be the prelude to the Red Eyebrows Yoa Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's attack on the Great Qian Dynasty? Celestial Water City. The geographical location of this city was close to the Wuzu Plain. Because of the flat terrain, Qianshui City was easy to attack but hard to defend. However, Qianshui City had blocked several attacks from the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. Furthermore, Luo Qianshui, the city lord of Tensui City, was a woman. She was a god at commanding soldiers and was very powerful. Every time she went to battle, she would wear a full body of silver armor that covered her facial features, so few outsiders knew what she looked like. However, in the Black Dragon County, Luo Qianshui was known as the Silver-Armored Valkyrie. Sister Qianshui, who do you think killed the Black Dragon? In the City Lord's mansion of Celestial Water City, Luo Qianshui's residence, Luo Qianshui's sister, Luo Yilin, rested her jade-like arms on the table and her chin on her hands. In front of her was a letter containing the latest news. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her smooth, white, and egg-shaped face was filled with confusion. Even Matthew from the Black Dragon County couldn't find out who it was. How would I know? Luo Qianshui's voice came from the inner room, but it was slightly deep and heavy. Sister, take a guess. Luo Yilin said. Yes, if I really have to guess. Luo Qianshui thought for a while and said, not long ago, Silver Eagle from the Half-Monster Alliance created a blood-refining formation and made blood-refining beads, but it was ruined by the leader of a third-rate gang named Jiang Li. He killed all the barbarians, monsters, and the Half-Monster Alliance. The blood-refining bead is in Jiang Li's hands too. Chu Halen wanted to take Jiang Li's blood-refining bead, so they had a big fight. It can't be. Luo Yilin opened her red mouth and her face was full of disbelief. Sister Qianshui, you mean Jiang Li killed Black Dragon Qian? How is that possible? I don't believe it. Jiang Li can do that. If you want to kill Chu Halen in the Zhenwang residence, you'll need to be at least at the third step of cultivation. How can Jiang Li be level 3? It's impossible. Hee hee. Luo Qianshui just smiled and didn't say anything more. Sister Qianshui, I think the Red Eyebrows Yara Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom might be behind this. They want to attack the Black Dragon County, so they killed Nihalen first to throw the county into panic and turmoil. Luo Yilin analyzed. Let's not think about this matter anymore. Luo Qianshui waved his hand. Last time, the 10,000 barbarian soldiers from the Barren City passed through the blockade of Qianshui City and entered the hinterland of the Black Dragon County, but I didn't receive any news. I suspect that there's a spy from the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom in Qianshui City. Yilin, I'll leave this matter to you. Quickly find this spy hiding in Qianshui City. No problem, leave this to me. Luo Yilin patted her flat chest and said with confidence, I promise I'll find out who this spy is within 3 days. Late at night. The Great Shear City. Sniper Mech JJ-01, Intel Mech XX-05, and the 3 cold weapon mechs who were at the perfected stage of level 1 returned successfully. Jiang Li asked them to return to the team. At the same time, it was also on this night. The team that was escorting the medicinal herbs returned to the Great Shear City safely. They were robbed by mountain bandits along the way, but they were easily dealt with by the mechs. There was no danger. City Lord, this subordinate was fortunate enough to have not failed you. All these herbs have been safely transported back. Hu Dong bowed. Yes. Good job. Jiang Li nodded with a smile and patted Hu Dong's shoulder. You've done well this time. I'll remember your contribution. You can get your contribution points by registering at the Contribution Pavilion. Thank you, City Lord. Hu Dong was overjoyed. Sect leader, Elder Hua Qian is still in Pingding City. Although those chambers of commerce are trying to stop us, they stopped making things difficult for us after contacting General Donglin and receiving his help. The City Lord of Pingding City also offered to help. We've already decided on the details of the next deal. Hu Dong continued. Chapter 81 6-digit number. Sect Master, this is the detailed list of our spirit herb trade this time. Please take a look. Hu Dong took out the list and handed it to Jiang Li with both hands. Okay. Jiang Li nodded and took the list. Jiang Li asked Hua Qian to take all the level 1 spirit herbs with him when he went to Pingding City. Among them, There were 4,310 low-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, 2,600 medium-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, 1,250 high-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, and 550 top-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs. One had to know. Spirit herbs were expensive, 100 times more expensive than non-graded herbs. An inferior-grade first-grade spirit herb was worth 10,000 silver taels. If he were to sell all 4310 inferior-class first-grade spiritual herbs, he would be able to earn 43.1 million taels of silver. The price of a medium-grade first-grade spiritual herb was doubled. One stalk cost 20,000 taels of silver. The price of a superior first-grade spirit herb was doubled, and one stalk cost 40,000 taels of silver. The price of a first-grade spirit herb doubled once again, reaching 80,000 taels of silver per stalk. In this transaction list, Hua Qian had sold a total of 2,310 lower-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, 1,400 medium-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, 500 upper-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, and 200 superior-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs. The total amount of money had reached 87.1 million taels of silver. 80 million taels. What? Jiangli was shocked too. I'll buy ordinary herbs with all 87.1 million taels of silver. Yes, I am. Yes. Hu Dong nodded. However, those chambers of commerce deliberately raised the price of ordinary medicinal herbs and lowered the price of purchasing spirit herbs. Therefore, the final transaction price was only 63 million taels of silver. Moreover, the price of ordinary medicinal herbs has nearly doubled. In other words, we spent 63 million taels of silver, but in the end, we only managed to buy 40 million taels of silver worth of ordinary medicinal herbs. We've lost quite a bit. In fact, if it wasn't for General Domlin's appearance, the price of ordinary medicinal herbs would be even more outrageous. Okay, I got it. Jiangli nodded and put the list away. His eyes glinted and he said in a deep voice, "The Chamber of Commerce in Pingding City, he. It's not that easy to take advantage of me. When the time comes, I'll make them spit out everything with interest. Hu Dong, first send all these herbs to the large warehouse in the City Lord's mansion." "Yes, City Lord." Hu Dong nodded respectfully. "City Lord, I have something to say. I feel that the spirit herb market in Pingding City is already close to saturation. If we continue to sell our spirit herbs, it will not be good for us. You'll suffer even greater losses." "Yes. Since the spirit herb market in Pingding City is close to saturation, we can change our target. We can go to Five Lakes City, Hope City, and Chanshui City. Your subordinate understands." Hu Dong nodded. Time passed. The night passed. Hu Dong brought back a lot of herbs this time, filling up carts after carts. Jiangli sent people to carry them, but because there were too many, it took them half a night to finish. In the morning, with Tu Xiaohua's help, Jiangli changed his clothes, had breakfast, and left for the large warehouse of the City Lord's mansion. City Lord. At the entrance of the warehouse, there were two members of the serious gang who had been sent by Hu Dong. "Yes. Yes." Jiangli nodded. "Open up." "Yes." "Catcher." The members of the serious gang took out their keys and opened the door of the warehouse. They pushed the stone door open with force and a very obvious smell of medicinal herbs drifted out from inside. "You may leave." Jiangli waved his hand. "Yes, sir." The two members of the serious gang nodded respectfully and left. Hu tilde. Jiangli took a deep breath and walked into the large warehouse. It was a little dim inside. There were a few nightly luminescent pearls on the ceiling, which gave the warehouse some light. What greeted his eyes were neatly arranged boxes that had already filled up the entire warehouse. Every box was filled with medicinal herbs. It could be said that Jiangli spent a lot of money and almost took all the ordinary herbs in Pingding City. Perhaps the chambers of commerce in Pingding City still had a lot of common herbs, but they held them in their hands and didn't sell them easily. They planned to raise the price to trick Jiangli. Bang! Bang! Jiangli waved his right hand and closed the door behind him. Shua! Shua! Outside. A few mech rushed out and guarded the door, not allowing anyone to come close. Convert them all into energy points. Jiang Li's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and opened the Dominator panel. He transformed all the herbs in the warehouse. It was a little eye-catching. Sure. When the light disappeared, a notification popped up in front of Jiang Li. All herbs have been successfully converted. You've received a total of 439,500 energy points. The Dominator panel opened, and in the energy point column, the number of energy points rose from 2,100 to 441,600, reaching 6 digits. All right. I've got more than 400,000 energy points. I'll be rich after this round of conversion. With so many energy points, it'll be enough to form a mech army. Greenscale City, Barren City, we can easily take them down. Jiang Li was very excited. At this moment, Greenscale City. In the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. Jiang Li. Qing Wenling clenched his hands into fists. He sat on the City Lord's throne, and in the hall, several humans knelt. They were naked and trembling with fear on their faces. He took a closer look. These humans were the survivors of Stone Village. Obviously, Qing Wenling had mobilized a large force to investigate the cause of Qing Huai's death and had successfully captured the survivors of Stone Village. After interrogation, she found out that the people who had captured Qing Huai had used special weapons. Jiang Li was the only one who had such a weapon. In other words, the murderer was probably Jiang Li. Boom. Qing Wenling raised his hand and a green light gathered to form a palm print. It tore through the air and killed the humans below. It was as if he had just killed a few ants. Drag him away and share the food. Qing Wenling waved his hand. Yes, City Lord. A few monster guards walked in and dragged the corpse out by its ankle, drawing a scarlet line on the ground. Scaled wings. Qing Wenling's voice was low. Your subordinate is here. Outside the door. A strange-looking demon with a pair of wings on his back and a face full of green scales walked in and knelt on the ground respectfully. Go to Longsnake City and tell Red Snake that I agree to his request. But I want 20,000 monster soldiers, Qing Wenling said in a deep voice. I want to destroy the entire Yongan City to be buried with Qing Huai. Yes. Lin Yi nodded and didn't say anything else. He turned around and left the hall. Qing Wenling's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Sure. After converting all the herbs into energy points, Jiang Li walked out of the large warehouse and went back to his residence. He gathered all the early stage level 1 mechs and opened the troop type interface. He was going to make mechs and upgrade the mechs he had. 80 early stage firearm mechs, 90 early stage combat mechs, 90 early stage cold weapon mechs, and 50 early stage biochemical mechs have been upgraded. Jiang Li used a lot of energy points to upgrade all the mechs he had. Chapter 82 Elite Troops. It would consume 140 energy points to upgrade any early stage mech to the perfected stage of level 1. This time, Jiang Li ranked 310th. Thus, he had used up 43,400 energy points. Sure. Mechs. Jiang Li saw all the mechs in front of him flash with light. Each mech had obvious changes. It only took a few seconds. The promotion was complete. The 310 mechs were all promoted to the perfected stage of level 1 and their military ranks were all sergeant. My lord. The 310 mechs saluted at the same time. Good. Okay. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. Biochemical mech no. SH-01 upgraded. Jiang Li upgraded the only level 2 biomech he had. Sure. It consumed 14,000 energy points. Woo. The light flickered. Biochemical mech SH-01's appearance didn't change much. Its weapons were still rocket launchers and rotary Gatling guns, but it was more powerful and its rank was promoted to first lieutenant. Unit type, biochemical mech. Rank, grand completion of rank 2. No, SH-01. Skill 1, level 1 ultimate biochemical poison. Skill 2, rank 2 ultimate biochemical physique. Biochemical machinery, Kai omitted. Advancement requirements, 1 level 3 soul tinder, 10,000 energy points. Jiangli finished reading the information of biochemical mechs 01. Make 600 combat mechs, 600 cold weapon mechs, 600 firearm mechs, and 600 biochemical mechs. Jiangli used another 24,000 energy points and created 2,400 mechs, 600 of each type. Sure. The manufacturing interface appeared. 4 illusionary human figures appeared, each with a X600 beside it, and countless light spots filled the illusionary human figures. It gradually solidified. A minute later, the production was completed. Buzz. 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 In an instant, the illusionary figures turned real. 2,400 mechs appeared in front of Jiangli. A dense crowd of people. They stood in 4 teams in neat rows. Greetings, Chief Sovereign. The 2,400 mechs saluted Jiangli at the same time. It was indeed an impressive scene. Jiangli felt like he was experiencing a military parade. Very good, he said. Jiangli was all smiles. Sure. At this moment, a notification popped up in front of Jiangli. Congratulations, my lord. As you created 600 cold weapon mechs at the same time, a special probability has been triggered. You've received level 1 elite mechs, hammer mech, spear mech, and archer mech. Oh. It's a special chance. Jiangli raised his eyebrows. I've made a lot of cold weapon mechs before, but none of them triggered the special chance. This time, I triggered it 3 times. JC01, CQ01, and GJS01, step forward. Stop. Jiangli shouted. Yes. Immediately. 3 clearly different mechs walked out from the cold weapon mechs. Their weapons weren't alloy daggers but special weapons. Unit type, giant hammer mech, elite. Rank, early stage of rank 1. No, JC01. Skill 1, level 1 low-grade cold weapon mastery. Skill 2, level 1 inferior grade hammer technique. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 40 energy points. Unit type, spear mech, elite. Rank, early stage of rank 1. No, CQ01. Skill 1, level 1 low-grade cold weapon mastery. Skill 2, level 1 inferior grade spear technique. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 40 energy points. Troop type, archer mech, elite. Rank, early stage of rank 1. No, GJS01. Skill 1, level 1 low-grade cold weapon mastery. Skill 2, level 1 low-grade archery. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 40 energy points. 3 elite troops. He was only at the early stage of level 1, but he already had 2 skills. Other than cold weapon mastery, he also had a unique exclusive skill, so he was even stronger. Furthermore, the energy points required for a promotion were twice that of a normal troop class. The giant hammer mech carried 2 huge iron hammers on his back. They were black and made of special alloy. They were heavy and powerful. The body and handle of the hammer were half the height of the giant hammer mech. The spear-wielding mech held a black spear. It was a head taller than the spear-wielding mech. The archer mech held a black longbow in its hand and carried 2 quivers on its back. Each quiver contained 50 arrows. Upgrade all mechs to the perfected stage of level 1. Jiangli checked the information of the 3 elite units. He didn't upgrade them yet. He used 335,580 energy points and upgraded 2,397 mechs. Among them, 600 combat mechs, 600 firearm mechs, 600 biochemical mechs, and 597 cold weapon mechs. Sure. 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 Lights flashed on the 2,000 mechs. The gloves on the combat mechs changed. The cold weapon mechs had more weapons and the firearm mechs were equipped with rifles, submachine guns, and machine guns. Finally, the biochemical mech didn't change much, only its muscles had expanded. All the mechs were promoted from private to sergeant. He opened the Dominator panel. After the series of upgrades and the number of soldiers he had just killed, his energy points had been reduced to 48,620 points, which meant that he had used up 392,980 points. There are less than 50,000 energy points left. I can't send more soldiers. I need to leave enough energy points to replenish the ammunition of the firearm mechs and repair them. Jiang Li thought. Promoted to 3 elite troops. Soon after, Jiang Li upgraded all 3 elite troops to the perfected stage of level 1 and 2 of their skills were upgraded to the best grade. At the same time, their weapons had all reached the level of a supreme grade tier 1. In reality, Jiang Li originally planned to upgrade the 3 elite troops to level 2. After all, elite troops were stronger than ordinary troops. However, there were only 4 level 2 Sultinders, and 2 Sultinders were needed to upgrade an elite soldier to level 2. The abilities of the archer mech and the sniper mech overlapped. So, in the end, Jiang Li decided to upgrade the giant hammer mech to level 2 first and save 2 level 2 Sultinders for later. As for the spearmen and the archers, he would deal with them later. Unit type, giant hammer mech, elite. Rank, grand completion of rank 1. No, JC01. Skill 1, level 1 ultimate cold weapon mastery. Skill 2, rank 1 supreme hammer technique. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirements, 2 level 2 Sultinders, 200 energy points. Upgrade to JC01 giant hammer mech. Jiang Li confirmed. Buzz. 2 level 2 Sultinders were merged into the body of the giant hammer mech, and 200 energy points were used to upgrade the giant hammer mech. Several rays of light flickered on his body. A few seconds later, the promotion was completed. The giant hammer mech had obvious changes. Chapter 83 Hong Luan enters the city. First of all, the giant hammer mech grew to 2 meters tall and was as strong as the biochemical mech. There was more. After reaching level 2, the giant hammer mech put on a black full-body armor that covered its entire body, only revealing its eyes, nose, and mouth. The 2 giant hammers on the back of the giant hammer mech were 1 meter long. They were black and had faint golden patterns. Furthermore, the 2 ends of these 2 giant hammers could be embedded together, turning into a 2 meter long giant killing weapon with 2 hammerheads at both ends. It was definitely a powerful troop type that could attack cities and seize territories. Just standing in front of Jiang Li, they felt a strong sense of oppression that made them short of breath and tremble. Unit type, giant hammer mech, elite. Rank, early stage of rank 2. No, JC01. Skill 1, level 1 ultimate cold weapon mastery. Skill 2, rank 1 supreme hammer technique. Skill 3, level 2 low-grade meteorite strike. Equipment, special giant hammer of stage 2 inferior grade. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 4,000 energy points. Jiang Li checked the message. 3 skills. Great. Jiang Li was happy. I was right. After the elite troop leveled up to level 2, they have 1 more skill than normal troops. Continue to level up. Jiang Li waved his hand and continued to consume energy points. Sure. Sure. The giant hammer mech's body kept flashing. It leveled up from the early stage to the middle stage, then to the late stage, and finally to the perfected stage. The black full-body armor's color became darker, and there was no reflection at all. The rank of first lieutenant with the epaulet. In order to upgrade the giant hammer mech to the perfected stage of level 2, Jiang Li used up 28,000 energy points. The total number of energy points decreased to 20620. Unit type, giant hammer mech, elite. Rank, grand completion of rank 2. No, JC01. Skill 1, level 1 ultimate cold weapon mastery. Skill 2, rank 1 supreme hammer technique. Skill 3, tier 2 ultimate meteorite strike. Equipment, tier 2 special giant hammer. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirements, 2 level 3 Sultinders, 20,000 energy points. Sure. Jiang Li closed all the interfaces. Currently, I have 2,806 mechs, and they have all reached the perfected stage of level 1. The military strength is almost the size of 2 whole regiments. 740 fire mechs, including sniper mechs, 734 combat mechs, and 736 cold weapon mechs, including 3 elite mechs, Jiang Li thought. 700 biochemical mechs and 6 intel mechs. As the number of mechs under my command increases, I can't arrange them so randomly anymore. I need to build a special military camp for the mechs, but I haven't unlocked mechanical engineer yet, so I can't build an army base with the gain. Yes. I can ask the people in Great Shear City to build ordinary barracks, but it'll take a lot of manpower and resources. After Jiang Li made the decision, he immediately sent people to make arrangements. Jiang Li asked Xu Huaye to build the military camp. Xu Huaye passed on Jiang Li's order to hire workers from all over the city. The pay was not low. Half a day passed. The workers for the construction of the military camp were all recruited. Xu Huaye asked for Jiang Li's opinion. Jiang Li didn't know much about the construction of military camps, so he asked Hong Qianxia to help. After finalizing the construction blueprint, it was time to purchase the construction materials. When the basic work was completed, the construction of the ordinary barracks would officially start. The military camp was located next to the city lord's mansion. For this reason, many houses were torn down. 3 days later, the foundation of the military camp was laid and the basic structure was built, but it was still far from completion. Even with a large number of workers, it would take at least half a month. Before the camp was built, more than 2,000 mechs were living in the city lord's mansion. On this day, at the entrance of the Great Shear City, why did the city name of Yong'an City change? It was a petite girl. She stood at the city gate, wearing a pink wide sleeve and a hat that covered most of her face. She raised her head to look at the stone plaque and murmured, "Why did Yong'an City become Great Shear City? What's the meaning behind the name? I'll go into the city first." The young lady skipped into the Great Shear City. Because of the deception of her cute appearance, the guards at the city gate did not conduct a detailed examination of the girl. They only asked a few questions and let her through. Furthermore, the flow of people at the city gate was very large and it was impossible to interrogate everyone in detail. Time did not allow either unless something major happened. For example, sealing off the city. I don't know if that Silver Eagle guy is here yet. The young lady murmured softly. Obviously. She was Elder Homlorn of the Half-Monster Alliance and she came from the Wuzu Plain. After entering the city, Homlorn strolled around the streets and arrived at a restaurant that was packed with people. She eavesdropped on the discussions of the people around her and obtained quite a lot of information. Jiang Li is the city lord. Homlorn was surprised. That's true. According to the 3 laws of the human race, Jiang Li's contribution can indeed make him the lord of Yong'an City. However, Yong'an City, now Great Shear City, has suffered heavy losses in Qinshan Valley. I'm afraid there are less than 3,000 soldiers guarding the city. With such a weak force, if the monsters or barbarians attack, they will definitely not be able to defend. The city will definitely fall. Rather than saying that Jiang Li became the city lord, it's more like he's in big trouble. If it were me, I wouldn't be the lord of the city. I'd leave the Great Shear City right away. The Great Qian dynasty is so big. I can go anywhere. I don't know what Jiang Li is thinking. How dare he stay here? Or do you have something to rely on? He was curious. After leaving Yong'an restaurant, Homlorn asked for the way to the city lord's mansion and walked along the street. However, she was stopped halfway. Elder Homlorn, Elder Yinying would like to see you. It was a small alley around the corner. A young man quickly walked out of the alley and knelt on one knee in front of Homlorn. He looked carefully. One would discover that there were black snake scales on the young man's wrist, but they were not obvious and were hidden with his sleeves. Why is he looking for me? Didn't you say you didn't need my help? Homling pouted. This subordinate is only an errand boy for this Lao Ai. The young man said. All right, he said. Homlorn nodded. Lead the way. Since the Silver Eagle came to the Great Shear City before me, he must know more than me. I also want to ask him. Yes. The young man nodded happily and walked in front. Phut. Blood splattered everywhere. Suddenly, Humlorn pointed out with her finger, and a red light flew out from her fingertip. Like a sharp arrow, it directly pierced through the young man's heart and came out of his body. After flying a few meters away, it dispersed in the air. For Yingluo, why? The young man turned around stiffly and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with confusion as he asked this question before he died. I've only just arrived in the Great Shear City, but the Silver Eagle immediately sent people to find me. Hom Ling's clear black and white eyes revealed a dangerous luster. He obviously sent someone to follow me and invite me over. Who knows what he's up to? Chapter 84: The Abandoned Restaurant. The night came as scheduled. Jiang Li came out of the Castellan mansion. He looked up at the sky. The stars were bright and the moon was bright. The buildings around seemed to be covered in a layer of silver. Why not dark and windy? It's too late, Jiang Li mumbled. The night is too good. It doesn't fit what I'm going to do next. Behind him, Mechs came out one after another and stood in an orderly line. It was very imposing. City Lord. Thank you, Jiang Li. Hong Qianchu walked over and saluted Jiang Li respectfully. His aura had improved a lot and he had reached the early stage of level 2. Yes. Yes. Jiang Li nodded. Lead the way. Yes. Yes. Hong Qianchu replied respectfully. He's Jiang Li. On the other side, Jiang Li, Hong Luan was hiding in a hidden corner. She hid her presence and observed Jiang Li from afar. Because the City Lord's mansion was heavily guarded and there were Mechs patrolling, Red Kite didn't dare to get too close during the day. He planned to sneak into the City Lord's mansion at night. He didn't expect this. Before she sneaked into the mansion, she saw Jiang Li come out with so many people. It seemed like he was going to do something big. Let's follow and take a look. Hong Luan's eyes flickered as she followed him with curiosity. Chief Sovereign. Wen Gan quickly walked to Jiang Li and whispered in his ear, someone is following us. Do you want to capture him? Someone's following us. Jiang Li stopped, but he soon returned to normal. He walked forward steadily and asked in a low voice, how's his strength? The other party has hidden his aura. We can't confirm it for now. Wen Gan replied, but I didn't sense any obvious hostility from him. Yes. Let's keep an eye on them and don't alert them. Our main task tonight is to kill the people from the Half-Monster Alliance in the city. These Half-Monster Alliance idiots, do they really think I don't know they're hiding in the city? The Sirius Gang's business chain is spread throughout the entire Great Shear City. Nothing in the Great Shear City can escape the eyes of the Sirius Gang. You don't know what's good for you. Half an hour later. City Lord, we've arrived. Hong Qianchu stopped and looked ahead. It was an abandoned restaurant in a remote area, giving off a gloomy feeling. They are hiding here. Jiang Li looked at the abandoned restaurant in front of him. He had sent people to investigate it. The owner of the restaurant was killed by a competitor, then the restaurant closed down and was abandoned here. Surround them. Jiang Li waved his hand. Yes. Sure. 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 The hundreds of Mechs moved immediately. Each of them was at the perfected stage of level 1. They were very fast and surrounded the abandoned restaurant. In the abandoned restaurant. What's going on? Elder Silver Eagle of the Half-Monster Alliance looked out of the window with cold eyes. He saw soldiers with cold faces and similar clothes. Elder, I think we've been discovered. In the surroundings. The half-monsters of the Half-Monster Alliance looked serious. How did we get discovered? It was clearly hidden very well. This buy-in. The half-fiends that the Silver Eagle brought looked at each other, their eyes full of vigilance. In reality, 2 days ago, the Silver Eagle had already arrived at the Great Shear City and sent hundreds of half-monsters of the Half-Monster Alliance. After learning about Jiang Li's situation, they planned to find an opportunity to kill Jiang Li and get the blood refining bead back. However, before Silver Eagle made a move, Jiang Li received the news from the Sirius Gang. He suspected that a half-monster had snuck into the Great Shear City and found the abandoned restaurant where Silver Eagle and the others were hiding. Hence, let's go. Jiang Li decided to attack the half-monsters that night. Jiang Li. Jiang Li, the Silver Eagle looked coldly at Jiang Li, who was outside the abandoned restaurant. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such deep control over the Great Xia City. You found my hiding place so quickly. This is good too. Since you've delivered yourself to my door, I'll deal with you myself, the Silver Eagle said in a deep voice. Obviously. The Silver Eagle was very confident in himself. Or rather, he was quite confident in his own strength. Deacon Kei, I told you to send your men to invite Hongluan. Why is there still no news? The Silver Hawk asked a deacon behind him. Elder, the subordinate I sent has been killed. We don't know who killed him yet, Deacon Kei replied. He's dead. Silver Eagle frowned. I wanted to persuade Hongluan to fight Jiang Li with me, but it seems like I won't have the chance. Get ready. When the time comes, listen to my order and rush out. When the time comes, I'll go to Jiang Li and break through their blockade. I'll capture Jiang Li, take back the blood-refining bead, and then leave the Great Xia City. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes. The hundreds of Half-Monster Alliance members responded in unison. Outside. Do it. Attack. Jiang Li waved his hand and gave the order to attack. Boom. An explosion sounded. Shi-01 raised the rocket launcher in his hands and fired a single shot. The rocket exploded, releasing a terrifying amount of power. The entire abandoned restaurant was on the verge of collapse. There was a soaring flame. Ah! A scream came from the abandoned restaurant. What was that just now? Be careful. The restaurant is going to collapse. Hurry up. The members of the Half-Monster Alliance screamed in horror. Not only that. A few members of the Half-Monster Alliance were killed by the blast wave because they were too close to the explosion. Their bodies fell to the ground, looking extremely miserable. The Silver Eagle's pupils contracted. Rumble. The abandoned restaurant had collapsed and was blasted by the SH-01. Charge. The Silver Eagle roared loudly. Charge out. Hurry up. Kill. Shua. 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 Hundreds of members of the Half-Monster Alliance rushed out as fast as they could when the abandoned restaurant collapsed. They flashed and fled in all directions. Stop them. Don't leave a single one alive. You're right, Jiang Li said coldly. Yes. Hundreds of mechs attacked at the same time. Each mech was at the perfected stage of level 1. They were much stronger than the members of the Half-Monster Alliance. Perfected stage level 1. They are all martial artists in the perfected stage level 1. How is this possible? Oh my god. Run. Fut. 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 Blood splattered everywhere. The Half-Monster Alliance members screamed as they were killed by the mechs one by one. It was a one-sided slaughter. Other than a few deacons whose cultivation had reached level 2, the other half-demons could not even withstand a single blow. Buzz. Buzz. A few grey level 1 soul tinders flew out of the body and merged into Jiang Li's body. He caught a few level 1 soul tinders. JJ-01 stood next to Jiang Li. He raised the sniper cannon in his hand, equipped it with a normal sniper bullet clip, and locked onto an executive of the Half-Monster Alliance who was at the early stage of level 2. Bang! After pulling the trigger, a deafening gunshot was heard. The sniper bullet broke through the air and broke the sound barrier. It was so fast that the Half-Monster Alliance deacon didn't even have the chance to react. Fut! His head was crushed by the bullet and he died immediately. Chapter 85 Solving the Hidden Danger. A second-rank deacon was actually instackled in one hit. Hongluan was hiding in the distance, standing on the roof of a building. The roof blocked most of her body and only her head was exposed. It was also because of her petite figure that the roof could block her. It's mainly because of the weapon in his hand. I've never seen it before. Hong Ling's expression was solemn and he was extremely surprised. He muttered to himself, I'm afraid Silver Eagle is doomed this time. He has kicked an iron plate. I don't know if he can survive this time. Jiang Li. Boom. The Silver Eagle finally made his move. His silver hair danced in the wind and his half-beast power surged, creating a silver light that surrounded his body like mercury. Rip. A pair of silver wings appeared on his back. Like a birdman, he jumped up and flapped his wings. He charged at Jiang Li like a silver light. The distance of several hundred meters was covered in an instant. Let's go. Jiang Li quickly retreated and the mech beside him rushed forward. The Elder has finally made his move. Elder Yin has completed level 2. He's only one step away from breaking through the celestial bridge. He's determined to turn the tide and capture Jiang Li. The members of the Half-Monster Alliance were full of anticipation and confidence. Overlord Halbert Art. Go. Hong Qianchi shouted and activated his property internal force. A blood-red evil chi appeared around him. The internal force with the evil chi property gathered in the halberd. You're looking for death. Bang. The Silver Eagle waved his hand and hit Hong Qianchi's attack with his internal force. The powerful force even sent Hong Qianchi flying and he spat out blood. He defeated Hong Qianchi with only one palm. Although Hong Qianchi had just broken through to level 2, he was still a martial artist at the early stage of level 2. In addition, he had experienced many battles and had rich combat experience. However, even so, he was still sent flying by the Silver Eagle's palm. It could be seen that the Silver Eagle was extremely powerful. Bang! Bang! JJ-01 pulled the trigger and fired a shot. The normal sniper bullet tore through the air, forming a vortex-like airflow as it shot toward the Silver Eagle. Claw tear! The Silver Eagle's pupils shrank as he felt the danger. He gathered his power, and the mercury-like half-beast power gathered in his right hand, almost becoming solid. Clang! The normal sniper bullet was blocked. It collided in the air and caused an explosion. The bullet was sent flying, and the Silver Eagle's momentum was also blocked. Bang! The bullet that was shot by the Silver Eagle created a hole in the ground, and soil flew everywhere. What a strong power! The Silver Eagle steadied itself. Its silver eyes were cold. It looked up at Jiang Li and then at JJ-01, who was standing next to Jiang Li. Its eyes fell on the weapon in JJ-01's hand. Ah! In the surroundings, the members of the Half-Fiend Alliance screamed as the mechs killed one Half-Fiend after another. If it weren't for the level 2 executors who blocked most of the mechs, they would have been killed. At this moment, SH-01 raised the bazooka in its right hand and the rotary Gatling cannon in its left, aiming at the Half-Fiend Alliance members. Boom! Boom! The cannonballs and bullets exploded among the members of the Half-Monster Alliance, setting off a terrible storm. The fire soared to the sky and the ground shook. Ah! Dismembered limbs and corpses flew everywhere. There were countless deaths and injuries. JC-01, do it, finish him off. Okay. Jiang Li waved his hand and looked at the Silver Eagle. Yes. Thump. Hammermech JC-01 walked out from behind Jiang Li. He was 2 meters tall and was wearing black full-body armor. The Silver Eagle's pupils contracted as it felt a sense of oppression and danger. Catcher! Catcher! JC-01 took off the twin hammers on his back and looked at the Silver Eagle. Dragon Eagle form. Boom. The Silver Eagle mobilized all the power in its body. The mercury-like half-demon power gathered and finally formed a huge illusionary dragon hawk. Its wings were 3 meters long and it was completely silver. This is the Silver Eagle's strongest move. It's using its half-demon power to form the Dragon Eagle form. It's obviously going all out. I wonder if Jiang Li's men can stop it, Hong Wan said to herself. Meteor strike. Thump. JC-01 held the hammer with both hands and jumped up. There was no huge energy fluctuation, only a terrifying force. The huge iron hammer smashed over, producing a terrifying air explosion. Boom, there was a loud sound. The silver dragon hawk was smashed into pieces. Energy rumbled and silver light scattered in all directions. The giant hammer that contained extremely strong power destroyed the opponent as easily as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Phut. Ah. The Silver Eagle let out a shrill cry as his dragon eagle form collapsed. His chest caved in, his ribs were broken, and he spat out blood. His body flew backward like a ragdoll and fell to the ground. He rolled for more than 10 meters before he stopped. The Silver Eagle lay on the ground and coughed up blood. It was seriously injured and could not even get up. One hammer. It was a hammer strike. The Silver Eagle was severely injured and almost killed by the hammer. Hongluan was also dumbfounded. With a dumbfounded expression, her red lips slightly opened and she was somewhat dumbfounded. How is this possible? That Silver Eagle was crippled by a hammer. What a terrifying power. I didn't know Jiang Li had such a powerful subordinate. He's probably invincible under level 3. I've underestimated him. Elder. Elder has lost. It's over, run. Quickly run. This time, the morale of the Half-Monster Alliance members also collapsed and only fear was left in their hearts. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Kill him. Jiang Li ordered coldly. Bang. 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 JJ-01 fired continuously. The sniper bullets shot out and pierced through the air, killing one rank 2 executor after another. All of them were killed in one shot. Buzz. Buzz. Grey light dots came out of the body and flew into Jiang Li's body. There were also 1 or 2 black light dots. Acquired a first stage soul tinder. Acquired a first stage soul tinder. Acquired a stage 2 soul tinder. 10 minutes later, the battle was over. In total, they killed 320 Half-Monster Alliance members, 200 unranked Half-Monsters, 114 Level 1 Half-Monsters, and 6 Level 2 Half-Monsters. He had collected 8 Level 1 Soul Tinders and 1 Level 2 Soul Tinder. The drop rate could only be considered average. 5 mechs were scrapped and 375 energy points were recovered. Jiang Li. The Silver Eagle had lost his ability to fight. He lay on the ground and spat out blood. He looked at Jiang Li with his silver eyes as if he wanted to say something. Goodbye, I won't send you off. Bang. Bang. Shoot. Jiang Li raised the pistol in his hand and shot. The bullet pierced through the Silver Eagle's forehead and blood splattered. The Silver Eagle was killed. My marksmanship is getting more and more accurate. Okay. Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. In fact, Jiang Li aimed at the heart. Buzz. Suddenly, a black light came out of the Silver Eagle's body and flew into Jiang Li's body. He seemed to be quite lucky today. He caught another level 2 soul tinder. Chapter 86 Serpent. The Dominator panel opened. As for the soul tinder, there were 10 level 1 soul tinders and 4 level 2 soul tinders. For now. Now that all the level 1 army classes had been unlocked, the level 1 soul tinder had no other use except for fusion. Of course, if other soldiers were unlocked, a level 1 soul tinder was needed to unlock them. Fuse. Jiang Li fused the 10 level 1 soul tinders. A few seconds later. Sure. Fusion failed. Jiang Li received a notification. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to fuse. I'm so lucky today because of the drop rate of the second stage soul tinder. Jiang Li shrugged. In order to trigger the prerequisites for unlocking Mech Navy service and Mech Air Force service, you need to have a full army. Jiang Li recalled the rules of the game. According to the rules of the Super Mechanical Army, the entire army has 100000. With my current number, I'm still far from it. So now is not the time to think about such things. Sure. Jiang Li closed all the interfaces. You've been following the City Lord for so long, and you're still not coming out. Jiang Li turned around and looked at the roof where Hongluan was hiding. I've been discovered. Hong Lin was shocked and reacted. Sure. Sure. Let's go. Jiang Li waved his hand and the mechs immediately rushed to where Hongluan was hiding. Wait a moment. Hongluan immediately jumped down from the roof and appeared in front of Jiang Li. She saluted and said, City Lord Jiang, I have no ill intentions. You're a half-fiend. Jiang Li felt the same aura from Hong Luan as Silver Eagle and the others. Yes, I am. Hong Ling didn't conceal anything and spoke frankly. City Lord Jiang, I'm the same as Silver Eagle, an elder of the Half-Monster Alliance. My name is Hong Luan. The Half-Monster Alliance. That means they are enemies. Jiang Li said in a deep voice. No, no, no. Hong Ling quickly waved his hand and explained, City Lord Jiang, you have completely misunderstood. Although we are both elders, I have no relationship with the Silver Eagle. Everything that Silver Eagle did was his idea. It had nothing to do with the Half-Monster Alliance. He asked for it. Is that so? Jiang Li looked at Hong Luan with suspicion. Hong Luan wasn't tall, only about 1.5 meters tall, and her figure was petite and exquisite. She had originally planned to sneak into the City Lord's mansion, so she wore black night clothes. City Lord Jiang, I think you are too prejudiced against our Half-Monster Alliance. Silver Eagle is just an elder of the Half-Monster Alliance's division, Hong Luan explained. He can't represent the entire Half-Monster Alliance. In fact, the power of our Half-Monster Alliance is far beyond your imagination. We have branches all over the continent, and the division of folk soldiers is just one of them. It's hard for us half-demons to survive. We've been ostracized by the 6 major races, and we formed an alliance just to survive. Stop. No. Jiang Li stopped him. I'm not interested in how bad your living environment is. Since you said the Half-Monster Alliance is powerful, how about we make a deal? Deal? What kind of deal? Hong Ling was stunned. She couldn't keep up with Jiang Li's thought process. He just suspected that she was an enemy. Why did he suddenly want to make a deal with her? The medicinal herbs trade. I need a lot of ordinary herbs, Jiang Li said with a smile. To be exact, I can buy as many as you can. Unlimited purchase. Purchasing ordinary medicinal herbs. Hong Luan was puzzled. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. Let me think, Yin Luo. Hong Luan was thinking about why Jiang Li wanted to buy herbs, ordinary herbs at that. The most important thing was that he could buy them in unlimited quantities. Elder Hong Luan, if you agree to the deal, we'll be friends. But if you don't agree, Jiang Li said. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Li glanced at the Silver Eagle's body. Hong Ling's face darkened. A threat. This was definitely an undisguised threat. All right, I agree. Hong Ling could only nod. The Half-Monster Alliance has indeed stocked up a batch of ordinary herbs recently, but we can't find a good way to sell them. Since you want them, I can discuss with the other elders of the Half-Monster Alliance and sell them to you. However, there are a lot of ordinary herbs in this batch. I hope City Lord Jiang can prepare enough silver. It'll be fine as long as you don't be unable to afford it. There are a lot of them. Jiang Li's eyes lit up, specifically. I don't know about that. Hong Ling shrugged her shoulders. I'm not in charge of the sale of spirit herbs. I've only heard about it. I'm not sure about the exact amount, but it's definitely not a small number. Well said, well said. Jiang Li smiled. I don't have much, but I have a lot of money. I can buy all the herbs in the Half-Monster Alliance. If he really didn't have enough money, he would just rob them. Of course. Jiang Li didn't say the second half of the sentence out loud. Elder Hong Ling, it's getting late. Why don't you follow me to the City Lord's mansion to rest? Let's go. Jiang Li invited. Hong Luan took a step back and looked at Jiang Li warily. She quickly waved her hand and said, No thanks, City Lord Jiang. I'll take my leave. I'll contact you after I'm done with the medicinal herbs. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Luan immediately slipped away. Why are you running so fast? Jiang Li didn't understand. Hong Qianchi did not dare to answer. Hong Qianchi, take care of these bodies. Search, Jiang Li ordered. Remember to search them all. Yes. Hong Qianchi immediately responded. After killing Silver Eagle tonight, Jiang Li had dealt with the Half-Monster Alliance and another hidden danger. Next, he had to prepare to deal with Green Scale City and Barren City. However, In order to take down the Green Scale City, they had to cross the Green Mountain Range before they could enter the Red Eyebrow Yara Kingdom. There were a large number of wild beasts in the Green Mountain Range, as well as fierce beasts that were comparable to warriors. Wild beasts were easy to deal with, but fierce beasts were more dangerous. That was why Jiang Li sent Match to Qingshan Mountain in advance to explore the situation and draw a map. At the same time, he also wanted to determine the route. On the other side, Green Scale City. At the city gate. Ta-ta-ta-da. The sound of marching footsteps could be heard. As far as the eye could see, a black mass of demi-human soldiers came into view. They were numerous and exuded an extremely baleful aura, all of them wearing blood-black standard armor. At the front, a military flag was erected. The flag had a blood-black base and a lifelike long snake was drawn on it. It had a pair of wings on its back and looked like a ring. The snake's head was biting the snake's tail. It was like the Ouroboros clan. The monster army of Long Snake City. The number had reached 10,000. City Lord. Scaled Wing walked out of the army and came to the city gate, bowing. Yes. Qing Wenling had already walked out of the city and was looking at the army in front of him. The army's demonic aura was overwhelming, and they were in neat rows and disciplined. They were clearly a powerful demon army. The commander of the single-line serpent army, Snake Biting, great city lord Qing Wenling. Snake Biting walked over slowly. He was wearing black armor and holding a snake-shaped spear. Only his facial features were exposed and his amber pupils were vertical like a snake's eyes. He bowed to Qing Wenling. You're the one with the title of the strongest commander of Red Dragon County in the Red Eyebrow Yao Kingdom, the snake hunter who once used a scheme to take down the 3 major cities of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. Qing Wenling sized him up with respect in his eyes. I didn't expect the red snake to send you. No. No. Snake Biting shook his head and said, I'm the one who asked the city lord of the Long Snake City. Why? Qing Wenling asked. I've heard about the human Jiang Li. He must die, or he'll become the second silver-armored Valkyrie. This is a huge threat to the Red-Browed Demon Kingdom, so we must kill him before he grows up, the snake-biting man said in a deep voice. You must know that just a silver-armored Valkyrie was able to stop the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's army in front of Qianshui City. You, Commander Naga, you're overestimating Jiang Li. Qing Wenling was stunned. Chapter 87 Long Snake Marching Army Formation. Ha! The snake-biting man laughed mockingly. He did not bother explaining anything to Qing Wenling as it would be meaningless. He simply said, City Lord Qing Wenling, I know that you want to avenge your daughter. I understand and agree with this very much. I remember that in the Battle of Qingshan Valley, the Green Scale City lost 10,000 monster soldiers. There should be about 5,000 left. This time, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I need Governor Qing Wenling to lead 5,000 soldiers of the Green Scale City to follow me in addition to the single-line snake army. We'll launch a surprise attack and destroy the Great Xia City as soon as possible. This Bayan, Snake Commander, the 5,000 monster soldiers of the Green Scale City are my last assets. Qing Wenling frowned. In reality, he had originally only wanted to take 2,000 with him. If City Lord Qing is unwilling, then I can only withdraw my troops. The Ouroboros said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, the Ouroboros clan truly intended to retreat. Wait a moment. I agree, Qing Wenling shouted. But, Commander Naga, what do you mean by a surprise attack? Qing Wenling asked again. The single-line serpent army can form the long serpent marching formation, which can increase the marching speed by 3 times. It can cross the Green Mountain Range and reach the Great Xia City in half a day. We'll use the long snake marching formation, Snake Hunter explained. We'll launch a surprise attack before Jiang Li and the other cities in the Black Dragon County can react. We'll take down the Great Xia City and kill Jiang Li. Then, we'll leave the Black Dragon County and return to the Red Eyebrow Yao Kingdom. All right. Qing Wenling's eyes lit up. When do we move? Now. With the marching speed of the single-line snake army, they should be able to reach the Great Xia City before dawn. This way, they can launch a surprise attack on the Great Shear City when the humans are drowsy, the snake-biting man said. Good, good. As expected of the strongest commander. I'm impressed. Qing Wenling said respectfully. Mayor Qing, hurry up and get ready. The Ouroboros waved his hand. Half an hour later, the demon army of the Green Scale City had finished gathering. This time, it was led by Qing Wenling personally and joined with the Long Snake Formation. With the support of the Long Snake Marching Formation, the marching speed was doubled. I hope the City Lord can return in victory. Don't worry. This time, we have the commander with the snake. He's known as the strongest commander. It's just a city of the great Gunlord dynasty. It's a piece of cake. That's right. Let's just wait for the news of the City Lord's victorious return. In the Greenscale City, many of the monster race residents discussed among themselves as they watched the army leave. Their voices were filled with confidence and they felt that Qing Wenling would definitely return victorious. Late at night, in the hinterlands of the Green Mountains, roar. In the surroundings, there were the low growls of wild beasts and the roars of ferocious beasts. In the pitch-black night, the forest environment was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. It was extremely dark. The forest was dense and the leaves blocked the moonlight. Rustling. Dozens of mechs moved forward quickly, recording and exploring the surrounding terrain and the distribution of fierce beasts in the Green Mountains. They drew a map. Boom. One of the combat mechs was attacked by a beast. He punched out and shattered the beast's skull, killing it in one blow. There's movement. Suddenly, XX-02 stopped and rushed to a higher place. He looked into the distance. That's Yingluo. It was about 1,000 meters away. A large number of monster soldiers formed an army formation and marched through the Green Mountains like a huge, winding snake. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth surrounded them and they moved very fast. Demon race. XX-02 reacted. It's the demon race. There are a lot of them. We are no match for them with our military strength. Don't get discovered. In the surroundings, the mechs gathered. Whoosh. Contact information mech XX-01. There's an important matter to report to the Lord. XX-02 immediately activated video communication and contacted XX-01. A projection appeared in front of them. The communication was connected. On the screen, XX-01 appeared. XX-02, what's the matter? XX-01 asked, the Lord is currently resting. If there isn't any urgent news, it's best not to disturb him. I know, turn the camera around. XX-02 turned the camera and transmitted the scene of the demon army marching to XX-01. A clear image appeared in the communication projection. This Swan NI is actually a demon army. XX-01's tone was slightly surprised. A large number of monster soldiers have appeared in the Green Mountain Range. With the marching speed of these monster soldiers, they will be able to reach the Great Shear City before dawn. XX-02 said. I understand. Intel Mech XX-02, don't hang up. I'll inform the Lord immediately. XX-01 rushed to Jiangli's place as fast as he could. Thump. Thump. There was a slightly urgent knock on the door. Who is it? Not long after Jiangli lay down, he was woken up. Intel Mech XX-01 reporting to Master. Intel Mech XX-02 found a large number of monster soldiers in the Green Mountain Range and is marching toward the Great Shear City. Outside the door, XX-01 said loudly. The demon army. Come in. Jiangli woke up. He immediately sat up. Come in. Yes. XX-01 pushed open the door and walked in. What's the exact situation? Jiangli asked. Chief Sovereign, please take a look. XX-01 projected the communication screen in front of Jiangli. In the projection, thank you, Jiangli. XX-02 saluted to Jiangli, then turned the camera to the monster army that was moving quickly. On the communication screen, there was a large number of demon soldiers in a military formation. They were like a huge python shuttling through the dense forest. What's going on? Jiangli looked at the image in the projection solemnly. These monsters are so fast. How did they do it? With the speed of these monster soldiers, they will arrive at the Great Xia City by midnight at the latest. If we launch an attack in the early hours of the morning, the Great Xia City will definitely be breached. That's because the city guards guarding the city walls are probably still half asleep at this time. The mechs are all staying in the city lord's mansion. Fortunately, I sent my mechs to the Green Mountain Range in advance. Otherwise, I would have been caught off guard. Intel Mech XX02, I order you to follow this demon army with all the mechs around you and report the situation and direction of this army from time to time. Follow me from a distance. Don't be discovered. Jiangli gave an order. Yes. XX02 nodded respectfully. Soon after, Jiangli observed the monster army through the projection again. There were more than 10,000 monster soldiers, and they were well disciplined and had a strong military aura. They were obviously not an ordinary monster army. He was very powerful. There were many level 1 demons. Furthermore, the army's strange speed also meant that they had some special means that Jiangli didn't know about. They had to be careful. Inform Hong Qianqi, Hu Dong, Wen Pinyuan, Wu Zun, Shu Wei, and Pan Kuei together at the main hall of the Castellan mansion. Go. Jiangli ordered. Yes. XX01 nodded, hung up the communication, and left the room. Jiangli got up, put on his clothes, and left the room. He went to the main hall of the Castellan mansion. Wang Gan, the giant hammer mech, the sniper mech, and the biochemical mech SH01 followed him. Chapter 88 Rock Mountain. 10 minutes later. In the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, Jiangli was the first to arrive. Shu Wei, Hong Qianqi, Wu Zun, Hu Dong, Wen Pinyuan, and Pan Kuei arrived one after another and saluted Jiangli. We pay our respects to the City Lord. They said in unison. Yes. Jiangli nodded and went straight to the point. I just received news that the demons of the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom have formed a powerful army of demons. There are more than 10,000 of them, and they are marching towards the Great Xia City. If nothing unexpected happens, we should arrive at the Great Xia City at midnight. Demon race. Wu Zun raised his head and exclaimed. It's just 10,000 demon soldiers, isn't it? Pan Kuei asked in a muffled voice. What's there to be afraid of? Last time, under the leadership of the City Lord, we annihilated the allied forces of the monster race and the barbarian race in Qingshan Valley. The problem now is that we managed to gather an army of 10,000 last time with great difficulty. Now, even if the Sirius Gang and the city guards were combined, there would be no more than 4,000 people. However, the demon soldiers have reached more than 10,000, and they are still a strong army. It's not as easy as you think, Hong Qianqi said. City Lord, if we really can't do it, why don't we ask for help? Hu Dong suggested. Yep. Wen Pinyuan nodded. With the current military strength of the Great Xia City, I'm afraid it will be difficult to defend the city. We can only ask for help from the surrounding cities. City Lord, should we inform County Lord Han Liki about this? Wu Zong asked. What's the rush? HMPH. Shu Wei nodded. Since the City Lord has summoned us here, he must have a plan. Look at how flustered you are. How embarrassing. City Lord Bayan. Hong Qianqi, Hu Dong, and the others all looked at Jiangli. Hong Qianqi. Jiangli didn't answer directly. He looked at Hong Qianqi. How long have you been the head instructor in Great Xia City? Reporting to the City Lord, it has been 40 years. Hong Qianqi was stunned. He didn't understand why Jiangli asked this, but he still answered quickly. It's been 40 years. Jiangli nodded and said, then, you should be quite familiar with the terrain within the Great Xia City's territory. Naturally. Of course. Hong Qianqi said confidently, if I say I'm second to the Great Xia City in terms of familiarity with the terrain, no one would dare to say they are first. Very good, he said. Jiangli smiled. The monsters of the Red Eyebrows Monster Kingdom are planning a surprise attack on the Great Xia City. However, they don't know that I've already discovered their traces. They've been exposed. Therefore, I plan to beat them at their own game. I will set up an ambush along the way they will pass through and then annihilate the demon army of the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom. I need you to provide me with a suitable location to set up an ambush. This by an City Lord, Homchancha murmured, if it's true that the monsters don't know that we've discovered them, an ambush is the best way. City Lord, please wait a moment, I'm going to get the map. You don't need to go, Mahan. Go get Instructor Hong's map, Jiangli shouted. Go get it. Yes. Mahan stood outside the hall and responded respectfully. The map is in my bedroom, Homchancha said. A few minutes later, Mahan took the map and handed it to Homchancha. Homchancha opened the map completely and the rectangular map was spread on the table. The map depicted the terrain of the entire Great Shear City in detail. City Lord, please take a look. Homchancha pointed at a spot on the map and said, this is the Green Mountain Range, which is the border between the Red Eyebrows Yarra Kingdom and the Great Shen Dynasty. After passing through the Green Mountain Range and following this straight line, we will pass through several villages, such as the Yan Family Village, the Li Family Village, the Rock Village, and this Lotus Moon Lake. Finally, after crossing a few mountains, we will arrive at the Great Shear City. Finally, Homchancha's finger stopped at the center of the map. There was a picture of a city, Great Shear City. Yes. Okay. Jiangli nodded. And then? This? Homchancha pointed at the border between Lotus Moon Lake and Rock Village. There was a sign of a canyon. City Lord, I think this is the best place for an ambush. At the junction of Rock Village and Lotus Moon Lake, there is a rock mountain, but because Rock Village has been mining and selling granite all year round, the rock mountain has almost been broken through over the years. In the end, it formed a terrain similar to a one-line sky dot. There is only one path that goes straight through, and on both sides of the path are extremely steep mountain walls. We only need to ambush our soldiers on the mountaintops on both sides and wait for the demon soldiers to enter. Then, we will immediately launch an attack. We will definitely be able to catch them off guard and even completely destroy them. One line sky. Jiangli's eyes lit up. The terrain is good. One had to know. If the plan succeeded, Jiangli only needed to set up a line of fire mechs on the top of the Shanshan wall on both sides of the road. With the firepower of the fire mechs, it would be a complete massacre. But City Lord, the demons might not take the Rocky Mountain. They might take a detour around the Rocky Mountain. Homchancha said. That's why we need bait. Jiangli raised his head, looked at Homchancha and the others and said, pass down my order. The city guards and the members of the Sirius gang are to gather and head to the Rocky Mountain. After we discover the demon army, we will think of a way to lure them into the narrow sky on the Rocky Mountain. Yes. Homchancha took a deep breath and agreed. Yes, sir. Hudong and the others looked at each other and nodded. Don't worry. Don't worry. Jiangli waved his hand. If you win this battle, you'll get a lot of merits. You can register at the Contribution Pavilion and get the corresponding contribution points. The sect members and city guards who go this time, as long as they come back alive, will be rewarded with 10 contribution points. Every monster killed will be rewarded with 10 contribution points. Yes. Hudong and the others looked slightly excited, and their voices could not help but rise a few pitches higher. Sect Master, isn't the reward too much? Shuwei pouted her red lips. One had to know. 1 contribution point was worth 10 taels of silver, and 10 contribution points were worth 100 taels of silver. 100 contribution points could be exchanged for any level 1 low-grade internal cultivation technique or martial arts manual. Instantly, the eyes of Hudong and the others all fell on Shuwei. Shuwei snorted coldly and raised her proud twin peaks with an expression of, do you think I'm afraid of you? Not much. No. Jiangli waved his hand. Go get ready. Yes, City Lord. Everyone replied in unison. Half an hour later, 2,000 city guards and 1,000 gang members gathered together, leaving less than 500 city guards and 1,000 members of the Sirius gang to maintain order in Great Shear City. At the city gate, Jiangli walked over quickly. There were more than 2,000 mechs standing behind him. They were in a neat formation and were walking in the same pace. The orderly footsteps seemed to be beating on everyone's hearts. The 2770 mechs were divided into 4 teams. The cold weapon mech formed one team, the firearm mech formed another team, the combat mech formed another team, and the biochemical mech formed another team. City Lord, Hudorm and the others were all shocked by the mech's aura. They looked at Jiang Li, who was standing in front of them, and felt like he had become taller. They all saluted. Yes. Go, Jiang Li waved his hand, let's go. Chapter 89 Cautious. On the city wall, Han Liki lowered his head and looked at Jiang Li and the others with a frown. State Lord, Jiang Li took almost all the soldiers of the Great Xia City with him. What is he going to do? Changshu, the new chief constable of the county government, couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Han Liki shook his head. Our mission is to defend the Great Xia City. Yes. Changshu nodded. In reality, Jiang Li didn't plan to go there in person. He planned to stay in Great Xia City and use the Intel mech to transmit the battlefield images to give remote commands. But, after careful consideration, no. Jiang Li rejected the idea. First of all, the communication function of the Intel mech at the perfected stage of level 1 was not strong enough. The camera could only capture part of the battlefield. Furthermore, the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. Without being able to observe the overall situation of the battlefield, it would be impossible to respond in time. If something went wrong, it would be too late to regret. In the future, with the construction of the army base, more and more powerful mechanical soldiers would be unlocked, and they would be able to command the war remotely. However, it was not possible for now. The entire army had already set off. Hong Qianqia led 2,000 city guards at the front, Hu Dong and the others followed with 1,000 members of the Sirius Gang, and Jiang Li's mech army with 2770 soldiers was the last. With the fastest speed, they rushed to the Rocky Mountain. They had to reach the Rocky Mountain before the demon army so that they could make preparations and set up an ambush. Otherwise, all their plans would be in vain. Contact information Mech XX02. Jiang Li said. Yes. XX01 nodded. Buzz. The communication was connected. Chief Sovereign. On the screen. XX02 saluted Jiang Li. Yes. Okay. Jiang Li nodded and asked, where is the monster army now? Reporting to the hegemon, the monster army has already left the Green Mountain Range. XX02 replied. At the same time, it turned the camera and captured the demon army in the distance. It was like a huge ancient python, moving quickly. So fast. Jiang Li frowned. We need to speed up too. Continue monitoring. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Yes. XX02 nodded. On the other side, in the demon army, Commander Vibrato, your long snake marching formation, has truly broadened the city lord's horizons. I didn't expect that we would be able to pass through the Green Mountain Range so quickly. With this speed, we'll definitely be able to reach the Great Xia City before dawn. Qing Wenling said excitedly. Yes. The snake-biting man only nodded his head slightly. His brows furrowed slightly as he turned his head to look behind him from time to time. However, he did not discover anything. He muttered softly, why do I feel like I'm being watched? Surveillance. Qing Wenling was puzzled. It can't be. Snake Commander, you're thinking too much. We are moving in such a secretive manner that no one knows about it. How can we be monitored? Commander Naga, you're probably overthinking things. Linyi said. I hope so. The snake-biting man took a deep breath. With a deep gaze, he shouted, all troops, speed up. Yes. The demon soldiers replied. Time passed. After a few hours. Let's go. Jiang Li and the others arrived at Rock Village first and passed by the village gate. Because it was night, most of the villagers were asleep. After leaving Rock Village, he could see Rock Mountain in the distance. The mountain was not small. It was almost a few hundred meters high. The vegetation was sparse, revealing hard granite. The center of the mountain was forcefully chiseled, forming a straight path. After entering it, one could only see the sky through the gap. The mountain walls on both sides were steep with protruding rocks. Buzz. Buzz. Jiangli XX01 immediately walked to Jiangli's side, raised his wrist, and projected an image. XX02 and XX01 were in contact. What's the situation? Jiangli asked. My lord, the demon army will arrive at the Rocky Mountain in half an hour at most. XX02 said. Half an hour? Jiangli's pupils constricted. He didn't even let the city guards and the members of the serious gang rest. He shouted, Hong Qianqi, Hu Dong, act immediately. You guys hide in the Rocky Mountain first and only reveal yourselves when you see the demon army. At that time, you can fight and retreat at the same time and lure them into the Rocky Mountain. Yes. Understood. Hong Qianqi and the others all nodded. 2,000 city guards and 1,000 gang members were led by Hong Qianqi and the others into the Rocky Mountain and hid in the forest. To the top of the mountain. Jiangli climbed to the top of the Rocky Mountain with more than 2,000 mechs. Firearm mechs set up the battle line. Stop! Jiangli shouted. Sniper mech JJ01 stayed next to Jiangli. He found a suitable sniping spot, then lay down and set up the sniper cannon. Only the black muzzle was exposed, pointing at the entrance of the Rocky Mountain. The 739 firearm mechs were all perfected stage level 1. Under Jiangli's order, they were divided into 2 teams and set up battle lines on both sides. There were 369 firearm mechs on the left side of the mountain wall. They formed a straight line and aimed their machine guns at the road below. On the right side of the mountain, there were 370 firearm mechs. They were also in a straight line with their machine guns. Jiangli stood on the right side of the mountain and looked down at the one-way sky passage. He looked at the entrance. On the right side of the mountain wall, the cold weapon mechs, combat mechs, and biochemical mechs were all beside Jiangli. He didn't ask them to move yet. They were waiting for his next order. Time passed. 10 minutes later. Vaguely. Under the bright moonlight, Jiangli could already see the vague figures of the monster army. They were like a giant python slithering on the ground at a very fast speed. He came so quickly. Get ready. Jiangli narrowed his eyes. Get ready. Catcher. Catcher. All the firearm mechs opened the safety of their machine guns and loaded the bullets. They pulled the trigger with their left hand and took off their submachine guns with their right hand. At the same time, XX02 sent a message to remind Jiangli that the monster army had arrived at the Rock Village and would be at the Rock Mountain soon. The ground shook slightly. More than 10,000 demon soldiers formed a snake-shaped formation and marched at an extremely fast speed. They were surrounded by spiritual energy and looked like snakes. They are here. Jiangli hid his tracks and saw the monster army clearly. They had a strong military aura. They were well disciplined and their steps were neat. Each soldier was experienced. Obviously. This was definitely a powerful demon army. Stop, he said. Suddenly, the Ouroboros immediately raised his hand to stop the army. He raised his head to look at the Rocky Mountain ahead. The terrain that entered his sight made him frown deeply. What's wrong? Qing Wenling stopped as well. Commander Snake, why did you stop all of a sudden? He asked. We'll take a detour around this mountain. The Ouroboros said. Why? Qing Wenling asked directly, with the size of this mountain, it will take some time if we take a detour. There is also a lake in front of us. We will have to take another detour. Aren't we in a hurry? Mayor Qing, this terrain is a great taboo for armies. It's too risky to enter rashly. Moreover, with the speed of the long snake marching formation, the snake-biting man explained, even if we take a long detour, it won't affect the overall situation. So, there's no need to take the risk. Commander Naga, you are being far too cautious. Linny said. That's right, Commander Ouroboros. Besides, our operation this time is so secretive. How could someone possibly set up an ambush in such a place? Qing Wenling said. We'll take a detour. The snake didn't reply. Instead, he gave the order. Chapter 90 Ambush. These demons are really cautious. They didn't come in. Hong Chanch's worry has come true. I wonder if they can lure them into the ambush. Jiang Li saw all this. He frowned and said, I'd rather take a detour than enter this kind of terrain. They are trying to go around the rocky mountain. Hong Chanchi also saw it and immediately shouted, City guards, now is the time. Charge out with me. Yes. The city guards responded. Quick, follow him. Hu Dong roared. Kill. Wang Pingyuan scolded. Charge. The members of the Sirius gang roared. Thousands of people rushed down from the rocky mountain and attacked the monster race. There's an enemy. Prepare for battle. Qing Wenling shouted. There's really an ambush. Scaled Wing was stunned. The snake-biting man frowned, feeling that something was amiss. In such terrain, if it were me, I would have laid in ambush on the two hilltops on either side of the cliff. Then, I would have waited for us to enter the ambush circle. Why did I rush out directly? It's a human soldier. Haha, you dare to kill your way over with just these few people. You're looking for death. All the monsters shouted. Kill. Qing Wenling waved his hand and gave the order. The 5,000 monster soldiers from the Green Scale City immediately broke away from the long snake marching formation and charged toward Hong Chanchi and the others. The soldiers from both sides were engaged in close combat. Instantly. There was a scream. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons clashing was extremely dense. Boon. Hong Chanchi jumped up with the halberd in his hand. His white hair danced in the wind and he chopped off the heads of two monster soldiers with the blade. Obviously. Hong Chanchi was a martial artist at the early stage of level 2. He was very strong and could easily deal with ordinary monster soldiers. There's actually a rank 2. HMPH. Qing Wenling snorted coldly. I'll fight you. Sure. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up and the green bloodline power coursed through his body. He took out the green snake spear on his back and waved his right hand, forming a spear flower and attacking Hong Chanchi. Clang. The spear and the halberd collided and the energy rumbled. Qing Wenling was a demon at the perfected stage of level 2. He was many times stronger than Hong Chanchi, so he easily defeated Hong Chanchi's attack. PFFF. Hong Chanchi was sent flying and coughed up blood. Grand completion of Tier 2. Hong Chanchi raised his head and screamed in shock and fear, hurry up. Everyone, retreat. These demons are too strong, we can't beat them at all. Quickly escape. What? Hu Dong had a shocked expression. This Bayan. Wang Pingyuan was the same. Quickly run. Everyone retreated in fear. Let's go. Sure. Let's go. Hong Chanchi rushed to the rocky mountain behind him. Retreat. Everyone. Without any intention to continue fighting, he turned around and ran. He looked extremely flustered, like a dog that had lost its home. He fled in panic, and his morale collapsed. Ha 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 ha. Look at these humans. They are too weak. What a sorry figure. I can kill 10 today. Don't let them escape. The monsters in the Green Scale City laughed. Chase. Qing Wenling pointed his spear forward and shouted, don't let a single human go. Kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, boom. Qing Wenling stepped on the ground and took the lead, chasing after Hong Chanchi. Yes. Kill. KKKKK. The monster soldiers in the Green Scale City sneered. Commander, what about us? Yi Zhonglin, the adjutant of the Ouroboros clan, asked in a low voice. With the current state of the monster soldiers in Green Scale City, they can't stop us. Let Qing Wenling test the waters. If there really isn't an ambush, then we wouldn't have to go through the trouble of taking the long way. If there is an ambush, the ones who would die would be the monster soldiers of the Green Scale City, the snake-biting man said. Yes. Yi Zhonglin nodded. At this moment, Hong Qiaji and the others had already escaped into the narrow valley of the Rocky Mountain. Behind them, the monster soldiers of the Green-Scale City led by Qing Wenling and Lin Yi had caught up. They had already entered the central region. PFFF. In the canyon. Screams rang out. The 2,000 city guards and 1,000 members of the Sirius gang were no match for the monster soldiers of the Green-Scale City. After they were caught up, they couldn't stop them at all, and many of them were either dead or injured. Only a portion of them entered. Let's take care of these monster soldiers first. Jiangli looked down at the canyon and then at the entrance. The Snake Army didn't want to enter the canyon at all. If we delay any longer, the city guards and the members of the Sirius gang will all be killed. Fut. Pu. Hong Qianqi spat out blood. His left leg was pierced by Qing Wenling's spear. He kept stepping back and blood flowed out of the wound. He knelt on the ground on one knee. Die. Qing Wenling sneered and thrust his spear at Hong Qianqi's head like a blue light. Do it. Go. Jiangli ordered. Bang. Bang. JJ-01 opened fire and a loud gunshot was heard. The powerful recoil force caused his body to move back by a centimeter. He used an energy bullet magazine. The white energy bullet containing the metal attribute was shot out from the muzzle, piercing through the air with a sharp sound and formed a vortex-like airflow. The spear was aimed at Qing Wenling. Qing Wenling's pupils contracted as he felt a fatal threat. He immediately raised his head and saw a white stream of light piercing through the air. It was a critical moment. Qing Wenling instinctively held the spear in front of his chest. Clang. The energy bullet hit the gun and made a loud sound. With a boom, the energy exploded, creating waves of air that swept around. Qing Wenling let out a blood-curdling screech as the green snake spear in his hand was knocked away. The terrifying kinetic energy sent him flying, and the green mist around him dispersed. Fut. Qing Wenling spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying a dozen meters away. She staggered back a dozen steps before she finally stabilized herself. Her eyes were filled with shock. Da. The next moment, the 739 firearm mech fired at the same time. Their machine guns and submachine guns were fired, and the mountains on both sides were lit up. Countless bullets formed a rain of bullets, covering the entire Rocky Mountain and the Line Canyon, shooting towards the monster soldiers of the Green-Scale City. With gunfighting techniques, the perfected stage firearm mechs could shoot accurately even with a machine gun. Each of them was a sharpshooter. So, basically, they wouldn't accidentally hurt the city guards or the members of the Sirius gang. Of course, some stray bullets were inevitable. Fut. 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 Blood splattered everywhere. Blood flowers bloomed one after another. It was extremely gorgeous, but it also carried death. There's an ambush, there's an ambush. Quickly retreat. Quickly leave this place. What kind of weapon is this? Help. The monster soldiers of the Green-Scale City were shot to death one by one. Even though they were wearing armor, they were still pierced through by the bullets. There were countless deaths and injuries. The most important thing was, the firearm mech blocked the entrance with bullets. The demon soldiers couldn't escape at all. They were all shot full of holes. Boon. SH-01 lifted the bazooka and fired a shot. The shell landed among the devil soldiers and exploded, forming a fiery blaze that soared into the sky. The power of the explosion was so strong that it killed all the surrounding devils. Buzz. 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 On the battlefield, gray soul fire seeds flew up and merged into Jiangli's forehead. Notifications flashed in front of his eyes. He had captured level 1 soul fire seeds. Chapter 91 Retreat. Whoosh. The bowmaster mech with the number GJS-01 on Jiangli's right shot an arrow. The black arrow pierced through the air and silently killed a perfected stage monster captain of the Green-Scale City soldiers. The arrow pierced through the monster's forehead. Whoosh. 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 The archer mech shot out arrows one after another. Each arrow was so powerful that it could kill at least one demon soldier. Boon. Boom. Boom. SH-01 fired its rocket cannon in succession. The shells exploded and deafening roars rang out. The blazing flames exploded and rocks and soil flew everywhere. The scene was terrifying. A large number of monster soldiers were killed. How did this happen? Qing Wenling looked around and saw the sky full of fire. She saw with her own eyes that the monster soldiers of Greenscale City were killed one by one. Anger, fear, and grief. Bang! JJ-01 fired again. A white energy bullet shot out, tearing through the air. It contained an extremely dense metal attribute energy and possessed a powerful destructive power. Scaled Eagle secret technique. Buzz. His scaled wings howled and the power of his black bloodline surged. It gathered around his body, then transformed into a black eagle with fish scales all over its body. He charged forward. Bang! The energy bomb shattered the black eagle, and the remaining power it contained even sent its scaled wings flying. It spat out blood, and its face was as pale as paper. City Lord, quickly leave. Qing Wenling. Lin Yi turned his head as blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. His hair was disheveled, and he looked rather miserable as he yelled at Qing Wenling. Scaly wings, you're a coward. Qing Wenling was still in a daze. Boom. SH-01 raised the bazooka, aimed it at Qing Wenling, and fired. The shell left a trail of fire in the air as it headed straight for Qing Wenling. Qing Wenling raised his head and saw the cannonballs. Roar. A dragon-like roar came out of Qing Wenling's body, and a green mist spread out. The power of the perfected stage of Tier 2 was fully unleashed. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets of the fire mech were all blocked by the green mist. They stopped in the air and lost their momentum. The green python Dharma. Qing Wenling roared, and the green mist gathered above him, eventually turning into a huge green python that hovered in the sky like a dragon. It was more than 10 meters long. It was like a giant beast. A perfected Tier 2 demon is indeed very strong. Let's go. Jiangli was calm when he saw Qing Wenling's power. He didn't let Wen Gang and the giant hammer mech fight. At the same time, he paid some attention to the monsters outside the canyon. The sniper mech and Shi-01 were enough to deal with Qing Wenling. This is the green python Dharma. The snake-biting man looked at the green python in the air and his eyes flickered. Qing Wenling's strength has exceeded my expectations. He has actually mastered the green python Dharma. I'm afraid he's only one step away from the 3rd rank. Commander-in-Chief, if we don't act now, the Greenscale City will be completely annihilated. Yi Zhonglin said. Bring me my bow. The Ouroboros extended his right hand. Yes. Yi Zhonglin nodded and waved his hand behind him. 3 monster soldiers carried a black rectangular wooden box and placed it in front of the serpent. Catcher. Yi Zhonglin opened the black wooden box. Inside it was a black snake-shaped bow. Even the bowstring was black as if it had swallowed all the light. Beside the longbow, there were 2 black and gold arrows with purple patterns on them. A Tier 2 top-tier Ouroboros bow. A Tier 2 top-tier black gold arrow. The 2 combined. The power was extremely terrifying. Commander-in-Chief. Yi Zhonglin passed the Ouroboros bow and the black gold arrow to the serpent. Yes. The Ouroboros clan member held the bow with his right hand and the tail of the black gold arrow with his left. He took a deep breath and slowly raised the bow, knocking the black gold arrow on the bow. Whoosh! The power of his bloodline circulated and was injected into it. Instantly, a black light lit up and a black snake shadow appeared behind the snake's back. It had a single horn, but the snake's head was biting its own tail like a ring. Boom! The Line Canyon in the Rocky Mountain. Break! Qing Wenling roared. The green python Dharma form soared into the sky and let out a dragon-like roar. It charged forward and collided with the cannonballs of the rocket cannons in the air. With a dong sound, the cannonball exploded. Flames shot up into the sky, like gorgeous fireworks exploding in the air. It was dazzling and extremely dazzling, illuminating the dark canyon. Roar! You're dead! The green python roared and resisted the explosion. Although it became dim and consumed a lot of energy, it didn't collapse. Instead, it continued to attack Jiang Li. Bang! JJ-01 fired a shot, and an energy bullet shot out, making the final blow. It completely pierced through the green Python Dharma power, and the green Python Dharma power exploded into green light spots in the air. Fut! Ah! Urgh! Qing Wenling spat out a mouthful of blood as he staggered backward. Da. The firearm mech's machine gun bullets shot toward Qing Wenling. Without the protection of his bloodline power, the bullets hit his body. Catcher! Catcher! The armor on Qing Wenling's body was shattered by the bullets. Fut! 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 The bullets pierced through the scales on Qing Wenling's body, and blood splattered everywhere. Qing Wenling's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted, and blood bloomed everywhere. City Lord! Buzz! Scalewing rushed over and used his bloodline power to block the bullets. Die! Whoosh! Black Gold Arrow! The snake-biting monster gathered its power to the limit and locked onto Jiang Li, who was on the right side of the mountain. It shot out a black gold arrow. It was a black gold light, silent but extremely fast. The black gold arrow was like a black poisonous snake, launching a surprise attack. Hurry up! It was too fast. Shake! Jiang Li. Wen Gang reacted first. He quickly stood in front of Jiang Li and punched with all his strength, creating a powerful vibration. Bang! The air exploded, creating an air explosion, and the shockwaves spread forward. Boom! There was a loud sound. Wen Gang's punch hit the black gold arrow. The vibration waves were torn apart by the black gold arrow. The powerful vibration force collided with the power of the black gold arrow. Catcher! Catcher! The ground beneath Wen Gang's feet crumbled. The power contained in the black gold arrow was destroying Wen Gang's internal organs, causing him to be greatly damaged. If it wasn't for the fact that Wen Gang's gloves were also of the top grade, his arm would have been destroyed. Thump! The giant hammer mech took the chance to hit the black gold arrow with his hammer. With a loud noise, the black gold arrow was knocked away and fell to the ground. There are actually 2 people at the perfected stage of Tier 2. What? The snake-biting man's pupils constricted. Plus the 2 who fought Qing Wenling, that means Jiang Li has 4 experts at the perfected stage of level 2. There's a mistake in the information. Jiang Li has an advantageous terrain now. He's going to die if he goes into the canyon. Even if we attack from both sides, we won't be able to gain an advantage with the special weapons. This surprise attack failed before it even started. We can't fight this war. All troops, retreat. The snake-biting man quickly put down the longbow in his hand. Without any hesitation, he immediately gave the order for the entire army to retreat, giving up on Qing Wenling and the monster soldiers in Greenscale City. Yes. Yi Zhonglin didn't say much and immediately nodded. Snakebite. Qing Wenling turned around and his eyes widened. Chapter 92. Still trying to run after shooting an arrow in the dark. Fut. The snake-biting man had actually retreated, and in such a decisive manner at that. Qing Wenling's anger surged, and he spat out blood. City Lord! Scaled Wind exclaimed. Retreat! Jiang Li's eyes were cold. He looked at the monster army outside the valley and sneered. You still want to run after shooting an arrow in the dark? How is that possible? Do it. Shut up! Jiang Li shouted and gave an order. Kill. Shua. 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 Suddenly. Cold weapon mechs, biochemical mechs, and combat mechs. More than 2,000 mechs rushed out from the back of the long snake army and formed a long battle line, completely blocking the snake-biting army's retreat. Obviously. Let's go. Jiang Li had already sent out all the cold weapon mechs, biochemical mechs, and combat mechs to the back of the long snake army. Commander! Our escape route has been cut off, Yi Zhonglin exclaimed. Prepare for battle. The Ouroboros's gaze was calm. He raised the Ouroboros bow in his hands, took out an ordinary arrow, pulled it into a full moon, and shot it out. Whoosh! Bang! The arrow pierced through the head of a combat mech. The damage was more than 90% and it was scrapped. 75 energy points were recovered. Giving up the advantageous terrain to block my escape route, do you want to capture them all in one fell swoop? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. The Ouroboros snorted coldly. Yes. All troops, attack. Yi Zhonglin shouted. Kill. Boom. The war broke out in an instant. There were more than 2,000 mechs, and each of them was at perfected stage level 1. Although the Longsnake army had 10,000 soldiers, there were only 2,000 level 1 demons and 500 at perfected stage level 1. The rest were all at the peak of the unranked level. Other than that, there were also 9 demon generals who had reached the early stage of level 2. The Ouroboros clan's cultivation was at the peak stage of the 2nd level, while the vice commander Yi Zhonglin was at the late stage of the 2nd level. Whoosh! 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 The cold weapon mech threw out his alloy daggers and killed hundreds of peak stage elementary level demon soldiers before they even fought. A large number of corpses fell to the ground. Biochemical poison. Woo woo woo. The biochemical mech released its power. Pitch-black biochemical poison mist gushed out of its body and spread out, attaching to the demons. Ah! What is this thing? No. A terrified scream was heard. The demons who were contaminated by the biochemical poison could not last long after the poison invaded their internal organs. They died with shrill screams and their bodies were controlled to become walking puppets. In the blink of an eye, thousands of demon soldiers were controlled and attacked the demon soldiers. Boom. Boom. The combat mech charged into the battle and killed many demons at the peak of the elementary level. Even the level 1 demons were no match for it. The Great Circle of Rank 1. They are all at the perfected stage of Tier 1. The Rank 2 demon generals shouted in alarm and immediately charged into the battlefield. Kill. Boom. Yi Zhonglin shouted. His strength of the late stage of the 2nd rank burst out. The power of his bloodline surged and a huge tiger phantom condensed behind him. Catcher! Catcher! He charged into the mechs and killed them one by one. More than 2,000 martial artists of perfected stage level 1. This is... Ouroboros's eyes were serious. I'm afraid only the army of the Qian dynasty can have such a troop. How did Jiang Li build such an army? I've underestimated him. Whoosh! 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 The snake continued to shoot out arrows. Each arrow was powerful enough to kill a perfected stage level 1 mech. At least 100 mechs were killed by the Ouroboros. Ah! Suddenly, from the Line Canyon behind them came a shrill scream. Boom! The flames soared to the sky. The biochemical mech SH-01 was shot a few times in a row and completely killed Lin Yi. Its body was torn into pieces by the power of the explosion and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Bang! JJ-01's platinum-colored energy bullet shattered Qing Wenling's head. It exploded like a watermelon and his headless body fell to the ground. Da. More than 700 firearm mechs ran out of bullets from their machine guns and submachine guns. They took out their automatic rifles and started shooting at the demon soldiers of Greenscale City. 5,000 monster soldiers of the Greenscale City. All of them died. In the canyon, the ground was filled with corpses and the smell of blood was strong. Fresh blood gathered and formed a viscous pool of blood. The scene looked a bit horrifying, like a scene of Asura. Buzz. Buzz. Grey light spots flew out of the body and merged into Jiang Li's forehead. He caught the level 1 soul tinder. Among them, a black light spot appeared on Qing Wenling's body and flew into Jiang Li's forehead. Shua acquired a stage 2 soul tinder. A notification appeared. All right, he said. Jiang Li smiled. I've captured another level 2 soul tinder. I'm one step closer to gathering all the level 2 soul tinders and activating the level 2 troop class. Consume energy points to replenish the ammunition of all the firearm mechs. Jiang Li waved his hand. Buzz. After consuming 740 energy points, all the firearm mechs had finished replenishing their ammunition. Attack. Stop. Jiang Li shouted. Catcher. Catcher. The 739 firearm mechs turned their guns and aimed at the long snake army outside the canyon. They pulled the trigger and started shooting. Set up the formation. The Ouroboros's pupils contracted as he loudly shouted. Single-line snake army formation. Buzz. Buzz. The thousands of monster soldiers circulated their cultivation techniques according to the unique grade positions. The power of their bloodlines surged and formed a link, forming an army formation. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth surrounded him. Whoosh! The blood-black mist covered the entire army and blocked the bullets from the firearm mechs. Kill. The Ouroboros clan commanded the entire army. Roar. The army formation activated and combined the power of the demon soldiers. A blood-black mist filled the air and condensed into a huge python that circled the sky. The python roared like a dragon and charged at the mech army. Bang, 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 bang. An explosion sounded. The battle formation was extremely powerful. It destroyed the walking corpse puppets controlled by the biochemical mechs and sent hundreds of mechs flying. All troops, charge. The snake-biting man roared. Kill. Battle cries shook the heavens. Boon. SH-01 fired a rocket into the midst of the long snake army. The shell exploded and flames soared into the sky, causing a violent tremor. The blood-black mist trembled. Fut. Ah. Many of the monster soldiers spat out blood from the shock as they suffered the backlash from the battle formation. Bang. 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 Immediately after, JJ-01 switched to armor-piercing rounds and fired a few shots in succession. The powerful recoil force caused him to take a few steps back. He even pierced through the blood-black mist formed by the military formation and killed a few perfected stage level 1 demon soldiers. Jiang Li. Jiang Li, the Ouroboros clan leader, turned around and stared at Jiang Li, who was standing on the rocky mountain. He clenched the Ouroboros bow in his hands. There was only one black gold arrow left, and Jiang Li was protected by several perfected stage level 2 experts. They couldn't hurt him at all. The most important thing was, some of Jiang Li's soldiers were so strange. They didn't fear death at all. Even if their hands were cut off, they could still bite with their teeth. Furthermore, there were also some soldiers who could release black poisonous mist. Any demon soldiers that came into contact with the poisonous mist would become puppets controlled by the other party. It was impossible to guard against. If it wasn't for the Long Snake Army's battle formation, they wouldn't have been able to fight back. Chapter 93: Breaking Through the Army Formation. Boon. 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 The war continued. JJ-01 and SH-01 started to fire from a distance. They used sniper rifles, rocket cannons, and Gatling cannons to bombard the Long Snake Army outside the Lion Canyon. More than 700 firearm mechs were also firing continuously. The formation of the Long Snake Army trembled continuously as if it was about to collapse. Buzz. The biochemical toxins of the biochemical mech spread and eroded the blood-black mist. Ah. Fut. There was a scream. Sniper mech JJ-01 fired several shots. Each shot was made with energy bullets. It broke through the defense of the army and then killed a level 2 demon general. The head exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Whoosh! Instantly. The battle formation was on the verge of collapse. Damn it! The Ouroboros roared furiously. Commander! Yi Zhanlin's face was pale. Losing a second-rank general had caused the power of the battle formation to drop. With a missing corner, the giant python formed by the black mist flew out and let out a mournful cry. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on, Yi Zhanlin said. At this moment, Jiang Li's mech corps also suffered heavy losses. More than 400 of them were destroyed. If the biochemical mechs didn't control a large number of walking puppets to stop the attack of the army python, the losses would be even worse. Of course, even more of the Long Snake Army had died, with only around 6,000 remaining. Who tilde tilde who tilde who tilde? The snake-biting man took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "It's not about whether we can kill Jiang Li or not. It's about whether we can go back alive. All demon soldiers, follow behind me. I'll lead you out. Yes. Commander. We pledge to follow you to the death. All of the Longsnake Army's demon soldiers shouted in unison. His aura condensed. Roar. The army formation rotated and a blood-black mist filled the air, turning into a huge, lifelike python. It sat cross-legged in the air and roared. Kill. The snake-biting man carried the Ouroboros bow on his back and held the snake-shaped spear in his hand. His bloodline power gathered on the body of the spear, and a black mist of light spread out as the spear glowed. Bang! He thrust out his spear. The spear light was sharp and pierced through everything. It pierced through the walking corpse puppet in front of him. His right hand shook and the long spear trembled. The walking corpse puppet was torn into pieces. Boon! 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 The Ouroboros clan's full strength charged into the mech army. No one could stop it. The battle strength of a perfected stage level 2 wasn't something that a perfected stage level 1 mech could stop. Bang! Bang! JJ-01 opened fire but was blocked by the Longsnake army. The giant python roared and blocked JJ-01's attack. A hole was almost torn open in the mech army's defense line. SH-01, go and stop him. I can't let him escape, Giandoli said in a deep voice. Yes. Catcher. Catcher. SH-01 removed the rocket launcher from his right arm and the rotary Gatling cannon from his left arm. Both of his arms began to deform, with his bones and flesh twisting. The sleeves of his leather jacket were torn. His arms transformed into hideous flesh sickles, and like a mantis, he activated his biochemical physique skill, and a blood-colored mist gushed out from his body. Boon! SH-01 charged down the mountain like a ferocious tiger. It was as fast as lightning, like a blood-red stream of light. In the blink of an eye, it had passed through the Line Canyon. Hurry up! It was extremely fast. The biochemical mech was the last type of level 1 mech in the mech army. It not only had the powerful firepower of the firearm mech, but also the powerful close combat ability of the combat mech and the super-fast speed of the cold weapon mech. It could be said that it was a more perfect troop class. It was only special after it had been upgraded to Tier 2. It was even more perfect. What's that? Yi Zhonglin saw a blood-red beam of light rushing toward him from the valley behind him. It carried with it a terrifying killing intent. Bang! SH-01 had arrived in front of the formation. Roar! The huge python formed by the army roared and charged towards SH-01. Rip! SH-01 crossed his arms in an X shape and slashed forward with all his might. Like two blood-red beams, they sliced through the front, directly tearing apart the giant python formed by the army formation. It exploded into mist. Boom! SH-01 charged into the formation and tore through the blood-black mist. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, the scythe of blood and flesh danced in the air as it sliced the demon soldiers in half. Blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Miserable shrieks sounded one after another. Stop! Yi Zhonglin roared and tried to stop SH-01. However, he was sent flying by SH-01's blade and knocked into a few monster soldiers, causing him to cough out blood. Thump! SH-01 cut through the entire Longsnake army in an extremely domineering manner and arrived in front of the snakebiter, slashing out with his flesh scythe, accompanied by a blood-red mist. Clang! The snake-biting spear pointed out, and both parties collided. Energy exploded, creating a vast wave of air that swept out in all directions. Both parties retreated at the same time, neutralizing each other's power. Boon! 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 SH-01 charged forward once more, slashing out with his flesh scythe, forming a series of blood-red blade lights, dancing and flashing in the air with extreme speed. So strong. The snake-biting man was shocked. He brandished his spear and blocked SH-01's attack. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. At this moment, the snake-biting mech was stopped by SH-01. The remaining mechs immediately charged at the Longsnake army. The biochemical mech spread their biochemical toxins and corroded the demon soldiers. Kill! Yi Zhonglin roared and rushed forward. Wen Gang, you go down too. Wen Gang. Jiang Li immediately sent Wen Gang after seeing the situation. Yes. Wen Gang nodded and jumped down from the top of the mountain. He stepped into a huge pit and the bodies in the valley were sent flying. After that, Wen Gang ran at full speed and rushed into the battlefield. Thump. Wen Gang punched out with both fists. The vibration burst out and produced a terrifying vibration power. It broke through the defense of the army formation and killed its way into the demon army. Fut. 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 With Wen Gang's strength, he could easily kill these demon soldiers with one punch. It was as if he was killing ants. Boom. Wen Gang charged in front of a stage 2 demon general and attacked with all his might. He released his vibration skill and killed the stage 2 demon general in a few moves. Boom. Wen Gang charged at Yi Zhonglin. The two sides fought with all their might. The power of his bloodline burst out and the tiger roared deafeningly. However, Yi Zhonglin was only at the late stage of the second level. Even if he tried his best, he was still not Wen Gang's match. If it weren't for the help of several level 2 demon generals, Yi Zhonglin would have been killed by Wen Gang. Time passed. As the monster soldiers fell one after another, the stage 2 general was killed by Wen Gang. The single-line snake army formation could no longer hold on. There was a loud boom. The blood-black mist dispersed and the python let out a wail before dissipating in the air. Da. The firearm mech fired. Without the formation, he was able to use his full power and killed the demon soldiers one by one. Ouroboros. Boom. At this moment, the Ouroboros displayed a powerful technique. The power of his bloodline condensed, forming a huge shadow of an Ouroboros. It was like a ring, and it spiraled behind him. He's going all out. Okay. Jiang Li watched calmly. He couldn't be careless. He stared at the serpent warily, ready to let the hammer mech attack at any time. Chapter 94 Headshot. Under the control of the Ouroboros, he infused it into his next spear strike. The power of the attack was greatly enhanced, reaching an extremely powerful level. Ouroboros Spear. Fut. The snake-biting spear thrust out with all its might, destroying SH-01's attack. The snake-shaped spear had even pierced through SH-01's chest, and the powerful force sent SH-01 flying. Jiang Li. Shua. Jiang Li, the snake-biting man, looked up at Jiang Li with hatred and killing intent. This was the first time he had been forced into such a sorry state. Without any hesitation, run. The snake-biting monster turned around and ran away. The bloodline power around him shook and all the mechs who tried to stop him were sent flying. This guy actually ran away. Jiang Li was also stunned. Obviously, the Ouroboros knew very well that they had already lost this battle. If they continued to fight, even he would die here. Thus, he immediately fled. As long as there's life, there's hope. Run. The snake-biting man turned to the long snake army and shouted, "Let as many as you can escape." Commander. The morale of the long snake army's monster soldiers had also collapsed. Bang. JJ-01 aimed at the serpent and pulled the trigger. An energy bullet shot out, tearing the air and forming a vortex. Black gold arrow. Whoosh. With the snake in his mouth, he knocked an arrow and pulled the bow into a full moon shape. He injected his bloodline power into it, forming the illusionary image of the Ouroboros clan, which fused into the arrow. The black gold arrow shot out. Bang. It could be seen. The black gold arrow and the energy bomb collided in the air. As they clashed, rings of energy ripples spread out and the energy bomb exploded. Obviously, the power of the black gold arrow was a level higher. After all, the black gold arrow and the Ouroboros bow were both at the peak of the second rank. When the two were combined, their might would be even greater. After breaking the energy bomb, the black gold arrow continued to shoot at Jiang Li. Thump. The giant hammer mech smashed the black gold arrow away and smashed a big rock. Jiang Li was unharmed. It was a false alarm. At this moment, Fut. SH-01 pulled out the snake-shaped spear from his chest. With his enhanced physique, his wounds were healing rapidly and the damage he had sustained was also recovering automatically. You. The pupils of the Ouroboros contracted. Whoosh! Immediately, SH-01 leaped forward and once again charged at the snake-biting monster. Its flesh scythe crossed and slashed forward, drawing an X-shaped blood-red sword light. The Ouroboros rapidly retreated, pulling some distance to avoid SH-01's attack. Retrieving the arrows from the quiver on its back, it drew its bow and fired. Whoosh! The arrow was shot. Catcher! SH-01 cut the arrow in half and closed the distance between them. Whoosh! 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 The snake-biting man pulled out 3 arrows at once, drew his bow, and shot them out in a triangular formation. SH-01's twin blades danced in the air, and with a flash of light, the arrows were deflected away. SH-01 stuck closely to the Ouroboros, not giving it any chance to escape. Bang! 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 The sniper mech JJ-01 looked for an opportunity to shoot and help SH-01. It almost got hit several times by the mech. On the battlefield, under the siege of the monster soldiers and the monster generals, Wengang was already 60% injured. Bang! Wengang's 2 fists smashed down, shaking the air and creating shock waves. His fists pierced through Yi Zhanlin's chest, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. His arms trembled and his body was torn into pieces. In the surroundings, there were less than 1,000 soldiers left in the Long Snake army. All of the Stage 2 generals had been killed by Wengang. Adjutant Yi is dead. All the generals are dead. Despair filled the eyes of the monster soldiers. In contrast, in this battle, Jiandli had lost 1,400 mechs. 20 of them had self-destructed, which meant he had lost half of them. Other than the 20 mechs that self-destructed, Jiandli had recovered 103,500 energy points in total. Use energy points to repair Wengang. Jiandli operated the Dominator panel and used some energy points to repair Wengang's damage. Buzz. Wengang's body glowed as his injuries recovered. His damaged camouflage uniform was also restored. Boon. Wengang left the battlefield to reinforce SH-01. Kill. Kill him. Jiandli ordered with cold eyes. The firearm mech fired at full force. Bullets flew everywhere, forming a rain of bullets that covered the remaining 1,000 demon soldiers. All the mechs surrounded him. Boon. 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 SH-01 and Wengang worked together to surround and kill the Ouroboros. JJ-0 assisted from the side, occasionally finding an opportunity to fire a snipe to distract the Ouroboros. Finally, the sniper mech JJ-01 seized the opportunity and fired a shot. The bullet pierced through the air and broke the snake's left leg. Ah! The Ouroboros let out a miserable shriek. Thump! Wengang leaped over and threw out 2 punches at the snake's head. Ouroboros! Buzz! The snake-biting man roared and used all his strength to once again condense the Ouroboros magical image. The ring-like shadow appeared and crashed toward Wengang, sending him flying. Catcher! Catcher! Wengang's arms were twisted and electric sparks flew. PFFF! SH-01 charged over and slashed out with his flesh scythe. A blood-red blade light flashed and struck the snake's chest, tearing apart his armor. Blood splattered everywhere, revealing his ribs. Ah! The snake-biting man let out a mournful wail as he staggered back and fell to the ground. Fresh blood continuously flowed out from his wound, and the smell of blood was very strong. Bang! The platinum-colored energy bullet tore through the air and arrived. It didn't give the snake-biting monster any chance to catch its breath. It directly struck the snake-biting monster's head and shattered its helmet. His head exploded. A headshot. It settled. Jiandli was relieved to see the headless body fall down. He didn't let the giant hammer mech leave his side from the beginning. Speaking of this, you're right, the snake-biting monster gave Jiandli a lot of pressure. If Jiandli didn't send Match to Qingshan Mountain to investigate and draw a map, the snake-biting raid would have been successful. At that time, even if Jiangli could leave safely under the protection of the Mech army, Great Xia City would be finished. Jiangli had lost a city. The plan to expand their territory would be ruined before it even started. Fortunately, Jiangli discovered the whereabouts of Snake Hunter and set up an ambush on the rocky mountain. Although Snake Hunter didn't fall for it, Qing Wenling and the monsters of the Green Scale City rushed into the one-line sky. Then, they were all killed by Jiangli's firearm mechs, killing nearly one-third of their forces. Buzz. Not long after, a black light came out of the body of the serpent and flew into Jiangli's forehead. Shua acquired a Stage 2 Soul Tinder. A notification appeared. 10 minutes later, when the last monster soldier was killed by the mech, the battle was over. Jiangli won the battle. Of course, Jiangli also suffered a great loss. Fortunately, Jiangli had collected a lot of level 1 soul tinders and several level 2 soul tinders. He could get half of the energy points he spent on the broken match. The most important thing was, Jiangli had killed all the monster soldiers in the Green Scale City, and even Qing Wenling, the mayor of the city, was dead. Jiangli could take over the Green Scale City without any trouble. As expected, the Green Scale City would be the first city that Jiangli would occupy. Chapter 95, Collecting the Stage 2 Soul Tinder. Hudong, Hongqianqi, Shuwei sent people to clean up the battlefield and count the casualties. Stop! Jiangli shouted. Yes. Yes, City Lord. Yes. Hongqianqi and the others responded loudly. Don't just stand there, do you all hear me? Hurry up and get to work. The members of the Sirius gang shouted. Yes, Elder Hudong. Move faster, Xinjin. The members of the Sirius gang reacted and ran to the battlefield. We've won again. Wang Pingyuan climbed halfway up the rocky mountain and looked at the valley full of corpses. He looked out at the tens of thousands of demon soldiers' bodies, broken limbs and dismembered corpses. Sticky blood flowed along the ground, and some places had already solidified. Yep. I understand. Hongqianqi nodded. He looked around the battlefield and took a deep breath. Then he looked up at Jiangli, who was standing at the top of the mountain. His eyes were full of respect. There are more than 10,000 demons, including 2 level 2 perfected stage and 2 level 2 late stage. There are more than 10 level 2 demons and many level 1 demons. Shu Wei's tone was full of respect. These are all the achievements of the city lord. With more than 2,000 troops, he annihilated the entire demon army. It can be said to be a great victory. That's for sure. It's a piece of cake for you, City Lord, Pan Kuei said. It's easy to deal with these demons. That's right. Wu Zong nodded his head repeatedly. This time, we have won a huge victory. In fact, if I'm not mistaken. Hongqianqi thought for a while and suddenly said, the monster soldiers in the canyon should be from Green Scale City. That perfected stage level 2 monster is probably the city lord of Green Scale City, Qing Wenling. The ones outside the canyon are the famous Long Snake Army. Only the Ouroboros clan, known as the strongest commander of the Red-Browed Demon Kingdom's Red Dragon County, can lead the Long Snake Army. You should know that Snake Biting is a commander who is as famous as the silver-armored female war god, the Lord of the Heavenly Water City. He once used a strategy to take down 3 major cities of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom, and from that, he became famous. I really didn't expect that I would fall in the hands of the City Lord today. Thinking about it carefully, I feel that it's somewhat inconceivable and outrageous. Serpent. Hudong was taken aback. Now that you mention it, I seem to have heard of this rumor before, but I've never seen it before. Instructor Hong, you're really well informed to even know about this. I've lived for a long time, so I naturally know more than you. In any case, I'm the head instructor of the city guards and have fought against the monster race for many years, so I know a little about these things. Hongqianqi said with a smile. Instructor Hong, since Snake Captain has such a powerful background, I'm afraid it's a big deal for the Red Dragon County of the Red Eyebrow Yao Kingdom that is dead. Red Dragon County will definitely find a way to avenge the Ouroboros clan, Shu Wei analyzed. That makes sense. Wang Pingyuan nodded. Half an hour later, The battlefield was cleaned up, and all the valuable things were arranged. As for the bodies of the demons, they naturally did not waste time and effort to deal with them. At the same time, the number of casualties had also been calculated. The city guards had 300 dead, 500 heavily injured, and 1,000 lightly injured. The Sirius gang had 100 dead, 300 heavily injured, and 500 lightly injured. A total of 400 people had died. The military strength of the Great Shear City was reduced once again. Jiangali's mech army. At the end of the war, they lost 1501 mechs, 531 combat mechs, 500 cold weapon mechs, and 470 biochemical mechs. There were 31 mechs who had self-destructed. The firearm mechs were shooting from the top of the Rocky Mountain, and the Snake Army didn't have archers, so they didn't lose any firearm mechs. Now, there were only 1,500 mechs left in Jiangali's mech army. The number of firearm mechs remained the same. Including Sniper Mech JJ-01, there were 740 of them. There were 203 combat mechs, 236 cold weapon mechs, including the 3 elite mechs, and 230 biochemical mechs. There were also 6 intel mechs. Their military strength had been reduced by half. Fortunately, after the mechs were destroyed, half of the energy points could be recovered. Apart from the 31 mechs that self-destructed and the 1470 destroyed mechs, Jiangali had recovered 110,250 energy points in total. The biochemical mech controlled 1320 walking corpses of the demon soldiers with its biochemical toxins. They were not considered weak. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. With the 20,620 energy points that Jiangli had reserved, he now had 130,870 energy points. Of course, in the battle at the Rocky Mountain, Jiangli used up a lot of energy points. He replenished the ammunition of the firearm mech 5 times, which cost him 3,700 energy points, and it cost him 2,000 energy points to repair the damaged mech. He had spent a total of 5,700 points. Jiangli had 125,170 energy points. After calculating the losses of this battle, Soul Tinder, Jiangli looked at his gains this time. Among them, the number of level 1 Soul Tinders had reached 110. According to the calculation that 10 level 1 Soul Tinders could be fused once, 110 Soul Tinders could be fused 11 times. The number of Stage 2 Soul Tinders had increased from 4 to 7, and he had obtained 3 Stage 2 Soul Tinders in this battle. He was only 2 pieces away from collecting the 9 Stage 2 Soul Tinders. Fuse. Let's go. Jiangli merged all 110 level 1 Soul Tinders. Fusion failed. Fusion failed. Fusion successful. A notification appeared. In the end, out of the 11 fusions, he had succeeded 4 times and obtained 4 Stage 2 Soul Tinders. Jiangli had 11 Level 2 Soul Tinders in total. You have reached the condition to unlock the Stage 2 Mechanical Army. City Lord. Jiangli, Hong Qianqi came to Jiangli's side. His left leg was injured and he was limping. The battlefield has been cleaned up. I have something to report. Speak, he said. Jiangli closed the interface. Some of these monsters are soldiers of the Greenscale City. The perfected Stage 2 monster that entered the ambush in the valley is the City Lord of the Greenscale City, Qing Wenling. Hong Qianqi said. Qing Wenling. Qing Wenling. Jiangli raised his eyebrows and looked down. He saw Qing Wenling's headless body. I was going to attack the Greenscale City, but I didn't expect Qing Wenling to come to me. What else? Jiangli asked again. And then there's the single-line snake army. If I'm not wrong, the monster army that didn't enter the ambush in the canyon is the famous single-line snake army of Red Dragon County, Hong Qianqi answered. The only one who can lead the single-line snake army is the Coiled Serpent. Snakebiter is a famous commander in the Red Dragon County. He is known as the strongest commander. He is as famous as the silver-armored Valkyrie in our Black Dragon County. The snake-biting troop and the one-line snake troop have all died here. I'm worried that Red Dragon County will try to take revenge on us or even invade us. Red Dragon County. What's the strength of Red Dragon County? Jiangli asked. City Lord, the Red Dragon County is not weak. At least, it is much stronger than the Black Dragon County. There are rumors that the county king of the demon race, Red Dragon, has already broken through to the 3rd rank. Even if the Red Dragon County is not a Tier 3 monster, Hong Qianqi said seriously. If the Red Dragon County really wants to invade, they can definitely gather 100,000 monster troops. Our Great Shear City is the closest to the Green Mountain Range. We will definitely be the first to bear the brunt. By then, even if we have the reinforcements of the Great Shen dynasty, I'm afraid we will be in danger. Most importantly, I'm very worried that the Great Shen dynasty might abandon the war chariot to save the king. Chapter 96 Marching Through the Night. Abandon the chariot to save the king. Hong Qianqi. Jian Li murmured to himself after hearing what Hong Qianqi said. One had to know. Jian Li's foundation in the Great Shen dynasty was extremely shallow and he didn't have any support. If it wasn't for the 3 great laws of the human race, he wouldn't even be the city lord of the Great Shear City. Naturally, no one in the imperial court of the Great Shen dynasty would speak up for him. If the Red Eyebrows Empire really wanted to invade, the Great Shen dynasty might push Jiang Li to the front to take the blame for the sake of the overall situation. Of course, if the current ruler of the Great Shen dynasty had a strong attitude and refused to compromise, he would gather his army and start a war with the Red Eyebrows Yarrow Kingdom. Either way, the Black Dragon County would be the first to be affected and Jiang Li would be involved in this mess. If he wanted to protect himself, he had to be strong. Furthermore, Jiang Li wouldn't let others decide his fate. Don't worry. I know, Jiang Li said calmly. I have my own plans. Yes. Hong Qianqi nodded and didn't say anything. In reality, Jiang Li had collected 11 level 2 soul tinders and more than 100,000 energy points. He had met the requirements to activate the level 2 army. At that time, Jiang Li only needed to unlock the level 2 army class and then use level 2 mechs. The strength of his mech army would be greatly improved. So what if there was a 100,000 strong demon army? He could still be crushed. Of course, a large number of energy points were needed to send out soldiers. Jiang Li had to think of a way because the energy points required for a level 2 troop type was a terrifying number. City Lord, are we returning to the Great Shear City? Hu Dong asked. There's no hurry. No. Jiang Li shook his head and said, since the monster army and Qing Wenling are dead, the Green Scale City must be defenseless now. It's the best time to attack. City Lord, are you going to march to the Green Scale City overnight? Hong Qianqi's eyes widened. This buy-in. Hu Dong was also stunned. He said worriedly, City Lord, aren't you taking too much risk? We've just experienced a great battle and our losses and casualties are not small. When we enter the territory of Red Dragon County, we will be in danger if monster soldiers from other monster cities come to our aid. Moreover, with the current military strength of our Great Shear City, even if we occupy the Green Scale City, we can't defend it. I hope that the City Lord will think twice. Yep. City Lord, why don't we talk about this later? Wang Pingyuan and the others also advised. In reality, Jiang Li didn't plan to occupy the Green Scale City. He was going to plunder the wealth of the city after he conquered it. That was his main purpose. If they didn't take action tonight, when the monster race reacted, the Green Scale City, which had lost its army and city lord, would definitely become a piece of fat meat in the eyes of the other monster cities. If Jiang Li was late, he wouldn't even have a chance to drink the soup. I've made up my mind. Jiang Li waved his hand and didn't want to explain. He interrupted Hu Dong and ordered, this time, you don't have to follow me. Take these spoils of war back to the Great Shear City and leave someone who is familiar with the Green Scale City to lead the way for me. Wufu, City Lord, if you must go, then let this subordinate's adjutant lead the way. Hong Qianqi's left leg was injured, so he couldn't go with Jiang Li. However, he needed someone familiar with the way to Green Scale City. His adjutant was just the right person. That's good. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. Shu Li greets the City Lord. Hong Qianqi's adjutant was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He saluted Jiang Li. Yes. Jiang Li looked at it. Soon after, After resting for a while, Jiang Li left. Hong Qianqi and the others returned to the Great Xia city with the spoils of war. Early in the morning. Green Mountain. Jiang Li's mech army finally arrived at the outskirts of Green Mountain. They saw dense forests. XX-02 warped to Jiang Li and took out the map they had drawn. Jiang Li looked at the map carefully and asked Xu Li to refer to it. Finally, he decided on the route to the Qingshan Mountains and entered. Roar. The low growls of wild beasts could be faintly heard from the surroundings. Whoosh! The bowmaster mech shot an arrow. The arrow pierced through the air and killed a poisonous snake not far away. Its triangular head was pierced and nailed to the tree trunk. The snake wrapped around the arrow shaft. This is a black venomous snake, a type of vicious beast. Xu Li said in shock, if you're bitten and you don't take the antidote in time, even a martial artist at the perfected stage of level 1 will be poisoned to death. City Lord, you have to be careful. There are many ferocious beasts in the Green Mountain range. All right, he said. Okay. Jiang Li nodded. He was already on alert. City Lord, with the route that we have just decided on, we should be able to pass through the Green Mountain range before noon today if there are no accidents along the way. Xu Li held the drawn map of the Green Mountain range and muttered. At noon. It's too late. Jiang Li frowned. We have to speed up. But if the commotion is too big, it will attract fierce beasts. Xu Li said worriedly. On the other side. Hu Dong and the others had already returned to the Great Xia city. At the city gate. Han Liki had been waiting here for a long time. Hong Qianqi. Han Liki immediately walked over and stopped Hong Qianqi. He looked around but didn't see Jiang Li. Where is City Lord Jiang? Why didn't he come back with you? What are these things you brought back? Your Excellency. Hong Qianqi first saluted Han Liki and then explained, because the City Lord received news in advance that a demon army has crossed the Green Mountains and is marching rapidly towards the Great Xia city. They are preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Great Xia city. Therefore, the City Lord played along and set up an ambush in the Line Canyon of the Rocky Mountain. In the end, he annihilated the entire demon army. What did you say? Han Liki's eyes widened. There are demons. You even annihilated the demon army. Do you know the origins of this demi-human army? What identity? I can't believe there's such a thing. My lord, this demon army is the famous Long Snake Army in Red Dragon County. The commander of the Long Snake Army is a cobra. Other than that, there was also the monster army of the Green Scale City. Even the city lord, Qing Wenling, was killed by the city lord. More than 10,000 monsters were all annihilated. Han Liki was dumbfounded. He looked at Hong Qianqi, then at Hu Dong and the others. He couldn't react and couldn't accept the news. How was that possible? That was the single-line snake army with the Ouroboros that was known as the strongest commander. He's dead. They were all annihilated. Just one night. The entire army was annihilated. Was that true? It was like a dream. Wufu, Hong Qianqi, are you serious? Han Liki asked. It's true. Yes. Hong Qianqi nodded seriously. How can I lie about this? If you don't believe me, I can show you something. Hu Dong took out the banner of the single-line snake army. It was stained with blood and had a few holes in it, like a piece of rag. The flag of the Ouroboros clan. Han Liki held it in his hands and recognized it at a glance. He exclaimed, it's really him. Good, good, good. Han Liki took a deep breath and cheered. After calming down, he asked, where is City Lord Jiang? Why didn't he come back with you? This Bayan. Hong Qianqi and the others looked at each other.